Hey guys, what's up? Hope you're having a good one. So, this is actually my first recap ever, and today we're going to be diving into my vampire system. Let's get right into it. In this story, our main character Quinn is just a level 1 student at a brutal military academy. He has no superpowers, no special status, and gets bullied by almost everyone. The Academy follows one rule: the strong can do whatever they want. Quinn's life has been hard ever since he lost his parents in a war. They served the government and died in battle, leaving Quinn behind with nothing but a strange, sealed book, their last gift to him. No matter how much he tried, he could never open it, until one day, by accident, a drop of blood from his nose falls on the book, and that's when everything changes. The book suddenly activates and fuses into his body, unlocking a secret power: the vampire system. In this world where people are born with just one skill, Quinn gains the power to unlock more and keep leveling up. This is the story of how a powerless boy begins his rise, from the Academy's weakest to something truly terrifying. The story kicks off with a group of students strolling down the street chatting about exams, even though they're busting their chops to level up their supernatural powers. One of the girls claps back, saying basic education still matters, since not everyone's going to hit the jackpot with powers. She adds that most students can't even afford a power book unless the government hands one out after joining the military academy. Hearing that, one boy rolls his eyes and says those freebie books are total garbage with no decent skills. Another dude jumps in, saying the real lucky ones are those born with supernatural powers. Because of them, others even got to use powers at all, but the first guy isn't having it, saying those power kids didn't exactly do it out of kindness. When the Dolki came knocking, they had no choice but to step up, or everyone would have been toast. As the three students pass a girl standing on the sidewalk, they keep blabbing about powers while she silently waits for someone. Just then, her eyes land on Rayleigh, a fellow student. The crowd also takes notice, whispering about how he's not just a pretty face, but the only guy who's reached level 4, Major Flex. As Rayleigh walks past, the girl stops him and casually asks if he's free for dinner. Rayleigh says he is, but before anyone can react, a boy comes sprinting down the street like he's late for his own anime arc. Two guys chase after him, yelling for him to stop. The running boy glances back, shows the middle finger, and keeps going. But plot twist, he looks forward and sees Rayleigh standing right in front of him, too late. He crashes into Rayleigh like a flying potato and hits the ground. As he scrambles to stand, the girl rushes over, looking worried, and asks if he's okay. Before he can say anything, the two chasers catch up and start beating the snot out of him. The girl looks freaked, and Rayleigh notices she's clearly uncomfortable watching the beatdown. Without saying a word, he steps in and uses his magic power to launch the guy being attacked a few meters away from his bullies, yeeting him away with swag. As the boy hits the ground, he tries to get up, but the chasers just snicker and mock him, warning him to stay in his lane. Without a care, they stroll off behind Rayleigh and the girl, acting like they just finished a side quest. Meanwhile, the boy slowly gets to his feet, thinking how this nonsense happens every single day. Same old bullying, different mourning. The crowd watches him for a second before the whispers begin. Some call him an idiot, others chuckle and point, realizing he's that unlucky dude from their class, Quinn. He doesn't react. He just keeps walking, dragging his feet like a tired NPC, thinking how, in this messed up world, not having supernatural powers feels like a crime. He heads straight home, eyes dull, brain fried. As he walks, his mind drifts back to the only thing his parents left him: a power book. 6 years ago, when he was home alone, two strangers had shown up at the door. Quinn had opened it, thinking it might be delivery or some random scam. Instead, the men handed him the power book and dropped a bomb. His parents had died fighting in the Dalki War. Now, inside his room, he stands like a statue, staring at the book like it just called him ugly. It's all he's got left, and yet he can't even open the dang thing. He gives it another try, but no dice. He sighs, realizing he might just have to settle for the government-issued starter pack from the academy. Suddenly, blood drips from his nose like a leaky faucet. He curses under his breath, wipes it off quickly, and notices some of it has landed on the book. As he wipes it off, something weird starts happening. The power book changes colors like it just glitched, and then begins to glow with this wild red energy. Quinn freezes. His brain screams, "What the heck?" Before he can even blink properly, the red energy shoots straight into his head like a USB download gone rogue. He's too stunned to move. Moments later, all the red light is inside him, and his head feels heavier than a boulder. Then, a small notification pops into view. New ability unlocked. Vampire. But before he can even read the rest, his head spins like a busted fan, and he blacks out and face plants the floor like a dropped sandwich. The scene flashes back to the past, where little Quinn watches some kids playing happily. He walks over and asks if he can join their game too, but instead of a friendly reply, the kids bolt, yelling that orphans have no manners and they don't want to play with someone like him. Ouch. Right then, the two soldiers who gave him the tragic news about his parents appear behind him like nosy pants ghosts. Both of them holds up a mirror, saying his parents died in the war. But when Quinn looks at the mirror, he doesn't see himself. He sees a monster staring back. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. It's just a dream, but before he can chill, someone starts banging on his front door. A voice shouts that if he doesn't open up before the count of 3, there will be consequences. As the voice starts counting, Quinn rushes to the door, swings it open, and finds Sergeant Griff standing outside. Griff asks what took him so long. Quinn quickly apologizes, saying he overslept and didn't hear the banging. The sergeant scowls and points at the vehicle parked outside, warning that if Quinn isn't ready in 2 minutes, they'll leave without him. Quinn starts to panic. He remembers falling asleep while looking at the ability book and rushes inside. His eyes fall on his broken spectacles on the floor. As he picks them up, he realizes something strange. He can see perfectly fine without them. Before he can think more about it, Griff shouts again, telling him to hurry up. Quinn packs his bag quickly and runs out, still apologizing. He climbs onto the bus and spots Rayleigh sitting right up front. The seat beside him is empty, so Quinn politely asks if he can sit there. Rayleigh, without even looking at him, says the seat is already taken. Quinn doesn't argue. He knows how this nerdfest works. He looks around the bus and soon realizes every seat is already occupied. He stands there for a few seconds, unsure of what to do. Just then, a hand waves from the last row. Someone gestures for Quinn to come over and sit beside him. Quinn walks toward the seat, quietly appreciating the guy's friendliness. As he sits down, the boy introduces himself as Woden. Quinn gives a small smile and introduces himself as Quinn Talon. Suddenly, a small flying creature appears beside him, accompanied by a status panel. Quinn stares at it in confusion, trying to understand what just happened. The moment turns a bit awkward when Quinn asks Woden if he can see the flying creature beside him. However, Woden becomes confused and the situation becomes even more awkward until Woden breaks the silence by asking what Quinn's ability is. Quinn simply says he doesn't have one. Woden looks surprised and says it's the first time he's heard something like that. Quinn nods, explaining that people like him are rare, especially at their age when most already have abilities. Just then, Sergeant Griff yells from the front of the bus, telling everyone to quiet down as he can hear noise from the back. Both Quinn and Woden stop talking. Quinn shifts his focus to the floating creature and the status panel in front of him. He remembers the red energy from the ability book rushing into his head and starts wondering if the book somehow fused with him. He keeps staring at the status panel, hoping for some kind of clue, but it doesn't offer anything helpful. A moment later, the bus exits a tunnel and bright sunlight floods inside. As the light hits Quinn's body, he suddenly feels weak and grips the seat for support, trying to catch his breath. Then, the status panel flashes a warning. Quinn is in direct sunlight and his stats have dropped by 50%. Seeing that, Quinn freezes in shock, realizing that sunlight is straight up deadly for him. Without wasting a second, he grabs the bus curtains and yanks them shut, trying to block out the sun. He wonders if this is his new life now, dodging sunlight like it's a laser trap in a spy movie. Just then, the status panel pops up with a new notification, saying that his health is starting to recover now that he's no longer in direct sunlight. Reading that, Quinn lets out a tiny sigh of relief, finally chilling a bit, knowing the sun's effect isn't permanent. Woden, who's been sitting beside him like a curious squirrel, glances at Quinn and looks confused. He asks what's wrong since Quinn looks as pale as a college student who just pulled an all-nighter. Woden hands over a water bottle and tells him to drink up. Quinn quickly grabs it and says he just didn't sleep well last night. As he gulps the water, he thanks Woden for the help, but then, boom, status panel again. It flashes a new message. Daily mission. Drink 2 liters of water. Progress started. Quinn reads it and short circuits. In a pure cartoon moment, he completely spits out the water, launching it straight ahead like a busted water gun. The unlucky soul sitting in front of him gets a surprised hair shower. The student yells out loud, probably thinking it's raining indoors. The sergeant hears the scream and loses it. He starts yelling at the poor soaked student and tells him to come up front. The wet student points back at Quinn like he's in court, but Quinn? He plays it cool, looking at the bus seat while in deep thoughts, pretending like he's never seen a water bottle in his life. Meanwhile, the status panel floats calmly in front of him, and Quinn starts thinking, this isn't normal. Everyone else's supernatural powers are about one specific skill. They read a book, boom, power unlocked. But him? His powers come with menus, missions, and pop-ups. It feels less like real life and more like he's stuck inside a video game with patch notes. Sure, he has sharper vision now, but other than that, he's got no clue what his actual ability is. It's like opening a mystery loot box and getting instructions in alien language. He turns to ask Woden what he thinks about all this weirdness, but as he glances over, he finds the guy snoring already. As he looks toward the front of the bus, Quinn notices something weird. Everyone else is knocked out cold, like they all partied hard and crashed together. He scratches his head, confused, wondering when nap time was announced. That's when a strange smell sneaks into his nose, kind of like expired gym socks mixed with chemicals. At the same time, the status panel pops up, warning him, airborne contaminant gas detected. Before he can even react, a soldier struts down the aisle like he owns the place. The guy notices Quinn still asleep and doesn't waste time. He pulls out a cloth soaked in that funky gas and slaps it over Quinn's mouth, like he's putting a baby to bed, with zero consent. Quinn tries to struggle like a champ, but the status panel calmly tells him he's feeling drowsy, like it's just another Tuesday. Within seconds, everything goes black. A few hours later, Quinn's eyes snap open. Woden stands beside him, grinning like he just woke up from a spa treatment. Quinn looks around and realizes they're no longer on the bus. Instead, they're in some fancy hall, with 4 other students. He turns to Woden and asks where they are, and Woden shrugs, saying this might be the military academy, though he's about as sure as a squirrel guessing stock prices. Quinn takes another glance. Besides him and Woden, there are 3 more students, 2 girls, Eileen and Layla, and 1 guy named Peter. Just then, the hall doors creak open like it's a movie intro, and in walk a man and a woman. The woman, Jane, dressed sharp like a school teacher with boss energy, walks straight toward the students. Meanwhile, the man tells them not to freak out, assuring them this is just some entry-level test stuff before joining the academy. He tells everyone to stand tight and not move a muscle until their names are called. After a moment, the man calls out, Peter Chuck. Quinn raises an eyebrow, confused why the tests are starting out of nowhere like it's pop quiz day. Peter steps up nervously as Jane tells the rest to relax, then calmly asks Peter about his ability. Peter hesitates for a moment before admitting he doesn't have any ability yet. The students in the room look at him like he just dropped a bomb, jaws on the floor, but Quinn stays chill, realizing he's not the only one flying ability-free in this superhero party. Jane calmly tells Peter not to sweat it. The man beside her opens a mysterious-looking book which suddenly starts glowing and buzzing like a high-level loot drop. Jane then gestures for Peter to step forward, explaining that he can gain a supernatural power using that book too. Peter steps up, grabs the book, and stares at it like it's made of gold nuggets. He blurts out if it's really free and whether he'll actually get powers from it. Jane nods like it's no biggie and says they'll classify him as level 1. She tells him to read the book in his spare time and come back for the test whenever he feels ready. Peter's face lights up like he just won a PS5 giveaway. He thanks them like a polite little potato, and suddenly a digital wristband materializes around his wrist. Super sleek, super sci-fi. Right after that, similar wristbands pop up on everyone's wrists. Quinn stares at his it just came from a cereal box. Layla, the girl beside him, notices and grins, saying it's totally normal. She explains it stores all their info and makes life easy. Basically, the military version of a smartwatch with zero privacy. Just then, Jane calls out, Quinn Talon. He walks forward, calm as ever. Jane asks if he has an ability. Quinn says no, just like Peter. No panic, no drama. Just straight up honesty. Jane gives him the same comforting response, and the man beside her fires up the glowy book again like he's about to summon Thor. Quinn grabs the book, but the status panel appears with a cold-hearted notification. You cannot learn this ability. He blinks, taking it in. Instead of freaking out, he calmly figures that since others can only learn one ability and he can't learn this one, then maybe he already has one. And just like that, the panel hits him with a side quest. Exchange book for 10 AXP? Quinn low-key wants to go for it, but he knows it'll raise more questions than a plot hole in a soap opera if he tries to give it back. However, as Jane turns to call the next student, Quinn suddenly speaks up. He raises his arm and says he doesn't want the book. The room goes full record scratch mode. Shocked, confused, curious, nobody saw that coming. Unlike the other students who are clearly losing their marbles, Jane stays cool and collected. She calmly asks if Quinn is really okay passing on the book, warning that he'll have to figure things out solo later. Quinn keeps his chill too and hands the book back, saying he's confident he can handle it on his own. Hearing that, Jane gives her assistant a quick side-eye before telling everyone to hang tight. She needs to report an unusual case. She contacts higher-ups and explains the whole sitch. The voice on the other end casually asks if Quinn is part of the Pureblood faction. Jane shakes her head, saying his files show no beast armor, no flashy powers, pretty much no spice. After a quick pause, the higher-up tells Jane to test Quinn's potential anyway. If he's just a basic dude, they say, the cruel world will beat some sense into him eventually. Jane agrees without fuss and turns to Quinn, pointing toward the training area outside the hall. Since he ditched the book, they're going straight into a test. No warm-up, no cheat codes. Once outside, Jane steps aside and tells Quinn to destroy 3 bots standing ahead of him. But Quinn's body is already throwing in the towel. He feels like a half-dead potato, his legs wobble, vision goes fuzzy, and he's running on fumes. Still, he squares up, knowing he's got zero choice but to try his best and destroy the bots as quickly as possible. As he dashes forward and starts throwing hands, Jane's jaw almost hits the ground. The dude's punches are so weak it's like watching a wet noodle in a fistfight. A few clunky seconds later, Quinn somehow manages to take down all 3 bots and stands there, panting like he just ran a marathon with a backpack full of bricks. Jane turns around without much drama and announces that Quinn's power ranks as a level 1 user. He checks his digital wristband, which confirms the sad truth. As he walks back toward the shade, he realizes how much sunlight messes with his stats. The whole sunburned vampire lifestyle is seriously cramping his style. Just then, Jane calls out Layla while Woden stands next to Quinn and hands him a water bottle, telling him not to stress since he's got 2 whole years to level up. Quinn takes the bottle and gulps the water down like he just came out of a desert. Meanwhile, Jane casually asks Layla about her ability. When Layla reveals it's a psychic ability, Woden looks a little thrown off, saying he totally thought she was a pureblood. That makes Quinn scratch his head and ask what the whole pureblood thing is about. Woden explains that purebloods are a bunch of people who strongly oppose supernatural powers. According to them, the world's obsession with flashy abilities is just messed up thinking. He adds that this powers are everything mindset is what's causing all the chaos and social drama nowadays. While Layla starts her test, Woden keeps going, saying purebloods focus on beefing up their bodies with extreme training and creating beast armor weapons to fight the Dolki race without relying on fancy powers. Hearing all that, Quinn sneaks a look at Layla and figures the beast bone bow and arrow she's carrying must be why Woden assumed she was one of the purebloods. After the test ends, Jane announces Layla as a level 2 ability user. Layla's eyes almost pop out and she says she was marked as level 3 back in school. Jane isn't fazed and calmly explains that while her archery skills hit the 4x mark, one of her targets got wrecked by hand using just strength level 8, so level 2 is all she gets for now. Layla looks a little salty about it, but Jane already calls out the next name, Eileen. As Eileen walks up, Woden taps her shoulder and jokes that he's lucky to go last, but Eileen isn't in the mood for clowning. She becomes angry and tells Woden to keep his hands to himself. Before Woden can say my bad, she freezes his hand with her ice ability and warns him that next time he might not walk away with just a frosty palm. As soon as Eileen reaches the spot and starts her test, jaws start dropping. Jane looks genuinely impressed, realizing Eileen's not just powerful, she's a total boss. Eileen finishes the test in record time, and Jane announces her as a level 5 user. Peter and Quinn both sit there wide-eyed, looking like they just saw a unicorn doing backflips. Right after that, Jane calls out Woden Feng for the final test. Woden lights up, punches his palm like he's in an anime, and proudly declares it's finally his time to shine. Just as Woden starts wrecking the bots, everyone stands frozen, including Quinn, who realizes that Woden's ability is the same as Eileen's. After Woden wipes the floor with the bots in no time, Jane looks pretty hyped and announces that they're lucky to have 2 level 5 ability users out of 5. Meanwhile, Woden swaggers over to Quinn, clearly feeling himself. and tries to flex, but Quinn casually asks if Woden can really copy powers just by touching someone. That hits Woden like a surprise math test. He admits he was planning to keep the act going longer, but Quinn saw through him like glass. When Woden asks how he figured it out, Quinn says it was pretty simple. He recalls how Woden looked totally confused during their handshake because he couldn't copy Quinn's ability then. Quinn adds that when Eileen used her ice powers, it was obvious Woden was caught off guard. So putting two and two together, there's only one possible answer. Woden copies powers through touch. Hearing all that, Woden is shooketh. He claps back with praise, saying Quinn has a sharp brain and ninja-level observation skills even without any flashy powers. Quinn just smiles, but deep down, he's thinking about the handshake moment, when Woden failed to copy anything. That weird memory sticks in his head and makes him wonder what his ability actually is, since even now, he has no clue what's cooking inside him. Just then, Eileen walks up and coolly asks if Woden is a native ability user. These users are born with powers, and legend says all powers found in today's skill books came from them. But instead of giving a straight answer, Woden just grins and says there's a reward if she guesses right. Eileen, clearly not in the mood for riddles, rolls her eyes and walks away like a queen exiting a boring group chat. Right after that, Jane gathers everyone and points to the super fancy lift, announcing that the test is over and it's time to head to the military academy. As they all step into the lift and reach the military academy, Quinn looks around with wide eyes, realizing the place is massive and totally fancy, like Hogwarts had a glow-up. A few moments later, they arrive inside the campus and glance around to see a bunch of other students already gathered there. While Peter and Quinn eavesdrop on the crowd, they quickly realize something brutal. Out of all these superpowered folks, they're the only ones stuck at level 1. A minute later, it becomes even more obvious. Everyone is trying to mingle with the cool kids, those ranked level 4 and above, including Rayleigh and Eileen, and completely ghosting Peter and Quinn like they're invisible NPCs. Just then, a teacher named Dell walks in with the authority of a drill sergeant and tells everyone to zip it. He asks boys and girls to line up separately. Once the lines are in place, he tells students to come up one by one, take their dorm room numbers, and head to their dorms with their stuff. Soon after, Peter pulls out his dorm number and straight up panics. He's got number 23, but trouble comes knocking when another guy who also got number 23 hears him and freaks out, realizing he'll be stuck with a level 1 roommate. In panic mode, the dude ninja walks over to Quinn and sneakily swaps the number balls after asking about his dorm room number. Before Quinn even gets what's happening, the guy sprints off with the number 12 ball like he's in the Olympics. Peter is left standing there, nearly crying, realizing no one wants to bunk with a bottom-tier bro. But Quinn just assures him and says they're in the same boat, both level 1S, and he's totally cool bunking together. Right then, Woden strolls over, all cheerful, and announces he pulled number 23. When he asks for Peter and Quinn's numbers, Peter lights up like a Christmas tree and says they also got 23. Woden pulls them in for a big old group hug, saying their luck is insane and they'll have a blast living together. Meanwhile, across the field, a guy tells his friend that someone jacked his dorm number. His buddy cracks his knuckles, gets fired up, and tells him to follow. He'll help get it back, but the guy nervously warns him that the one who swapped numbers is actually a level 5 user. Back on the other side, Woden just grins like a cat who stole the cream, chilling with Peter and Quinn. Because truth is, he switched things on purpose just to stay with them. Woden, who somehow manages to sneak off with Peter and Quinn as all three reach their dorm room safe and sound. After tossing their stuff around and settling in, Woden glances at Peter and casually asks if he wants to tag along for some fun since they've got the rest of the day free to chill. But Peter, already nose deep in the fancy power book he got from the officials, quickly says no. He wants to finish unpacking and dive into his shiny new skill book first. Seeing that his party invite just got rejected, Woden turns to Quinn and asks if he's up for it. Quinn pauses for a second, then nods, saying he wants to check out the library. What he doesn't say out loud is that the real reason is his weird ability, which he still doesn't fully understand. He hopes the library has enough juicy intel to help him figure it out. Woden lights up like a kid in a candy store and agrees right away, saying it's been ages since he cracked open a book, and this is a good excuse to finally touch one again. A few moments later, they walk into the library together, and Quinn is instantly shook. The place is packed, way more people than he expected for a place full of books. But as he walks in further, he realizes something odd. He can see everyone's lips moving, but he can't hear a single word. It's like someone hit the mute button on the whole building. As they reach a nearby desk, Woden points to a weird-looking device sitting there and jokes that since Quinn went to public school, he probably has no clue what it is. He explains that just touching the device activates a soundproof space so people inside can gossip, whisper, or spill tea without disturbing anyone else. Woden touches it, and Quinn sees it working for the first time. His eyes go wide like it's some magic show. He admits it's his first time seeing anything like that. As they sit down, Woden glances at Quinn's pile of books and raises an eyebrow. Curious, he asks if Quinn is doing some heavy research or just flexing his inner bookworm. Quinn simply says that since he didn't take the freebie skill book from school, he wants to explore what kind of flashy powers are out there. He hopes to find a power that fits him better, like picking the right flavor from a superhero buffet. Hearing that, Woden cracks up and says he honestly thought Quinn wanted to join the fancy pureblood squad, but it turns out the dude just didn't want to end up as some government's loyal puppy. That makes Quinn raise an eyebrow. He asks what Woden means by military dog. Woden looks at him like he just asked if the moon is made of cheese. He asks if Quinn seriously doesn't know what that means. Does he really think the military's handing out skill books for free out of kindness? Woden spills the tea. Anyone who grabs a free skill book from the military is basically signing a contract. In the future, they'll have to follow orders, roll over, bark twice, just like well-trained poots. Quinn sits there like he just saw a ghost, realizing that Peter, who was grinning ear to ear after getting his skill book, might actually be stuck playing fetch for the military later. He wonders if Peter even knows what he's gotten into, but instead of dwelling on it, Quinn gets back to his real mission and asks Woden if he's ever heard of an ability that gets weaker in sunlight. Woden stares like Quinn just asked him to solve quantum physics. After a moment, he throws up his hands and says, "That's totally bonkers." Maybe some folks feel weak because they can't handle their power properly, but straight up sunlight weakness? That's some next level vampire nonsense, not human stuff. Quinn just chuckles and agrees, pretending it's all theoretical, even though he knows that's exactly what's happening to him. A few hours later, he finishes flipping through the mountain of books he'd picked out, only to realize that none of them mention anything about his ability or the weird sunlight weakness. He glances up at the top floor of the library and decides to check out the books there, hoping he might dig up something about his weird ability. While Woden snoozes on the table like a passed-out panda, Quinn climbs to the upper level and starts scanning the shelves, but after flipping through a few books, he realizes most of them are straight-up fantasy fluff instead of actual info about skills and abilities. He closes a book about a red dragon reincarnated as a human, cool but totally useless, and notices it's almost dinner time. Still, he decides to flip through one last book before heading back. He grabs one on vampires and starts reading, only to discover that vamps also have their own categories, sword skills, hypnosis, and all that jazz. After skimming a few pages, he puts the book back, realizing the only real similarity to himself is that their powers also take a nosedive in sunlight. Just as he does that, a system notification pops up on his status panel, telling him he's gained more understanding of the system and scored 10 extra experience points. That leaves Quinn straight up bamboozled. He starts wondering if the power he got is low-key vampire only. Meanwhile, after a few hours of quality nap time, Woden wakes up, stretches like a lazy cat, and notices Quinn isn't around. He scratches his head and wonders if the dude already dipped from the library and left him there, looking like a forgotten teddy bear. Back upstairs, Quinn is still deep in the vampire books and every new page is dropping bombshells. A few moments later, another system notification pops up telling him he's unlocked an optional task. He stares at the status panel for a few seconds before deciding to accept it. As soon as he hits confirm, he gets the task, drink the blood of a human. That sends Quinn into full-on panic mode. He stares at the screen like it just insulted his mom, wondering if he actually has to go full Dracula to complete the mission, and whether that means hurting someone or worse, committing a full-blown crime spree. A few moments later, Quinn steps out of the library and starts heading toward his dorm room, but as he walks, the sunlight hits him straight like it's got beef with him. Right then, a warning pops up telling him that his stats are down by 50%. Quinn slows down, thinking he probably looks like a burnt toast now. He remembers the new task of drinking human blood, and wonders if the system will toss him some shiny reward for it. He chuckles to himself, thinking, "Great, now I'm a vampire who can't walk in sunlight properly anymore. What's next? A garlic allergy?" As he continues walking, he notices that he gets free experience points daily just for doing simple tasks. He also figures out something new. Sunlight weakens him, no matter if it's a blazing noon or just a soft sunset. Even a little exposure cuts down his power. He opens his stats and starts calculating how long it would take to level up through these daily tasks. He realizes it'll take him about 3 weeks to reach the next level at this pace. Though the process feels slow, he remains hopeful, thinking that he'll eventually level up. He also wonders if there will be any major changes once he levels up. Just then, a voice catches his attention. Someone is apologizing up ahead. Quinn looks up and sees Peter getting hit by another student. Peter keeps apologizing, while saying that he didn't bump into him on purpose. As Quinn walks closer, he confirms that it really is Peter. The man keeps beating Peter and says that a sorry isn't enough. Quinn notices the man's wristband and realizes he's a level 2 user. The man threatens Peter again, demanding compensation for the damage he did. Peter hesitates and explains that he doesn't have any money to give. Hearing that, the level 2 guy gets even more furious and asks if Peter needs another round of beating. Quinn grows frustrated, thinking that this guy, though just level 2, acts like he owns the world. He understands the type, those who only pick on weaker people. An idea pops into Quinn's head as he calmly walks toward them. As soon as he's close enough, Quinn pretends to trip and bumps into the man. The guy falls down and angrily tells Quinn to watch where he's going, but Quinn stays cool and apologizes, saying he has a strange habit of tripping on flat surfaces. Peter glances at Quinn and wonders what he's doing there. Meanwhile, the guy who was beating him gets up, looking annoyed. He scoffs and says that he keeps running into garbage, clearly calling Quinn trash just because he's level 1 like Peter. The guy cracks his knuckles and says that if Quinn doesn't want trouble, he better cough up some cash. Quinn, instead of panicking, laughs out loud. He thinks he just joined the school and already bumped into a boss-level clown. He expected to deal with this kind of joker after a few days, not right at the welcome party. He adds that it's surprising to meet someone who acts tough only around the weak, but probably cries when facing the strong. Peter watches and wonders what Quinn is up to, since it looks like he's asking for trouble. The man ignores Quinn. The man ignores Quinn's words and steps forward with a smug face, asking what Quinn plans to do now. At that moment, Quinn gets a system notification. It says the enemy's ability has been activated, and to counter his ability, Quinn's combat mode is now on. Quinn feels confused since it's his first time using it, but the confusion quickly turns into excitement. He finally has a real fight to test his skills. Another notification appears telling him there's a system task. His first battle, defeat the opponent in his first battle and earn 50 experience points. Quinn smiles, thinking that if he wins, his level up will come sooner than expected. He boldly provokes the man and invites him to start the fight. Peter on the side stays confused, wondering why Quinn is picking a fight with someone above his level. Without warning, the man uses his ability, his hands turn into tiger claws, and his speed increases. He charges at Quinn. Quinn tries to dodge, but takes a hit on his forearm. Still, he counters with a solid punch that pushes the guy back a few meters. As the man regains his balance, he realizes Quinn isn't just some random weakling. He starts thinking that maybe Quinn's strength is at level 2, and he might only be lacking in other areas. Meanwhile, Quinn grabs his slightly injured arm and figures out that this new combat mode ability boosts his close combat powers. He now feels confident that even against a level 2 opponent, he actually stands a real chance of winning. On top of that, he thinks about the girl he met during the entrance exams, the one who had only 8 strength points but was still rated as level 2. Quinn now realizes that when he isn't exposed to sunlight, all his base stats stay at 10, meaning he should also count as at least level 2. He calls himself a shadow boss in disguise and chuckles, thinking the sun's been nerfing him like a cheap game bug. He feels like a superhero with a solar weakness. With that thought, he rushes towards the man who also charges at him without backing off. Quinn swings his arm to attack, but the man dodges and slices Quinn's shoulder with his sharp claws. The guy laughs, thinking Quinn lacks speed, which is why he's still stuck at level 1. Without giving him any time to recover, the man strikes again. Peter watches with wide eyes, feeling nervous and thinking Quinn doesn't stand a chance against someone from level 2. Meanwhile, Quinn gets a system alert saying he's losing blood and his health is dropping. He steadies himself and remembers that sunset is near. His full stats should return any moment now. As the man prepares a final attack and charges in, Peter worries if Quinn will even survive, but just in time, the sun sets and Quinn feels the power return to his body. Quinn blocks the next blow, leaving the man shocked. The guy can't believe what just happened. Quinn suddenly feels faster and stronger. He stares at him, realizing that Quinn's strength has grown a lot in just seconds. Without waiting, Quinn declares that it's his turn now. The man starts panicking and tries to talk his way out, saying they can settle things without violence. But Quinn ignores him and punches him hard, and the man can't dodge or block in time, and Quinn keeps hitting him again and again until he nearly passes out. Peter stands frozen, shocked by how powerful Quinn suddenly became. Quinn drops the man to the ground and glances at his own hand, laughing softly as he realizes he really does have the power of a vampire. Just then, he glances at his system panel and sees that he has gained 50 experience points, jumping from 15 to 65. That's some serious XP farming, like a pro grinder on energy drinks. Along with that, he gets a system notification about an extra reward, a new skill called Survey, currently at level 1. Quinn gets all smiley, feeling like he just opened a mystery snack box and found chips inside instead of air. He's hyped, knowing he's unlocked a fresh skill. As the system mentions that his combat mode is now off, Peter walks up and asks if the guy Quinn just fought is still breathing. But Quinn stays calm and says he's not the kind of person who'd take someone's life. He adds that he only beat the guy up badly, so he wouldn't dare mess with him again. Hearing that, Peter looks at the knocked out guy and admits Quinn scared him by inviting the guy to the fight all of a sudden. Especially since the dude was a level 2, but Quinn doesn't reply and just focuses on his new skill, wondering if Survey can reveal people's weaknesses. He quickly tries it on Peter, who mentions his arm is bleeding and suggests they visit the infirmary. Quinn realizes that the skill shows a person's race, health, blood type, and ability. He then uses it on the other guy and finds out he's Kyle, low on health, blood type B negative, and his ability is transformation. Still, Quinn notices some info is locked and guesses maybe higher skill levels will unlock those parts later. Even with that, he's happy with the data, especially since knowing someone's blood type is pretty handy now that he's a vampire. Standing there, he even wonders if different blood types taste different, but he quickly snaps out of it, realizing he's thinking like a full-on vampire now. Just then, he notices a pool of blood in front of him. As the quest pops into his mind, Peter speaks up again, asking if he's all and saying they should leave before someone notices the fight, or Kyle. Quinn awkwardly agrees and they both start walking away. As Peter walks ahead, Quinn sneaks a glance back at the blood on the ground, like it's a pizza slice he forgot to pick up. His brain's doing backflips, he's acting chill, but deep down, it's vampire munchie hour. After walking a few meters, Peter asks if Quinn is really okay, suggesting he should at least get the wound cleaned so the bleeding stops. But Quinn just says he's fine, mentioning that it's just a surface wound, and a moment later he suddenly pauses and looks at the wound on his arm. Peter notices and stops too, asking what's wrong. Quinn quickly hides his wound and replies that it's nothing, but then admits maybe he should visit the infirmary, thinking it could get troublesome if the wound gets infected. He then asks Peter to head back to the dorm first, promising he'll return soon. As Quinn turns and walks away, Peter tries to stop him, saying they should go together, but Quinn refuses and says he can manage alone. He asks Peter to check if Warden is back, since he left the library without him, and they haven't met since then. A few moments later, Quinn reaches the spot his wounds heal completely and his health restores to full. Right after that, he gets a system notification warning him that his hunger level has increased. Quinn glances at the message and agrees it really does feel like he's starving. Along with that, he realizes the system can actually heal his body through food. He gets up and starts walking, thinking there must be a food source nearby. After searching for a few minutes, he spots a vending machine near the entrance to the training ground. As he takes the food from the vending machine, Quinn enters the training ground with food stuffed in his mouth. He looks around for a decent training bot, half chewing, half scouting like he's about to punch someone, or nap, no in between. Meanwhile, inside the arena, a girl is busy training, hitting bots with arrows like she's playing whack-a-mole in HD mode, as she takes A and plans to return to her room. But just then, she spots Quinn and realizes it's the same guy with no flashy powers or fancy titles. Watching him glance around like a confused lost puppy, she wonders why he even came here without having any special abilities. While thinking if he's here to test his raw strength again, she sees Quinn standing in front of the bots. He takes off his jacket and casually tosses it on the ground. The test begins with a normal difficulty setting, and the girl gets curious. She thinks maybe Quinn isn't satisfied with his previous results and wants to try again. Hiding quietly, she keeps watching to see what he can do now. Meanwhile, Quinn charges at the bots and smashes the first one using his 10 strength points. The girl is left stunned, realizing that even at just level 1, Quinn manages to destroy the bot with a single punch. Right after that, he quickly stops his momentum using swift footwork and turns toward the remaining 2 bots. Seeing this, the girl figures out that Quinn isn't just strong, he's got agility too. Before the bots can even turn completely towards Quinn, he dashes in and knocks them both out with a fast kick. The test ends and the system marks his agility at 10 points. The girl watches in shock as she realizes Quinn defeated all targets even before his jacket touches the ground. A chill runs down her spine. She starts wondering if he's been hiding his real strength all this time, and if that's true, then what could be the reason behind it? The next morning, at the college restaurant, the vibe is straight up toxic. 2 low-level players spot a seat and head over like it's a jackpot. But just as they're about to place their trays down, a smug high-level player nearby chucks his bag onto the chair like it owns the place. Bro really said, "This seat is mine now," without saying a word. The 2 friends blink in confusion, then quietly accept the L. One of them awkwardly suggests they eat outside instead, and the other agrees, knowing they don't have the guts or stats to pick a fight with high levels. Basically, it's eat and delete for them. As they walk out, Peter, who is already sitting outside of the restaurant on stairs while eating his food, watches them leave and catches a bit of their conversation. One of the guys says the high-level players seem scary, and the other nods, adding that high level means high ego. They'd rather avoid drama than risk getting wiped. Hearing that, Peter looks ahead towards Warden and Quinn, and wonders aloud if it's okay for Warden to sit with them. Considering how all the high-level players are marking territory and looking down on lower-level ones, he says that only high-level players sit inside the restaurant while the low-level folks are kind of pushed to eat outside. Quinn, who is happily munching on his food, agrees with Peter. He casually says that Warden doesn't really need to hang out with them, and maybe he should start bonding with people at his own level instead. Hearing that, Warden's face tightens. He glares at Peter and tells him to stop talking nonsense. Warden shrugs and says he hates this whole hierarchy drama the most. He believes in equality and makes it clear that they're all friends, so he doesn't feel even a bit embarrassed eating with them, low level or not. With a smile, he tells everyone to chill and enjoy their food, joking that right now, filling their stomachs is more important than flexing power levels. Bro's got that eat first, worry later vibe going strong. As he chuckles, the girl, the one who low-key stalked Quinn last time from the training arena, spots the group from afar. Like before, she just watches quietly and says nothing, while later all of them sits in their theoretical class, where their teacher Dell stands in front giving his usual motivational speech. He explains that selfless sharing through original ability effects doesn't really exist. He also adds that there won't be any new patterns in today's world, hinting that even though peace exists now, war could start again anytime. That's why he urges them to train hard at military school, to protect the world. He encourages them to improve their extraordinary powers, saying level is the only way to prove their value. Meanwhile, Quinn sits next to Warden and Peter, not even pretending to pay attention to Dell. His eyes wander to Warden, thinking that Warden's ability seems super handy, especially since it can copy high-level powers directly. But then, a question pops into his mind. Can Warden actually improve the abilities he copies? Curious, he activates his exploration skill to check Warden's ability, but ends up seeing that it's hidden, while Warden sits there peacefully, completely unaware that Quinn is sneakily checking his stats. Quinn starts getting confused, he wonders why Warden's ability is hidden, like Bro's rocking an invisibility cloak just for skills. Not wasting time, he turns to Warden and casually asks if he can still use Irene's power. Warden looks surprised for a moment and then praises Quinn, saying the guy's got sharp eyes for figuring out one of his ability's features. Warden reveals that he can't use Irene's power anymore and explains that his copy skill resets every day, so unless he touches Irene again, her ability is off limits. Warden just yawns, thanks Quinn for the warning, and then asks if Quinn or Peter could lend him their ability for the next test. He says he still hasn't decided whose skill to copy. Quinn chuckles awkwardly and apologizes, saying he can't help with that. Right then, Quinn's stomach growls loudly. Warden glances at him, a little confused, and asks if he's seriously still hungry, especially after eating enough for 2 people earlier. Quinn gives a sheepish laugh and says maybe the food digested a bit too fast. Even he looks surprised and wonders why he's hungry again. Just then, a system notification pops up in front of him, informing him that his hunger level has increased. After reading the notification, Quinn feels a chill down his spine. Roloki panics, thinking that if this continues, his food bill's gonna hit the roof. He silently prays for mercy from his growing appetite. Dude's stomach is acting like it's got a black hole inside. Once class ends, Quinn, Peter, and Warden walk out together. As they head down the hallway, Warden says he needs to use the washroom and tells them to go ahead. He promises to catch up with them later. Quinn nods and tells Warden to meet them at the convenience store in a few minutes. While walking, Quinn and Peter suddenly stop when they hear some people talking nearby. Curious, they turn to see a group of 3 students, Kyle and his buddies. One of Kyle's friends looks tense and worried as he says they still need to arrange 50 points before the weekends, since Rayleigh had demanded that much. Another guy nods, nervously saying he doesn't want to get beaten up and thinks they should just give the points to Rayleigh. He then asks Kyle what he thinks. But Kyle, still salty after getting smacked by Quinn yesterday, tells them to stop bothering him and just hand over the points. He even brags, saying that once he reaches Rayleigh's level, he'll ask for double in return. Just then, Kyle notices Quinn and Peter standing nearby and freezes. At the same time, Peter gets nervous and whispers that Kyle's back, and this time with his whole squad probably looking for. But Quinn stays totally calm, not showing even a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Kyle's friends get all hyped up. One of them eyes Quinn and Peter and says their luck is popping today. They actually bumped into these 2 famous celebs. The other one laughs and adds that they are famous for being the only level 1 noobs in the entire grade with 0 supernatural powers. Rose basically calling them walking tutorials. Kyle, on the other hand, hides his face and quietly tells his friends not to provoke them, knowing very well that Quinn is way stronger than he looks. Peter starts sweating bullets. He nervously glances at Quinn and asks in a shaky voice if he also thinks Kyle brought back up for revenge. But Quinn stays calm and says no. He explains that if Kyle's friends knew what really happened yesterday, they'd probably be bullying Kyle too. Just then, both of Kyle's friends burst into laughter and walk toward Peter and Quinn. One of them tells them to stop and hand over 10 points before leaving. Peter panics and asks, "What's going on?" The other one smirks and says they know Quinn and Peter are still level 1 with barely any points, so they're being generous by asking for only 10. Surely they can afford that much. Hearing that, Peter tries to stop them, saying that his monthly living expenses barely cover this many points. Basically, bro's budget is allergic to spending. But unlike Peter, Quinn stays cool and cold as ice. He looks at them and asks if they even know him, and why he should give his points to some randoms. Kyle starts sweating, realizing they might get smacked again, but he stays quiet while his friends keep pushing, claiming they're just borrowing the points. Yeah, right, friendly neighborhood robbers. One of them even starts yelling and gets ready to fight, but Kyle quickly steps in, trying to stop his friends. He tells them to leave it alone, saying he'll manage enough points for Rayleigh and there's no need to mess with Quinn and Peter. Just then, Warden walks up to them with perfect timing and casually announces that he's got loads of points, asking if they want to borrow some. As they turn to look at him, Warden starts chuckling and says he can lend them the points, but the interest is brutal. He smirks and asks if they're sure they want to take the deal. The moment they recognize him, everyone goes pale, realizing Warden's already level 5 and definitely not someone they want smoke with. Just then, all of Kyle's friends, including Kyle, try to dip like cartoon villains caught red-handed, but Warden grabs them by the collar from behind and laughs like a boss. The whole gang freezes on the spot and instantly turns into begging puppies, saying it's all a big misunderstanding and they don't even want any points anymore. Bro's vibe went from loan shark to final boss real quick. Right then, a voice comes from behind Warden, making him turn around. The voice asks, "Who's messing with someone else's little brothers?" As everyone looks in that direction, Kyle and his gang suddenly light up like it's Diwali, saying they're saved now and no one can touch them. Quinn also turns and sees that it's Rayleigh and his friend Momo, but something about them feels off. Quinn immediately senses a strange and dangerous aura, making him tense. He quickly uses his skill to check Momo's stats and gets stunned. All of Momo's data, blood type ability, shows up as unrecognized. Quinn starts doubting whether his current skills are not strong enough to scan high-level players. As he glances at his wristwatch for confirmation, he's shocked to find out Momo is already level 6. Just then, Momo closes his eyes like some movie villain and calmly orders Kyle and his gang to leave. The entire squad vanishes faster than free food at a college fest, thanking Momo for saving them from that level 5 boss Warden. On the other side, Warden laughs it off and casually walks up to Quinn and Peter, telling them it's time to bounce and get food. Peter nods, and Warden reminds him they better hurry or the front row dish will vanish faster than his patience, but Momo suddenly tells them to stop. He coldly stares at the ground as the group halts and says he didn't give them permission to leave. He glares and asks if they're planning to ignore Momo now, reminding them that low-level players should know better than to act too big in front of their seniors. Hearing that, Warden gives him a sharp look and questions if he's still rambling nonsense. Momo coldly speaks his full name, saying Warden Feng has only been around for 2 days and already the rumors are flying. He says everyone's talking about a top-ranked freshman who keeps hanging out with low-rankers. Warden calmly replies that he doesn't see the problem and asks if there's a rule against that. Momo just smirks and says there's no such rule, but as he walks up to Quinn and locks eyes with him, he quietly adds that some things here run on unwritten rules. Momo begins his lecture like he owns the place, saying that when high-level players like Warden start treating useless nobodies pointing at Quinn as if they matter, it fills their tiny heads with hot air. He mocks Quinn, calling him a walking proof of that, saying the guy didn't even show him proper respect, even when Momo is standing right in front of him. Bro really thinks he's some final boss. Quinn, though, stays cool as a fridge, silently staring at Momo without flinching. Momo continues, saying that in a world where only the strong survive, weaklings start chasing equality just because someone's being kind to them. He lets out a wicked laugh, saying he can't wait for the next battle because that's when he'll clear out the trash like Quinn without feeling guilty. He declares that war is the best. Hearing that, Quinn falls silent. His mind flashes back to the day he lost his parents in the war. That painful memory makes his fists clench and rage builds inside him. He wonders how anyone could say war is the best. Without a word, he charges at Momo, ready to strike, but before his punch lands, Rayleigh steps in. He activates his power and blocks Quinn's punch effortlessly. Before Quinn can react, Rayleigh gathers energy in his other hand and counters with a clean hit. Unlike Quinn's attack, Rayleigh's attack lands directly on Quinn's stomach. Quinn goes flying, slamming into Peter. Both crash down, injured. Rayleigh stands coldly over them and says Quinn must have a short memory, reminding him that they both studied at the same school before joining military training, and Quinn should know how stronger Rayleigh actually is compared to Quinn. Momo laughs and mocks Quinn, saying the guy clearly thinks he's some kind of superhero for trying to punch someone way out of his league. Bro's acting like he's the final boss with cheat codes. Just then, Warden, not one to hold back, dashes toward Rayleigh and asks if Momo thinks the same for him, since Warden's no small fry either, being a level 5 player. He claims he's no side character here. Warden tries to punch Momo with full confidence. However, before his punch can even come close, Momo moves like lightning and dodges it effortlessly, leaving Warden completely stunned. Realizing that his attack missed so badly, Warden glances at Quinn and Peter in frustration and says he refuses to believe Momo is actually this strong. Quinn quietly gets up and asks Warden to stop, knowing full well that both Momo and Rayleigh are far stronger than them. When Warden tries to argue, Quinn calmly shakes his head, and silent, he accepts that he acted too impulsively. On top of that, he knows that he don't have any backup since Warden doesn't even have a working ability right now, so charging in like that is basically suicide. Meanwhile, Momo starts walking away. He glances back at them with a smirk, saying that he never planned on fighting today and they should treat this as a friendly little warning. Rayleigh also throws a cold glance their way, while Momo adds that there are some people in this school even the military doesn't dare mess with. He ends with a final warning, saying that it's better to stay away from certain groups if they want to stay alive, otherwise one day they won't even know how they lost their lives. Hearing that, Warden gets mad, while Quinn and Peter just stand there like two statues, knowing full well that Momo and Rayleigh are way out of their league. Bro's fists are ready, but their XP isn't. A few moments later, the trio gathers inside a quiet room. Peter speaks first, asking if Momo really meant it when he said no one cares what goes down in a military academy. Quinn nods and admits that he fears it might actually be true. Warden agrees too and explains that the school won't interfere since letting students fight benefits them. He adds that in this brutal setup, the only way for weaker people to grow stronger is by joining the army. Quinn supports that and says there's one more benefit for players. They can earn more resources and even get military training, but then he adds seriously that the trade-off is harsh. Whenever the military calls, they have to go to the battlefield, no questions asked. After saying that, he turns to Warden and suggests that from now on, Warden should stay away from them. Hearing that, Warden looks shocked and asks why, wondering if Quinn is just giving up because of what Momo and Rayleigh said. He says they don't have to obey those guys blindly. Quinn stays serious and explains that even though he knows Warden wants to help, he also needs to understand that some forces are beyond their control. He says whenever they break rules set by high-level players, people may not mess with Warden, but Peter and Quinn will end up as thorns in loose. Even after that, Warden stays firm and says he can protect them, but Peter calmly interrupts, saying that the best way to protect them is by keeping his distance. Hearing that, Warden stands frozen, like someone just unplugged his brain. Bro looks so shocked it's like someone told him pizza got banned. Peter notices this and quickly agrees with what Quinn said, thinking it'll calm things down, but it only makes things worse. Warden's face turns red, like a tomato in rage mode. Peter, sensing that drama's about to hit the fan, tries to explain himself, but before he can say much, Warden turns around sharply, mutters that they should stop talking, and storms out of the room, saying he'll stay away from them since that's clearly what they want. As he leaves, Peter quietly watches him go and admits that Warden looked seriously sad, like a kicked puppy. He suggests maybe they should explain things properly to him, but Quinn calmly disagrees, saying it's better this way. Unnoticed by both, Rayleigh hides behind a nearby pillar, silently eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Meanwhile, Warden walks away angrily, talking to himself like a dramatic anime character. He repeats the things they said about him being with low-level players and calls it a waste of time, but then he contradicts himself, saying they don't even understand what he truly wants. After a few steps, he stops, realizing that even if they know what he wants, the result never changes, it never favors him. He forces a smile while feeling heavy inside, quietly accepting that no one ever understands him, but instead of giving up, he clenches his fists and swears to himself that he doesn't care what anyone thinks anymore. He decides that no matter what, he won't let those people get what they want so easily. On the other hand, Rayleigh, who is sneakily waiting like a budget villain in a low-budget drama, finally makes his move. The guy charges in and smacks Quinn with a clean hit, sending him flying like a paper plane in a wind tunnel. Peter glances at him low-key panicking, wondering if Quinn's still breathing or just pretending to be a statue. As Quinn hits the ground, Rayleigh coldly mutters, "Superfluous resistance," like he's auditioning for a villain monologue contest. Just as Quinn tries to get up, Rayleigh casually snatches Quinn's watch and uses it to transfer 17 points straight from Quinn's account. Both of them feel miserable, and Rayleigh mocks them, saying low-level people must be crazy if this is all he gets after beating them. He tells them to be more efficient next time and not waste everyone's time. Hearing that, Quinn silently stares at him and thinks how things still haven't changed, even after everything. It's just like before, back when he didn't have any vampire powers. As he wonders whether the outcome would be different if he fought better, he gets up and accepts that a loss is still a loss, no matter how well he resisted. Once both stand back up, Quinn reassures himself by recalling that he still has some money in his A&A account, they can just load fewer points from there next time. Peter picks up the watch Rayleigh dropped and hands it to Quinn, saying that while the whole system is a bit annoying, the good thing is that the loss won't be too heavy even if someone robs them again. Quinn nods and sighs, wondering aloud when this streak of bad luck will finally end. Just as he straps on the watch again, a system notification pops up informing him of a new task. Seeing that, Quinn becomes surprised, realizing that something new has just unlocked out of nowhere. As soon as he accepts the task, a system notification pops up like an overly dramatic news anchor announcing that Quinn's mission is to defeat Rayleigh Blade. He glances at the little vampire icon floating above the task, and it looks like the dude's having a worse day than Quinn. Still, the mission rewards seem pretty decent. Completing it gives him 80 experience points, which is basically jackpot for a guy who's been stuck like a bug in a jar. But the happy vibes don't last long, as Quinn quickly realizes that beating Rayleigh is no chill picnic. It's more like challenging the school principal for a lecture battle. He closes his eyes when the sunlight hits his body, and it becomes clear that forget beating Rayleigh, standing properly is a struggle in itself. Just then, he gets another notification saying that because of the high level gap, he'll get bonus rewards if he actually manages to complete the mission. On top of that, another alert informs him that his hunger has increased again. He checks his stats and figures out that even if he avoids the sun like a vampire with sunscreen allergy, it still won't close the huge gap between him and Rayleigh. He understands that leveling up fast is the only way if he ever wants to fight Rayleigh on equal footing. A few moments later, Quinn and Peter reach their dorm room looking like they just finished a survival game. Warden is already sitting on the bed and awkwardly greets them, saying he's been waiting for them for a long time. Still catching their breath, Quinn and Peter just nod and tell him that they're finally back. Just then, Peter notices Warden's face and figures something's off. It looks like he's been through a mud wrestling match with a bear. His face is slightly bruised and covered in dirt. When Peter asks about it, Warden just grins like nothing happened and tells them not to worry. He casually adds that he gave the other guy a good beating first, then changes the topic by asking if they won their fight. As Peter starts explaining, Quinn cuts in with a laugh and says nothing serious went down. He jokes that they had a luxurious meal together and treated themselves at Merge. Hearing that, Warden stands up, walks over to the wardrobe, and starts pretending to act chill. He smiles and says it's good they had fun, asking them to take him along next time they go out to eat. While Warden is busy pretending everything's fine, Peter quietly leans toward Quinn and whispers if he doesn't plan on telling Warden what really happened with Rayleigh. Quinn whispers back that it's better to forget it, knowing Warden he won't let it go, and Quinn doesn't want him stressing over it. Just then, Quinn's stomach growls loudly like a hungry beast. Warden looks confused while Quinn scratches his head and laughs awkwardly, saying, "The fancier the food, the smaller the portion, it's totally normal to stay hungry." He also adds that his digestion works at lightning speed. Warden chuckles and unlocks his smartwatch, agreeing with the excuse. He suggests they head to the convenience store to grab something to eat, since it's close by, leaving him totally stunned like someone just handed him a pizza in an exam hall. He asks if Warden is seriously giving him those points, saying it feels a bit too much and kind of embarrassing to accept, but Warden stays firm and tells him not to turn it down, saying the points are just an apology for earlier that afternoon. He admits he can be a little stubborn sometimes and asks them to just bear with him in the future. Hearing that, Quinn smiles and thanks Warden for the points with genuine appreciation. A few moments later, Quinn reaches the convenience store and starts looking around for something to eat. While scanning the shelves, he overhears two guys talking. One of them says he was scared out of his mind earlier and asks his friend if he noticed the look in Momo's eyes, adding that their lucky Momo didn't do anything. His friend quickly tells him to lower his voice, warning that someone might hear. Quinn glances at them and recognizes them as the same two who were with Kyle that afternoon. He quietly focuses on their conversation and hears one of them whispering that Rayleigh told them to points quickly or else he wouldn't be able to protect them anymore. The other one agrees and says Kyle is such a coward that he even claimed he would go collect the money all by himself. His friend nods and adds that if this kind of thing keeps happening and they're not borrowing from others, no one can keep up with it. Just then, Quinn receives a system notification. It informs him about a new mission to defeat any opponent. Seeing the side mission pop up, Quinn gets hyped like a broke guy spotting a buy one get 3 sale. He realizes the timing is perfect and the reward's not bad either, 50 experience points. For a moment he thinks of using Kyle's buddies as free XP snacks, but then shakes his head, thinking it'd be too sus to go at them directly. Just then he notices a wolf mask hanging in the convenience store and a genius level plan pops into his head like popcorn in a hot pan. A few moments later, Kyle's friends are hanging around outside the convenience store in an amusement park-like area. Somehow the two get separated. Quinn sees one of them wandering alone and starts trailing him. The guy suddenly feels something's off and gets spooked. He spins around and shouts out, asking who's behind him, but Quinn vanishes into the shadows. The guy looks around nervously and yells for whoever it is to stop playing around. That's when Quinn reveals himself, now wearing the wolf mask. The guy freezes, confused for a moment, thinking it's his friend pulling a prank, but then it hits him. This isn't anyone he knows. Terrified, the guy lets out a shriek and collapses in fear. Quinn quietly watches him and thinks to himself that this one was way too timid. He then looks around, wondering where the second guy went. Just then, the other one suddenly appears right beside him and asks who he is. Quinn doesn't respond, he just gives him a cold stare, knowing this is the perfect setup for his second hunt. No help is coming, and this guy's all his now. The moment the other guy spotted Quinn, he didn't bother with introductions or formalities. Without warning, he threw a punch straight at him, demanding to know who the hell he was, but Quinn, unfazed and calm, effortlessly dodged the attack. The stranger repeated his question, visibly agitated now, but Quinn kept his distance, studying him quietly. Without responding, he activated his vampire system and peeked at the man's status bar. According to the system, the guy's name was Charlie. He belonged to the human race, had a total HP of 15, and his blood type was O+. What caught Quinn's attention more than anything was Charles's ability. He possessed a wind element affinity. This wind ability was something unfamiliar to Quinn, and it piqued his curiosity. He found himself wondering just how dangerous it could be. Charles didn't wait around for explanations. He launched another barrage of punches, each of them infused with the slicing force of wind. Despite the enhanced attacks, Quinn kept dodging them gracefully, choosing silence over conversation. But as the battle dragged on, Charles' attacks grew faster and sharper. His rage seemed to fuel his movements, and eventually his speed reached a point where even Quinn miscalculated and failed to dodge in time. A sharp cut appeared across his shoulder, stinging with pain. It was in that moment Quinn realized something critical. This wasn't like dealing with his grandma's harmless punches. The wind element wasn't just flashy, it was lethal. He needed to be far more cautious. Meanwhile, Charles smirked, his confidence swelling. He declared that if Quinn wasn't going to speak, then there was no point in asking. According to him, he could figure everything out on his own. Charles speculated that Quinn must be one of those losers his group had bullied before. Probably someone out for revenge, acting all mysterious behind a mask just to appear cool. Laughing at his own theory, Charles decided he'd rip that mask off and reveal who was hiding beneath it. With that, he unleashed another wind and fencing slash, aiming it directly at Quinn. Quinn barely managed to defend himself in time, raising his forearm to absorb the hit. The force pushed him back slightly, his body recoiling from the impact. Charles, now clearly holding the upper hand, became increasingly arrogant. He shouted that he'd tear off Quinn's mask, force him to kneel, and make him beg for forgiveness. He'd already guessed that Quinn had no real defense, just a quick, agile fighting style that was nothing special in his eyes. As far as Charles could tell, Quinn wasn't strong, just fast. Meanwhile, Quinn wasn't focused on Charles's words. He was busy strategizing, looking for a chance to land a solid, decisive hit. Then, as if reading each other's minds, both fighters charged at the same time. Charles sneered and mocked Quinn, asking if he had grown tired of living. As he closed the gap between them, Charles shouted with triumphant arrogance that Quinn had fallen right into his trap. He revealed that the blade in his hand was more than just wind. It was a concentrated weapon of elemental force. A sudden gust tore through Quinn's clothes, slashing them apart. But Quinn didn't stop. He kept moving forward, clenching his fist tightly. Everything now depended on the next punch. Just as he was about to land it, Charles reacted in time, pulling his body slightly back and dodging it. Still, Quinn wasn't about to give up, not now. Taking advantage of the blood dripping from his own injured fist, the result of the windblade tearing into his skin, Quinn flung the blood toward Charles's eyes. The blood splattered across Charles's face, momentarily blinding him. Sensing the opening, Quinn closed the distance again, shouting loudly that he was about to smash Charles's ugly face. Instinctively, Charles raised his arms and covered his face in panic, but Quinn had tricked him. He didn't aim for the face. He went straight for the one place every man feared. His fist landed a brutal, precise blow right between Charles' legs, a crushing hit. Charles's eyes rolled back, his mouth opened in silent agony, and his body folded in on itself as the pain consumed him. He let out a guttural groan, barely clinging to consciousness. As he collapsed, writhing on the ground with foam forming at the corners of his mouth, Quinn stood tall and victorious. A system notification popped up in front of Quinn's eyes. He had officially defeated both of his opponents and successfully cleared the side quest. As a reward, he received 50 experience points. Quinn removed his mask, breathing heavily and letting out a long sigh. After all the effort it took to take down these two, all he had to show for it was just 50 XP. It felt underwhelming, but before the disappointment could settle, another system notification flashed in front of him. Your experience bar is full. You are eligible to level up. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Quinn confirmed. The very next moment, something unexpected and terrifying happened. A devilish entity from within the system, one that had remained quiet until now, suddenly bit into his neck. The sharp pain made Quinn flinch in shock, but what followed was even more overwhelming. A surge of wild energy erupted from the bite mark, spreading through his body like wildfire. He let out a howl, half in pain and half in transformation. His fangs grew longer, his eyes turned pitch black with glowing red pupils, and his body began to take on a more monstrous, vampire-like form. Meanwhile, not far from the alley, a thick girl stepped out of the hour and turned her head toward the source. The sound was coming from a dark alley, and she hesitated, wondering if she should go check it out. Back inside the alley, Quinn's system informed him of his new stats. Congratulations on your first level up. New skill acquired, Bloodblade, species updated half-human. His current XP reset to 20, and he now needed a total of 200 points to reach the next level. His HP had increased from 10 to 15. Quinn was stunned for a moment. Half-human? This wasn't just a level up, it was a transformation, something he knew he would never forget for the rest of his life. He checked out his new skill, Bloodblade. According to the description, this skill allowed him to use his own blood as a weapon. Each use would cost him 1 HP, and it had an effective range of 5 meters. By concentrating blood into his hand, he could launch a crimson-colored blade toward his enemies. Although it drained his life, it finally gave him a long-range attack, something he had lacked until now. Just as he was absorbing all this information, a gnawing feeling started to creep in. He felt hungry. Deeply, painfully hungry. A warning popped up from the system. Warning. Blood hunger rising. Until host consumes blood, hunger will not subside, health will continuously decline. Quinn looked down and saw that his HP had already dropped from 15 to 9. He was starting to lose focus. His senses were slipping. His vision blurred. The only thing on his mind now was blood. He needed it, craved it, desired it more than anything, and if he didn't feed soon, it wouldn't be hunger that destroyed him, it would be the beast growing inside. Quinn's body began to move on its own, slowly and sluggishly, almost like a zombie driven by instinct rather than thought. His eyes were half-lidded, his breath shallow, and his mind clouded. He staggered toward the unconscious Shar-El, murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper that he needed fresh blood. His hunger had now taken control of his body more than his reasoning could ever hope to. Without hesitation, he leaned down and picked the limp body in his arms, cradling him in a princess carry, oddly gentle, despite the savage hunger burning inside him. As he moved closer, lowering his face toward the boy's neck, Quinn whispered in a raspy voice, "Just a little bit. It might hurt a bit the first time." Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching. Hidden behind the bushes, the thick girl who had followed him stood frozen, her eyes wide, but she wasn't trembling from fear. No, her face flushed red in embarrassment. She had completely misinterpreted the scene. From her perspective, it looked like one guy was about to kiss another. Her imagination spun out of control as she silently questioned if this was about to turn into some steamy doggy-style moment right in the alley. But just as Quinn was about to sink his fangs in, a jolt of awareness snapped him back to his senses. His eyes widened in horror. What was he doing? Was he seriously about to suck a human's blood? He abruptly dropped Charles back to the ground, stepping away with a look of disbelief and guilt. His breathing quickened as he recalled this sensation, the exact same feeling he had experienced earlier. The truth slammed into him again. He was a vampire now, and his instincts were no longer fully under his control. Panic welled up inside him. If he had gone through with it, he might have actually killed the unconscious boy. Before he could lose control again, he made a split-second decision. He had to get away. He turned and sprinted down the street without looking back. All he wanted now was distance. From the body, from the hunger, from the monster he felt himself becoming. Still hiding behind the bush, the thick girl blinked in confusion. Her thoughts ran wild. What on earth just happened, she wondered. What was that guy? So strange. She hesitated only a moment before deciding she had to follow him. She didn't know why, but something about him felt important, maybe even dangerous, so she trailed behind him, keeping her distance. Quinn, meanwhile, had already covered a fair distance, but no matter how far he ran, the burning hunger didn't leave him. His HP had dropped again, now down to 8, and the system wouldn't stop buzzing in his ears with the same relentless warning. Blood required, host in danger, immediate consumption recommended. His thoughts grew disoriented, madness clawed at the edge of his mind. In desperation, he brought his wounded forearm up to his mouth and started licking the cut, trying anything to relieve the thirst. But it wasn't enough. He needed real blood, human blood, Soon he reached the school's infirmary building. Soon, unaware that he was being followed, he stumbled inside, disheveled and pale. The thick girl, she watched, quietly from behind a nearby wall. Seeing Quinn limp inside, she assumed he must have been injured and perhaps needed help. Curiosity mixed with worry as she slowly moved toward the doorway and peeked inside. Inside the infirmary, Quinn was rummaging frantically. He knocked over bottles, overturned drawers, and shoved aside containers. He was clearly searching for something, anything that could either feed him or suppress the craving. Suddenly, the system flashed a massive red alert across his vision. Critical condition. Host will lose consciousness in 10 seconds. His legs buckled. He dropped to his knees, his body unable to support him any longer. Darkness started creeping into his vision. Just as he was about to collapse entirely, Layla burst into the room and caught him mid-fall. Her arms wrapped around him to stop the impact and she held him up, panic in her voice as she said, "Hey, are you okay? Be careful." She looked at his flushed face, then pressed her palm against his forehead. He was burning up. "Are you sick or something?" she asked, concerned. "You're burning with fever." Quinn's head dropped closer to her neck, and a faint whisper escaped his lips. "Sorry." Before she could react, his hand grabbed hers, pinning her against the wall in a single swift movement. His lips brushed her skin, and then with terrifying precision, he bit into her neck. Layla gasped in shock, her whole body stiffening. "Wait, what are you doing?" But Quinn was no longer listening. He was gone, completely consumed by his vampiric instincts. Her cries reached no part of his consciousness. In a shaky voice, she pleaded again, but he placed a finger on her mouth, gently shushing her. It wasn't aggressive, but it was firm. Her eyes welled with tears as confusion and embarrassment overwhelmed her. Her voice trembled as she tried to ask what was happening, but he didn't answer. He just kept drinking, and then, in the midst of his feeding, he murmured softly, "It's so sweet." Layla's body began to weaken. A strange dizziness took over her senses. Her vision blurred, her knees gave in, and she slowly slipped from his arms and collapsed to the floor. That's when Quinn snapped back again. His eyes widened in horror. His senses returned, and with them, the crushing realization. Had he really just sucked her blood? He looked at her pale face, motionless on the floor, and panic set in again. He knelt beside her, shaking her gently. "Hey, can you hear me?" he asked desperately. Then, without warning, the system chimed in again. "So what else were you planning to suck? Blood requirement fulfilled? Health recovery in progress?" Quinn ignored the system's snarky tone and focused on the girl in front of him. Was she dead? He leaned down, placing an ear near her chest. Her heartbeat was weak, but still there. She was breathing. There didn't appear to be any life-threatening danger. Relieved but shaken, he gently picked her up and laid her on the infirmary bed, brushing her hair away from her face. He whispered, "Rest here. I'll find a doctor." And then he bolted from the room, shouting down the hallway. Moments later, Mina slowly opened her eyes. Standing beside her was the school's physician, Dr. Haley, a calm and composed woman in her 30s. She smiled reassuringly. "You're okay. Nothing serious. You're just a little anemic." Dr. Haley scribbled something on her clipboard and said, "You probably overexerted yourself. Make sure you rest often and eat properly. I'll prescribe you some supplements." Layla blinked in confusion. "I fainted?" Dr. Haley nodded. "Yes, your boyfriend was very worried. He ran all the way to the teacher's dormitory to fetch me. Thanks to him, I got here in time." Layla sat up slowly, her mind spinning. "Boyfriend?" she stammered, confused. The doctor chuckled. "The guy with curly hair, isn't he your boyfriend? He seemed pretty anxious. I just assumed." Panicking, Layla quickly replied, "He's just a classmate. Where is he?" Dr. Haley smiled and waved her off. "Relax. I told him you were fine and let him go. He left just a few minutes ago." And then, like a flood, the memories came rushing back to Layla. The bite, the blood, the heat of his body, the glowing eyes. She placed a hand gently on her neck, heart pounding as a question formed in her mind. Did he really bite me? And more importantly, could he be a vampire? Later that same night, Quinn lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling as thoughts from earlier that day haunted his mind. The events kept replaying in his head. How he had lost control, How he had tasted blood for the first time. The hunger that had tormented him had vanished after that bite, and along with its disappearance came something else: growth. His half-awake system interface blinked faintly in the corner of his vision, displaying the rewards of his earlier actions. Because he had consumed human blood for the very first time, he had earned 30 experience points, pushing his total to 50 EXP. Not only that, his strength and agility had both increased by +1. That made him pause. He realized that by drinking blood he could grow stronger. It was both a blessing and a curse. The benefits were undeniable, but the problem lay in the source. Blood wasn't something he could just harvest like a fruit. It was human, alive, emotional, complicated. He needed a stable blood source. Someone or something that wouldn't risk exposing him or harming others. Yet his mind kept circling back to that girl, her blood. Sweet, rich, and inexplicably satisfying. It lingered on his tongue even now, he wondered. Was all blood supposed to taste like that, or was hers special? But then the worry kicked in. What if she told someone? What if she went straight to the teachers? He had no idea how he would even begin to explain what had happened. Could he go to her and ask for more? Maybe she'd agree. Maybe she'd understand. Then he jolted upright, shaking his head. What the hell am I thinking? He felt disgusted with himself. It was insane. Asking a girl for her blood? What was he going to do? Offer her money? He didn't even have that luxury. Maybe it was better to just ask someone else. Anyone who wouldn't ask questions? Still conflicted, he rolled over and closed his eyes, hoping sleep would take him soon. Yet his thoughts lingered on tomorrow. What would happen at school? Would she confront him? Should he try his luck at the hospital instead? Maybe they had blood packs stored there. The next morning, after classes concluded, their professor addressed the students with a stern expression. He reminded them not to neglect the application and practical use of supernatural powers. Check the materials, study the arrangement, he said firmly, and prepare yourselves. Next week, there will be a combat practice test. That announcement stirred some interest. Woden raised his hand and asked curiously, "What's the purpose of the combat practice test?" Before the professor could answer, Peter leaned closer and whispered, "Probably for basic level combat evaluations. A group selection test where we fight using our powers." Some students groaned in the background. One of them muttered under his breath that these tests were boring, since using abilities wasn't allowed. What kind of combat training bans abilities? Someone grumbled, "So lame." Quinn, distracted, suddenly paused. Clutching his stomach slightly, he told them to go ahead without him. "My stomach's not feeling great," he said. "I'll stop by the infirmary." Woden, with serious face, teased him. "Yeah, you should definitely get that checked. I've never seen anyone hungrier than you, man." The group parted ways. From the shadows nearby, Layla, the thick girl from before, watched them closely, her gaze fixed on Quinn. She had followed him again, her curiosity nowhere near satisfied after yesterday's events. Quinn walked toward the infirmary, his steps slow and uncertain. He wasn't even sure if he was headed in the right direction. After all, the last time he'd been there, he had barely been conscious. His thoughts drifted again. How would they store blood here? In a cold stove room, maybe? That must be why I couldn't find anything yesterday. I was searching the wrong place. Just as he turned a corner, a hand shot out from behind a pillar and grabbed him by the collar, yanking him back with surprising force. "Come with me," a familiar voice ordered. "We need to talk." Before he could react, he was pinned against the wall. It was her. She looked angry, and she wasn't hiding it. "What did you do to me yesterday?" she asked bluntly. Quinn blinked, confused. "Yesterday? Have we met before?" She scoffed and shoved his shoulder. "Stop pretending. Yesterday, in the infirmary, you bit me." Quinn stammered, trying to piece together a defense. "Who banished the tissue? That's just a misunderstanding. I had a fever yesterday. My brain wasn't working properly." I was confused. But she wasn't buying it. A fever? Confused? You didn't just bite me, you pinned me down. Who even does that? I can't believe someone like you exists in this academy. Finally, Quinn exhaled deeply and admitted it. There was no point hiding it now. You're right. Since you already know, I have nothing left to defend myself with. But I had my reasons. "Spare me your nonsense," she snapped. "You think doing something like that and hiding it makes it okay?" Quinn took a breath and asked the only question that mattered now. "What do you want?" She suddenly smirked, her expression shifting from furious to mischievous. Relax. I'm not going to report you. I'll keep my mouth shut. On one condition. Her words made his heart sink a little. That grin on her face wasn't comforting, it was ominous. And then she dropped the bomb with sparkling eyes and a childlike grin. Make me a vampire too, Quinn's jaw dropped. What? You heard me, she beamed. Turn me into a vampire, he stared at her blankly. Wait a second, are you serious? She didn't even hesitate. Of course. I'm super duper serious. I've read so many fantasy novels about vampires. My dad's a writer. I grew up on this stuff. Becoming a vampire has always been my dream. They're mysterious, powerful, immortal, just like in my books. Quinn had to raise his hand to calm her down. Listen, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. She froze. What do you mean? I became a vampire by accident, because of a magic book. I don't even have the ability to turn someone else into a vampire. That's not something I can do. Her bright eyes dulled and her shoulders slumped. He had just built up her hopes, only to crush them entirely. Quinn thought back to the system's limitations. Ever since becoming a vampire, he couldn't learn new abilities from ordinary skill books. That probably meant that mutated species like himself couldn't pass on powers to others. In a small broken voice, she asked, Then why did you hide it? Why did you hurt me, Mr. Vampire? Her relentless questions made Quinn feel even more awkward. I didn't mean to, he replied. To become stronger and survive, I have to suck blood. But this ability, it's risky. If the military finds out, I'm done. I don't even fully understand how it works myself or what I can or can't do yet. His answer lit a spark of hope in her again. So, you're not sure it's impossible, she asked, eyes gleaming. That's fine. Right now, you need blood to get stronger, right? I'll help you. I'll help you grow strong enough to turn me into a vampire one day. Quinn stared at her in disbelief. There's something seriously wrong with this girl, he thought. But after a moment, he agreed. He made her promise not to tell anyone, and said if it ever became possible, he would try to turn her into a vampire. Her reaction? Pure joy. At that exact moment, Peter came running toward them, panting hard and out of breath. Quinn quickly stepped away from her. Peter? What's wrong? Peter, barely able to speak, gasped. Woden, he's in trouble. Without wasting another second, the two of them sprinted down the corridor, rushing to find their friend. When they finally reached the training yard, they found Woden slightly injured but standing tall. Around him were several boys he had clearly taken down on his own. He was bruised, breathing heavily, but victorious. Quinn blinked. Woden took down all these guys alone? Quinn stood, frozen, staring at the bodies on the ground and the blood everywhere. Peter, clearly shaken, turned to Woden and asked if he had defeated all of them alone. Woden stood silently, his face and shirt soaked in blood. Without a word, he turned and walked away, as if this was just part of his daily cardio. Quinn quickly stepped forward and asked if those people had attacked because of him and Peter, but Woden, still walking away like a budget action hero, tossed back a cold reply, basically saying, "Stay away unless you enjoy surprise funerals." Just then, Layla noticed him and gasped in shock. She pointed out the heavy bleeding and urged him to go to the infirmary. Woden paused, glanced at her like she was background scenery, and then kept walking. Because apparently, dramatic silence burns more calories than conversation. Unable to hold back, Peter ran after him and called out, asking where he was going. Woden replied in a low voice, asking not to be bothered again. A little later, the three of them were seen walking together, chatting as they moved along. Layla questioned Woden's sudden change in behavior, wondering if something had happened earlier. Peter admitted he had no idea either. One moment Woden had agreed to practice combat with him, and the next a group of upperclassmen dragged him off like he owed them lunch money. Peter went to fetch Quinn, and when he came back, Woden looked like he'd aged 10 years, discovered the meaning of life, and possibly committed 3 war crimes, all in under an hour. Quinn thought to himself, considering if the upperclassmen might have said something that provoked him. As the conversation shifted, Peter turned to Quinn and casually pointed at the girl walking beside him like he was trying to solve a mystery on a reality show and asked who the new contestant was. Layla, smiling like they were lifelong soulmates in a rom-com, suddenly grabbed Quinn's hand. Caught off guard, Quinn scrambled to explain that he'd just bumped into her, and apparently she came with a free trial of unlimited enthusiasm. Before he could finish, Layla cheerfully added that she had only asked Quinn if he wanted to eat together, and even invited Peter to join. Watching their little hand-holding moment, Peter immediately connected the dots, probably the wrong ones, but he connected them. He shot Quinn a wink that screamed, "I get it, lover boy," then bolted off with the excuse of looking for Woden, tossing in a have fun lovebirds level goodbye on his way out. Quinn tried to stop him, but Peter was already gone. Quinn turned to Layla, asking why she was being so sudden. With a sweet smile that somehow felt mildly threatening, she told him not to worry. She had lots of questions, and she'd much rather interrogate him without any witnesses around. She then insisted on treating him to a meal. Quinn, clearly panicking like he'd just remembered an imaginary deadline, mumbled something about having important things to do, but Layla, completely unfazed, declared that nothing, not even world-ending emergencies, outranked food. Soon after, they arrived at the infirmary. Quinn asked if it was really okay. Layla assured him and encouraged him not to be shy. She stretched her shoulder with all the flair of someone warming up for the Olympics, then casually told Quinn to be gentle. Seeing her movements, Quinn asked what she was doing. Layla, slightly annoyed, reminded him, like a teacher scolding a repeat offender, that this was exactly how he'd bitten her yesterday. Quinn quickly tried to explain himself, saying he wasn't in his right mind at the time. He had fainted from hunger. Biting someone while fully conscious was just unhygienic and, frankly, beneath his dignity. Layla, now annoyed, asked if he was calling her dirty. Quinn denied it, explaining he might not have brushed properly and didn't want her wound to get infected. Layla instructed him to pierce the vein gently. Quinn told her to stay still, assuring her it would be quick as he was also still learning. After finishing the process, he exhaled like he'd just defused a bomb, and proudly informed her that it finally worked miraculously, without anything catching fire this time. Layla, thoroughly unimpressed, said he might as well have skipped the theatrics and just bitten her straight away. Would have saved time and everyone's patience. Quinn insisted this method was totally different, more efficient, more civilized, and most importantly, it let him save some blood for emergencies, like a weird vampire first aid kit. Layla raised an eyebrow and commented that, for someone who bites people, he was surprisingly meticulous. Like a vampire with a spreadsheet, he replied that it was the sacred wisdom of the poor. When you're broke, even blood gets budgeted. Layla then suggested that if he was short on money, he could sell the ability book. An unregistered one should be enough to keep him fed and clothed for half his life. Quinn pulled off his mask and explained that he had tried, but the book vanished the moment he opened it, straight up Houdini'd itself into his body. Now, it was part of him, and honestly, he wasn't sure if she was ready to hear just how weird that sounded out loud. Layla was stunned, like cartoon double take stunned, to hear it had merged with him. She honestly didn't know what was more surprising, that it was possible, or that Quinn somehow made it happen without blowing himself up. Then, shifting into a serious tone, she said there were still many secrets about supernatural powers, and it was still unclear how the original users turned their abilities into books. Perhaps even the vampires in ancient legends were ability users like Quinn. Suddenly, buzzing with excitement, Layla told Quinn that if he kept leveling up his weird new power, he could totally become a real vampire, fangs, drama, and all. She looked way too convinced, like she'd already picked out his cape. Quinn gave a roll with it, even if it meant accidentally becoming Dracula on a budget. Just then, a system window appeared in front of him, displaying Layla's blood type A+, and her ability Mind Power. Quinn drank her blood, and Layla, watching him like a chef awaiting a food critic's review, casually asked how it tasted, like she'd just served him a fancy dish instead of her literal bloodstream. Quinn figured that drawing this small amount of blood wouldn't do her any harm, nothing a snack and a nap couldn't fix. Now he just had to find a place to store the rest without accidentally starting a horror movie in his backpack. After drinking, he smiled and said it tasted sweet, like he'd just sampled a fine wine instead of casually sipping on someone's bloodstream. Layla lit up with excitement. Quinn, deep in thought, realized the blood was surprisingly tasty. No metallic tang, just smooth and weirdly satisfying. He wasn't sure if his taste buds had evolved or if he just needed to start questioning his life choices. Another system notification appeared. It stated that his health was full, so the blood couldn't increase his attributes and had already been consumed. Quinn finally got it. Blood was basically a magical energy drink, and depending on who he drank from, he might just unlock bonus stats like he was looting humans for upgrades. Looking back on the guys from before, Quinn felt a pang of regret. He'd let all that perfectly good blood go to waste like an amateur. It was a rookie mistake, but next time, he'd come prepared with a straw and a plan. Noticing Quinn's suspiciously creepy grin, the kind that usually comes right before a bad idea, Layla figured he'd just made some kind of weird, probably dangerous discovery. Quinn, slightly flustered like he'd just been caught daydreaming about world domination, nodded and thanked her. He said he finally had a new direction, hopefully one that didn't involve biting more people in public. Excited, he grabbed her hand and said they should go to the library again. Layla, surprised, reminded him that he had eaten, but she hadn't yet. Quinn suggested they grab a bite first, casually throwing in that her fasting blood sugar was a bit high, like a vampire with a side gig as a dietitian. Layla was surprised he could tell that. He laughed and said he was just kidding. Unbeknownst to them, someone was secretly watching from the infirmary, clearly taking the role of creepy background observer way too seriously. It was Woden, expertly hidden like a drama-loving ninja, silently watching them leave, probably judging everything and mentally writing a report no one asked for. He muttered to himself, wondering if they'd already forgotten about him. How rude. Then, with the intensity of someone guarding the last slice of pizza, he declared that Quinn was his and no one was allowed to mess with him. Back in his room, Woden sat silently on his bed like he was waiting for a plot twist. A voice echoed around him, full of judgment, claiming Quinn screamed trouble from 10 miles away. It demanded to know why Woden was getting involved with someone like that, warning that the little guy was basically a walking disaster magnet and someone was bound to get hurt. Probably Woden's sanity. With a serious expression, Woden responded firmly. He admitted the voice had gone too far and said that, to be honest, he didn't care if Quinn hurt the little guy's feelings. Still, that didn't mean Quinn wasn't allowed to talk to other people. The voice snapped back, with a dramatic warning, making it crystal clear. If Woden laid so much as a finger on them, there'd be zero forgiveness and a full package of consequences, express delivered. It ended with the classic villain move, just wait and see. Just then, Peter walked into the house and froze. There were voices. Confused, he glanced around and muttered to himself, wondering if Woden was back early and also who exactly he was in the middle of arguing with, hopefully not his furniture again. Inside the room, Woden raised his voice again, assuring the unknown presence that he would never let what happened before happen again. Peter cautiously approached and asked if the little heart-to-heart was done, silently praying he hadn't just barged in on Woden's solo episode of Arguing with Invisible People Deluxe Edition. Woden flinched when he saw Peter, forcing a shaky smile like someone caught doing something deeply weird. Clearly flustered, he insisted he wasn't talking to anyone, just practicing his dramatic monologue for no reason. Peter gave him a look and said he wasn't crazy. There were voices, loud and clear, unless Woden had started narrating arguments in surround sound. Trying to brush it off, Woden gave a suspiciously cheerful smile, patted Peter's shoulder like a politician dodging questions, and said he was probably just sleep-talking, with feeling. Then, like a true master of distraction, he suggested they go eat something instead. As the two of them left, Woden explained that he was starving. Those punks had delayed his lunch so much that it was turning into dinner. Peter, still concerned, asked what exactly those people had done to him, noticing something odd about Woden's behavior. Woden laughed it off, saying they couldn't possibly do anything to him. He called them trash and admitted they had only affected his mood a little, but he assured Peter he had already adjusted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Quinn thanked Layla for the day. Layla gave a slight bow, all formal and dramatic, and said it was her honor, like Quinn had just knighted her or something, then cheerfully added that she'd see him tomorrow. As if they didn't just have a completely bizarre day. Quinn smiled and gave a casual goodbye, but inside he was thinking that calling him master was a bit much. This wasn't an anime, and he definitely didn't own a castle. Later that evening, Quinn returned home, calling out as he stepped inside. He found Peter and Woden already there. Peter was busy fiddling with his supernatural powers like a kid trying to make a toy light up. Just then, something actually worked, and Peter celebrated like he'd just won the lottery on beginner mode. Woden praised Peter, clearly pleased with his progress. Quinn, genuinely impressed, asked if Peter had actually mastered a supernatural power, or if he just got lucky pressing the right cosmic button. Peter beamed with excitement and confirmed it like a kid showing off a new toy. He finally had an ability, and he was definitely ready to break something with it. Woden pointed out one drawback, that carrying around a ball of mud might look a bit strange. Approaching Peter, he demonstrated a more efficient way to handle the power, suggesting a method that wouldn't require digging each time. Peter was wide-eyed with amazement, throwing compliments at Woden like confetti. He even compared him to a level 5 ability user, as if Woden had just unlocked boss mode in real life. Woden brushed it off, saying Peter could do it too, it just needed practice. Quinn then asked Woden if he was doing okay, mentioning how both he and Peter had been worried. Woden confessed he could be a bit too easily influenced, like a mood swing antenna, but told Quinn not to worry, he was fine, totally stable-ish, and they'd both get used to the weirdness sooner or later. Quinn tried to dig deeper, saying that wasn't what he really meant. But before he could get dramatic, Peter derailed the conversation like a pro. He suddenly asked if Quinn was in a relationship. Woden burst out laughing, clearly enjoying the unexpected gossip hour. Peter kept going, mentioning the girl from earlier that afternoon, the one who looked suspiciously glued to Quinn's side. Woden jumped on the teasing train, grinning as he called Quinn a sneaky little rascal for hiding a whole girlfriend like it was a state secret. Quinn, clearly panicking, started denying it like his reputation was on trial until he remembered that painfully dramatic master moment. His face went red instantly, scrambling to recover. He clarified that they were just classmates, nothing weird. He had only been asking her for advice on beast gear weapons, not signing up for a fantasy romance subplot. Peter, satisfied with the answer, confirmed whether Quinn had chosen to join the beast gear group. Confused, Quinn asked what that was. Peter explained that it was part of the combat practice class. Students were divided into two groups, the unarmed group and the beast gear group. Depending on personal preference, students could choose to fight with or without weapons. Without supernatural abilities, unarmed combat relied on physical fitness, while the beast gear group focused on weapon usage and techniques. Woden chimed in, saying that with the right weapon and a bit of brain power, even a low-level nobody could take down someone way stronger. Basically turning strategy into a legal cheat code, Peter admitted that, judging by his current level, he was probably destined for the unarmed group. Basically the please don't hit me moo hard division. He just hoped his opponent had mercy and not a grudge. Woden, smiling, offered to join the unarmed group too, so they could look out for each other. Peter pointed out that would leave Quinn alone. With a teasing grin, Woden said that Quinn's lady friend could probably look after him, maybe even bring snacks and emotional support while she was at it. Quinn reassured them both that he'd be fine. He thought to himself that, so far, no one had any clue about his actual ability, and he really needed to find the right moment to spill the beans. Still, those beast gear weapons were looking pretty tempting, possibly cooler than his secret, which was a bit of a confidence crisis. Soon after, all the students gathered in a large hall. The instructor addressed them, explaining that their first task was to choose a weapon. Without supernatural powers, weapons would be their only form of defense. Among the crowd, one boy joked that the unarmed group was probably getting the same pep talk, except theirs came with the uplifting message of, "And try not to catch a fist with your face." Another student sarcastically questioned what would happen if they lost their weapons too. Out of nowhere, a sharp object sliced through the air between them like someone had just rage thrown a flying knife in slow-mo. Definitely not part of the orientation slideshow. An instructor appeared out of thin air, soared suddenly at their throats like a dramatic ninja with tenure, and casually declared that in situations like this, they might as well just die. This was Leo, the beast gear weapons instructor. The two students immediately fell silent, visibly nervous. Meanwhile, Layla asked Quinn if his two roommates hadn't come with him. Quinn replied that they had gone to the unarmed group. Layla smiled, clearly pleased, and said that meant the two of them could finally be together. No interruptions, no witnesses, just pure chaos and bonding time. But then her expression changed as her gaze fell on another girl. She seemed annoyed by her presence. Quinn asked who she was referring to. He glanced at the girl and instantly recognized her, Aileen. The classmate who had casually wiped the floor with Layla last time. He couldn't help but be surprised that someone already built like a final boss was now browsing beast gear like she needed more power. Layla, determined, said that if she faced Aileen again, she definitely wouldn't lose. Instructor Leo called everyone to attention, instructing them to now choose their weapons. Each student was allowed only one, and he reminded them to carefully evaluate factors such as weight, strength, and attack range to find the most suitable match. The students began selecting weapons one by one. Quinn browsed the weapon racks like a kid in a candy store, silently appreciating how ridiculously useful his skill was. It let him see exactly how each weapon would boost his stats, basically turning shopping into a cheat code. Quinn's eyes fell on a pair of gauntlets. The system immediately identified them as black horny gauntlets, blood edge compatible, offering a 5% increase in blood edge's damage. Realizing the weapon would boost his stats and supercharge his attack skill, Quinn knew he'd basically found the holy grail of punchy things. Without a second thought, he grabbed the gauntlets like he'd just claimed his destiny, or at least his new favorite accessories. Just then, an instructor appeared behind him like a judgmental NPC and politely suggested he pick something a bit easier to handle, preferably not something that screamed accidental self-injury. Startled, Quinn asked why. The instructor explained, like someone trying to stop a rookie from punching a lawnmower, that while gauntlets were sturdy and gave a bit of defense, their teeny tiny range meant Quinn would basically have to hug anyone with a sword just to land a hit. Quinn gave a confident nod, fully aware it was risky but insisted on trying anyway. Because sometimes, the best way to learn is by recklessly committing to close-range chaos. As the instructor walked away, he muttered under his breath that it was a weird choice, like someone willingly picking hard mode just for the bragging rights. Soon after, he called all students to gather, asking who would volunteer for the first sparring match. Aline was the first to step forward. Her appearance set off a buzz of whispers. Some were starstruck that the goddess was going first, while others, clearly delusional, joked about using this golden opportunity to win her heart, or at least earn a stylish injury they'd brag about later. One student leaned in like he was sharing top secret intel, warning the other that she was a level 5 user, and unless he had a death wish or a really good hospital plan, picking a fight would be pure insanity. A third student chimed in with starry eyes, claiming that getting smacked by her would be an honor. As Aline stepped forward, the instructor barely got out half a sentence, asking who'd fight her when a sea of hands shot up and voices screamed, "Volunteer!" Like it was a contest to win front row seats to a concert where the main act might punch them. But the instructor, unfazed by the chaos, pointed at a large-built student and told him to step forward, crushing the dreams of at least 20 hopeful volunteers in the process. The big guy acknowledged Aline by name, clearly aware of her freshman fame, though judging by her size, he still seemed convinced she'd fold faster than a cheap lawn chair. Aline said nothing, simply raised her sword. As the big guy charged like a runaway bull, she casually ducked, ghosted behind him, and rested her sword at his neck like she was politely asking if he preferred his defeat medium or well done. He stopped in his tracks, the cold touch of the blade on his neck making it clear he never stood a chance, and without hesitation he admitted defeat. Observing her fluid movements, Quinn noted the way Aline operated, every action purposeful, refined, and calculated. There was no hesitation, only precision. Layla crossed her arms, puffed her cheeks like an offended squirrel, and scoffed that she could knock out someone at that level in her sleep, preferably without even getting out of bed. The instructor praised the demonstration and told the students to check their wristbands, which would now pair them with opponents of similar strength. Quinn looked at his wristband and saw he'd been matched with a level 3 ability user. He wondered if he was already capable of handling someone at that level. A nearby student caught sight of Faye's matchup and snickered, joking that at this rate his next opponent might be a toddler, or worse, someone who couldn't even power a flashlight. Faye, clearly irritated, waved it off and grumbled that the system must have glitched, because there's no way someone of his caliber was getting economy class opponents. Another student chuckled, pointing out that both he and Lupe had been matched with level 3 users, and casually suggested that Faye do some soul searching. Frustrated, Faye stormed off, pushing past the others while the students teased him about how quickly he should win. As Faye stepped onto the battlefield, he glanced toward Quinn and told the students in front of him to move aside. Quinn, calm on the outside but twitching internally, realized this guy had already written him off like background furniture. He equipped his gauntlets and prepared to fight. Around them, others whispered and laughed, mocking Quinn for being in combat class without a supernatural power. Some expressed relief they hadn't been matched with him, afraid they might accidentally hurt him. Layla, visibly worried, looked at Quinn with concern, clearly questioning whether he could handle a level 3 opponent without getting completely wrecked. Quinn assured her that it wouldn't be a big problem. Some students muttered that Quinn was basically signing up for a live demo on how not to fight. Others joked that bringing gauntlets to a sword fight was like showing up to a gunfight with a spoon bolt, but tragically stupid. Quinn glanced at his system window and figured this was the moment he'd been waiting for. The daily quests were fine for baby steps, but if he wanted to sprint toward progress, this fight was his shot. Quinn and Faye moved to the center, facing off as they settled into their stances. Quinn casually declared the match had started, as if he were introducing a cooking show. Faye, wasting no time, lunged forward like a rocket-powered broomstick with his spear, only for Quinn to sidestep it like he was avoiding a flying pigeon. Faye acknowledged Quinn's agility, but pointed out that the spear's strength lay in its slashing power. He followed with a powerful slash. Layla and the watching students gasped. But Quinn had already intercepted the spear mid-swing with his gauntlets, casually gripping it like he was snatching a snack off a buffet table. Calm and smiling, he mentally complimented the gauntlets for their top-tier defense, definitely worth the drama. Faye, surprised, yelled at him to let go. Quinn smirked, clearly enjoying himself as he charged his gauntlets with dark energy. A swirling black orb formed in his hand, ominous, flashy, and just a little overkill. With the flair of someone returning an unwanted gift, he flung it straight at Faye like he was saying, "Here, take it back," with interest. The players stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide, as Quinn casually caught Faye's attack. Murmurs spread like wildfire, some insisting they were hallucinating from lack of sleep. Others whispering that the universe itself had glitched. It felt less like a fight and more like a comedy sketch, where the weakest character suddenly stole the spotlight. Whispers spread, questioning whether their eyes had deceived them. They were certain they had just witnessed him grab Faye's weapon and shatter it with his bare hands. Layla, on the other hand, was practically glowing with relief, her eyes glued to Quinn like he had just turned into her personal superhero. Every ounce of worry melted off her face, replaced by the kind of joy usually reserved for lottery winners or people finding fries at the bottom of the bag. The fight kicked back into motion and Quinn moved like a blur. One sharp kick later, Faye was launched across the arena. Soaring so far, it looked less like combat and more like Quinn had signed him up for an unplanned flight test. Faye rolled and skidded until his body slid past the boundary line, crashing to the ground in a heap. Blood dripped from his nose as he hacked and wheezed. Frustration welled inside him, and his irritation turned into fury as he swore at Quinn for enraging him. Before Faye could so much as wobble back onto his feet, Instructor Leo marched in and shut the show down, declaring the fight over. Quinn was promptly crowned the winner, while Faye was left looking like the guy who paid full price for a rigged carnival game. Faye's fury burst out like a toddler denied candy, raged at Leo, insisting the win didn't count and blaming everything on his weapon, as if a faulty sword had tripped him and shoved him out of the arena. Leo brushed off Faye's excuse with the kind of patience usually reserved for teachers who've heard the dog ate my homework for the 1,000th time. He flatly reminded him that every weapon had gone through stricter testing than a rocket launch, so blaming the sword was about as convincing as blaming gravity for tripping. The truth stung worse than the fall. Quinn had just been better, handling the same weapon like a pro, while Faye flailed around like he was auditioning for a comedy act. Faye's companions added to the uproar, shouting their disbelief. They insisted the weapon had broken far too easily, and accused Quinn of using underhanded tricks, yet Leo's patience snapped like a cheap ruler. With a booming voice that could have doubled as a fire alarm, he shut down the noise in an instant. He made it clear that cheating under his watch was about as likely as smuggling an elephant into the arena unnoticed. The players froze, jaws dropping, the sudden silence spreading through them like a contagious glitch nobody had expected, the calm instructor to erupt louder than the fight itself. Layla hurried over to Quinn, her face glowing with relief. A bright smile spread as she praised his performance, openly admitting that all her earlier worry now seemed completely pointless. Like bringing an umbrella on a sunny day, only to watch him kick storms out of the sky with ease. Quinn responded calmly, noting that the weapon in his hands suited him well. Around them, other students whispered once again. They could not believe what they had seen. A level 3 ability user had just lost to someone with no ability at all. Suspicion filled their voices as they muttered about his background, questioning whether his family had special influence or if he had faked his level. Their skepticism lingered, but some chose to ignore it and move on to their own matches. Layla's sudden closeness to Quinn didn't go unnoticed. Faye's friends, now simmering like teapots about to whistle, locked their glares on the pair with open hostility, as if Quinn had just stolen not only the fight, but also their lunch money and favorite girl in one smooth move. Noticing the change in the atmosphere, Layla leaned toward Quinn and whispered cautiously that he had likely made new enemies. More and more people were growing unhappy with him. Quinn dismissed their discontent with indifference, only remarking that it felt like a waste. On the far side of the arena, hushed whispers spread quickly, each retelling worse than the last. By the time it made 3 rounds, Faye's defeat had been reduced to nothing more than a dramatic nosebleed, making him sound less like a warrior and more like a student who lost a fight with allergy-seasoned Quinn's eyes. Sharpened with an intense stare, Layla suddenly realized the cause. She noticed his hunger and quickly shifted her expression into something teasing and playful. With a soft laugh, she offered to feed him whatever he wanted after the match ended. Her mischievous tone left Quinn embarrassed, his face turning red as he muttered awkwardly in response. Before the moment lingered too long, a small Vampian messenger rushed to him with a notification from the system. It revealed that he had successfully defeated his opponent and completed the mission, granting him 60 experience points. A high-level challenge had been cleared, earning him an additional 60 points. A new skill had been unlocked, Blood Bank. With this, his experience points had filled completely, allowing him to level up automatically to level 3, with stamina increasing by 1. Quinn felt a wave of relief wash over him. The worry he once carried about storing blood now seemed laughable, as if he'd been stressing over fridge space. With the skill unlocked, it was like his body had just been upgraded with premium health insurance, minus the paperwork. Meanwhile, Instructor Leo checked over Quinn's stats and nearly did a double take. The boy had no supernatural power at all, yet somehow fought like he'd swallowed a training manual and sprinkled it with miracles. Leo's intrigue grew, filing Quinn Talon under the category of definitely not normal, but worth keeping an eye on. An hour later, Leo called the students back together, instructing them to take a short break before the next activity. The upcoming practice would involve 2-person team combat. The players responded in unison. Acknowledging his command, Quinn turned to Layla, remarking on how easily she had handled her own match. Layla, brimming with confidence, insisted she had nothing to fear when wielding beast gear weapons. With that same boldness, she offered a partnership for the next practice, and Quinn, without a hint of protest, agreed as if the decision had already been made for him. Nearby, Faye's friend leaned close to him and whispered a plan. At a short distance, a white-haired boy raised his voice just enough to draw attention, mockingly hailing Quinn and Layla as the Academy's latest big stars. With a smirk, he suggested they put on another dazzling performance, hinting that the team battle would be the perfect stage for it. Layla responded with a sharp edge, recognizing him as a sore loser. Faye quickly interjected, brushing aside the insult and claiming that he had merely underestimated Quinn earlier without using his full strength. This time, he suggested adding a wager. If his team won, they would ask for nothing, but if they lost, they would each compensate with 10 credits. Layla turned to Quinn for his opinion. Quinn found the terms reasonable and agreed without hesitation. The boy smirked and confirmed the deal, announcing it loudly and asking Instructor Leo for permission to begin first. Leo allowed it. As they got ready, Layla's nerves began to prickle, and she shared her suspicion with Quinn. She felt their opponents weren't just here to fight, but plotting something sneaky on the side. Quinn, however, looked like someone who had accidentally walked into an exam he hadn't studied for, which didn't exactly help her confidence. Quinn agreed, believing they only wanted to save Faze. He advised that they needed to remain cautious. Their opponents signaled readiness, eager for the fight to begin. From the sidelines, the other players jeered at Faye like an audience watching their favorite clown stumble into the ring again. They joked that he was back for an encore performance and placed bets on whether he'd collapse in 5 minutes or trip over his own ego even sooner. They sneered at the presence of a girl, warning him not to claim later that he had gone easy on her if he lost again. Faye's anger boiled as he barked at them to be silent. Quinn, meanwhile, had his eyes on the true treasure. Credits were fine, but experience points were the real currency of survival. Even if the opponents ran off without paying, he wasn't about to pass up free XP. After all, levels never argued about overdue payments, yet something about their preparation struck him as strange. He noticed that the one with the broccoli-like hair carried only a shield with no offensive weapon. Quinn glanced at Layla and couldn't help noticing that their opponents were clearly itching for close combat. Their posture screamed group discount beating, and it looked like Layla was the unlucky item on sale. Layla accepted the challenge with determination. Quinn strategized quickly, telling her to keep the shield bearer busy while he handled the other one first. Instructor Leo stepped forward and barked for the fight to start. Both teams puffed up their chests and struck poses like they were auditioning for a superhero poster before finally charging in as if late for a free buffet. Faye lunged at Quinn immediately, snarling that this time he would not escape. Quinn blocked his attack, bracing for the impact. On the other side, Layla engaged Faye's subordinate directly, declaring that she would not allow him to get close for a sneak attack on Quinn. The white-haired boy gave a mocking laugh, admitting that she had seen through his plan too quickly. He pretended carelessness, admitting he had acted too hastily. Layla grew suspicious as she watched him. His behavior was strange. He neither tried to approach Quinn nor launched any attacks of his own. The scene shifted back to Quinn and Faye's battle. Quinn grew cautious, sensing that something had changed. Faye had shifted his stance, preparing for something different. Then, at the decisive moment, the white-haired boy shouted a signal to Faye, declaring it was time. With that, he raised his fingers and unleashed his supernatural ability. Bone bullets shot forward from his hand, hurtling across the arena. Layla's eyes widened in shock, the kind you get when the quiet kid suddenly flips a table and reveals he's been hiding a bazooka the whole time. His power was out in the open, now loud and undeniable. The white-haired fighter extended his finger, firing a bullet-like strike. Layla instantly warned Quinn, but Faye took advantage of Quinn's momentary distraction and drove a sword straight into his stomach. Faye, with the innocence of a cat sitting beside a broken vase, pretended he hadn't expected Quinn to miss the dodge. He layered on the act, mocking him for being careless, as if he hadn't just tripped over his own pride 5 minutes earlier. Quinn's eyes burned with rage as he accused Faye of cheating. Layla snapped her attention to the white-haired fighter, pointing out that he had conveniently forgotten their little no-powers agreement. It was less a reminder and more like catching someone sneaking extra cards in a poker game while still losing. The white-haired fighter threw his hands up in exaggerated protest, swearing he wasn't cheating. According to him, it wasn't supernatural power at all, just a humble bone being swung around like a club. He even whined that expecting him to battle with only a shield was basically asking him to perform slapstick comedy. Instructor Leo finally lost it, barking at the white-haired fighter to drop the shield and leave his class at once. His tone made it clear he wasn't running a circus act. Once again, pretending to misunderstand, the man reluctantly agreed, still acting pitiful. Around them, murmurs spread among the watching students. Many whispered that Faye's move had gone too far, reminding one another that this was just a training session. Others agreed that, as a high leveler, Faye's use of dirty tricks was shameful. But a few insisted that real combat was no different, and one could never expect opponents to play by the rules. Amid the tension, Layla dashed over to Quinn, fussing like a worried nurse, asking if he was hurt. Quinn gritted his teeth, pulled the sword out of his chest, and let out a chilling laugh. He told Faye that if this was his plan, then he was ready to follow along. Faye's expression twisted as he realized Quinn's sheer madness, mentally labeling him a completely unhinged opponent, the kind of guy who made even chaos look organized. Quinn's smirk deepened, his aura dark and unsettling, like a villain from a bad action movie, ready to hand Faye a full serving of chaos with a side of dramatic flair. Negative magic surged from his body and engulfed Faye. Faye's body quivered violently, his limbs stiff with tension, every instinct screamed that something was off. Yet he clung to the thought that Quinn was only a level 1. He repeated it like a mantra, desperately trying to calm the storm of panic rising inside him. But each time he did, his nerves betrayed him further, making it clear that reasoning had no place against pure, unsettling madness. But Quinn unleashed his strength without restraint. Charging forward, he slammed his fist into the ground. The earth split apart under the force, leaving Faye stunned. Instructor Leo immediately stepped in, declaring that the match was over. In his mind, he realized with alarm that Quinn's intent was not simple training. The boy truly wanted to kill. Quinn's face contorted in frustrated disbelief, his irritation evident. Despite all his effort, he had failed to eliminate the one he despised most, and the sting of that failure hung heavily over him. Layla rushed to his side in panic, pointing out the blood pouring from his wounds and begging him not to move. An urgent call went out for medical staff announcing that a student was badly injured and needed treatment. Leo turned to Faye's team and made his judgment. He told them they were no longer welcome in his class. Rule breakers had no place here. Whispers rippled across the room once again, bouncing from one stunned student to another. Many struggled to process what they had just witnessed, completely dumbfounded by Quinn's lightning-fast speed and the sheer precision of his actions. Others muttered among themselves, convinced that no ordinary fighter lacking supernatural power could possibly move with such speed and precision, speculating that Quinn must have recently awakened some hidden ability. The medical team hurried over, asking who the injured one was. Layla quickly pointed them toward Quinn. Around them, students continued whispering in astonishment, their disbelief growing with each recounting of Quinn's movements. Many compared his speed to that of a fully awakened fighter, struggling to reconcile what they had just witnessed. Amid the crowd, a blonde girl watched intently, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration for Quinn's surprising performance. At last, Instructor Leo dismissed the class. Yet, in his thoughts, he lingered on Quinn. He found himself increasingly puzzled by Quinn Talon, having never witnessed anyone wield the Blackhorn gauntlets with such devastating strength and flawless technique. Each movement was precise, each strike packed power, leaving no doubt that Quinn was hiding something extraordinary beneath his calm exterior. At the hospital, the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Quinn, confirming that his injuries were minor and required nothing more than rest in bed. Satisfied with the assessment, Layla thanked the doctor and proceeded down the quiet corridor toward Quinn's cabin. Inside, Quinn initiated the conversation. Layla mentioned that Dr. Vector hadn't found anything unusual. She explained that the staff seemed swamped with work and had no time to investigate how his wounds had healed so quickly. According to the doctor, Instructor Leo had overreacted, since Quinn only had superficial wounds. Hearing this, Quinn felt relieved. He admitted that it was thanks to his blood that he had been able to recover so quickly. Layla reminded him not to be so reckless again, confessing that she had been afraid during the fight. Quinn admitted he had been too impulsive. He also acknowledged that it was fortunate Instructor Leo had stopped him, since if things had escalated, he probably wouldn't have been able to hide his secret. Layla told him to get some rest and offered to take his clothes for washing. Quinn quickly refused, insisting he could wash them himself. She reminded him that it would be impossible to wash out so much blood. Quinn hesitated, embarrassed, as he pointed out that his underwear was in the pile. At that moment, Peter and Woden arrived in a rush to see Quinn. Layla stepped out of the room just as they reached the hallway. Recognizing them as Quinn's roommates, she told them Quinn was in room 2. Peter pressed for more details, and Layla patiently explained the doctor's assessment. She reassured him that Quinn's injuries were minor, nothing that required urgent treatment, and that with proper rest he would be back to full strength soon. Woden's eyes locked onto the clothes Layla carried, stained heavily with blood. His face darkened with anger, and his voice rose as he shouted that something serious had clearly occurred. Turning to Peter, he reminded him sharply that he had warned them from the start to keep a close watch on Quinn, his frustration barely contained. His anger continued to burn hotter, a shadowy intensity in his gaze, as he argued that their priority should not be idle complaints or regrets, but finding the perfect moment to strike and eliminate those responsible. Patience snapped, his voice sharp as he told him to stop spouting nonsense. He reminded him firmly that the little guy would never tolerate such reckless talk, making it clear that caution was necessary. Layla froze in fear, asking whom he was talking to. Peter, unnerved, asked Woden if he was okay, but Woden's eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury as he barked for everyone to be silent. His rage reached a boiling point, and in a swift, violent motion, he seized Layla by the neck. Layla struggled to speak through the pain, insisting she had done nothing. Peter grabbed Woden's arm, pleading with him to calm down. He suggested they settle things with words, though it felt a bit like telling a volcano to take a deep breath. But Woden's fury burst out like a broken fire hydrant, yelling for him to shut up and insisting that name never be spoken again. Layla used her superpowers and, by using a surgical knife, stabbed Woden's leg, broke free, and stumbled back, coughing like she'd just tried to inhale a chili pepper. Between coughs, she wheezed that he had officially crossed the line. Then, still gasping her breath, she warned him not to twitch unless he wanted his skull to end up looking like a donut. Peter desperately tried to play peacemaker, reminding Woden that Layla is Quinn's friend too, and that blaming her made about as much sense as suing your Wi-Fi router because Netflix was lagging. Woden, lost in conflict, muttered that he had to teach this brat a lesson today, like some anime villain who'd finally snapped after losing his last packet of instant ramen. Then he hesitated, admitting Peter was right, remembering Quinn had mentioned her too. Realizing the girl was innocent, he dropped the villain act and decided to talk, like an anime boss who suddenly skips the fight and goes straight to the emotional backstory episode. Layla grew uneasy, wondering who exactly he was talking to. Woden faced her with a reluctant apology, confessing he'd been too hasty and insisting he only wanted answers about what happened to Quinn. Layla refused to answer, telling him Quinn was in the sick ward and that he should ask him directly if he wanted to know anything. She gave Peter a deadly glare, called him Four Eyes like some rejected anime side character, and tossed in a sharp reminder before marching off like she'd just won the Argument Olympics. Peter scrambled to apologize for Woden's behavior, swearing he wasn't usually this unhinged. Layla shrugged it off like someone skipping ads on YouTube and vanished dramatically. Peter then asked Woden if he was okay, noticing how strangely he was acting. Woden waved off Peter's concern like a man pretending he hadn't just rage texted his ex at 3 a.m. He muttered to himself, grumbling that Layla had slipped away faster than free Wi-Fi at a coffee shop. Maybe she was lying, maybe she wasn't, who knew? Then he thought maybe they should just ask Quinn first, but immediately another voice in his head barged in like a toxic gamer on voice chat screaming for revenge. It even suggested setting up a little accident for Layla on her way back, like slipping a banana peel Mario Kart style. The other side of him protested, reminding him she was Quinn's friend, but he dismissed that as meaningless, saying he simply did not like her. The darker voice agreed, saying it felt the same. Watching Woden argue with himself like two unhinged podcast hosts, Peter grew more confused and afraid. He couldn't tell if Woden was plotting revenge, rehearsing for a soap opera, or just desperately in need of Wi-Fi and sleep. When Woden noticed his expression and asked what was wrong, Peter, filled with fear, denied anything was amiss. The scene shifted to Faye and his friend as they descended the stairs. Faye's friend grumbled that it wasn't even a big deal, yet they still got kicked out of class. He waved off their opponent entirely, scoffing that fighting a level 1 guy was like arguing with a tutorial NPC, completely pointless and destined to be irrelevant later anyway. Faye replied bitterly that if they had won, it would have been fine, but since they lost, it was all his friend's fault for coming up with the idea. He groaned that now they had completely lost face. His friend, irritated, smacked Faye hard on the neck and demanded to know if he had some kind of problem. He sneered, pointing out the massive gap between their abilities like comparing a smartphone to a brick phone that only plays Snake. Faye, frightened, quickly explained that he did not mean it like that. His friend told him to stop complaining, then suggested they find that kid tonight. He declared that if they did not teach him a lesson, others would see them as pushovers. He began to leave, but Faye called out for him to wait. The scene shifted again as Quinn explained to Woden and Peter about his accident and what Faye and his friend had done to him. Woden's fury boiled over, outraged they could act so smug. He swore he'd settle the score with them, like a gamer vowing revenge after losing to someone spamming cheap moves. Quinn calmed him, reminding him that Instructor Leo had already kicked them out of class, so it likely would not happen again. Peter agreed, acknowledging the truth in Quinn's words. Woden then suggested they take the next class together so they could look out for one another, but Quinn reminded him he couldn't babysit them forever. In the end, they had to rely on themselves, like Pokemon, who eventually have to fight without their trainer yelling, "Use tackle," every 5 seconds. Luckily, this class had been perfect for him, helping him master all kinds of new tricks. Peter also admitted that he had learned a lot in the unarmed group's class. Quinn then noticed something unusual and pointed out the mark on Woden's leg. Woden laughed awkwardly, turning away as he prepared to leave. He brushed it off as a small mark from training, telling him not to worry. He excused himself, saying he needed to hit the restroom since he had been holding it in. Peter leaned close to Quinn and whispered that Woden had been acting weird lately, like anime villain having a midlife crisis. Weird. He explained that Woden's mood swung faster than a TikTok trend, and half the time the guy was holding full-on conversations with himself. Quinn, tense, asked if this was happening again. Peter confirmed it was and revealed that Woden had gotten emotional earlier while worrying about Quinn, which led to his conflict with Layla. That was how he got his leg injured, by her. Quinn immediately pieced it together, muttering Layla's name like he was solving a Scooby-Doo mystery. When Peter assured him she was fine, just a little rattled, Quinn let out a big sigh of relief. Deciding Woden was already one bad day away from full anime villain monologue mode, he chose to play dumb for now and not poke the bear. Peter admitted he still did not understand why Woden was acting this way, wondering if it could be a mental illness. Quinn agreed it was possible and resolved to ask the doctor later. Woden returned, calling Peter's name and pointing out that it was already dark, suggesting they should be going. Peter, still uneasy, asked Quinn if he could go back to the dorm that night. Quinn explained that he would have to stay in the hospital for a couple of days for observation, but thanked them for visiting. Woden dismissed the thanks, reminding Quinn they were brothers. He and Peter then left together, talking on the way. Woden asked what Peter wanted to eat, offering to treat him. Peter, surprised, happily suggested pork chop rice. Woden agreed, saying thick-cut pork chops were the best. At the same hospital, Faye and his friend appeared again. They quietly hid in the shadows, watching Woden and Peter leave. Faye, nervous, admitted that he had been scared, almost bumping into the big guy. His friend scoffed, claiming there was nothing to fear. He insisted that even if they did run into him, the two of them together could take him down. He advised Faye to be smart and to lure the kid to a place without cameras before making their move. Faye agreed without hesitation. Quinn stepped out of his hospital cabin like a man on a secret mission, heading toward an unknown destination. Meanwhile, Faye and his buddy trailed behind him in full Scooby-Doo sneaking mode, praying he didn't suddenly turn around and catch them red-handed. Elsewhere inside the hospital, workers complained among themselves about the poor quality of dinner, calling it nothing but broth and water. Another worker reminded them that this was a hospital, not a home with a chef to cook every day. In another corner, a patient insisted that he was fine and told his visitor there was no need to come every day. Meanwhile, Quinn continued moving upstairs. Faye spotted Quinn heading for the rooftop and quickly whispered to his companion that he'd follow straight up while the others circled around to the opposite side, waiting for his signal, looking like a low-budget spy duo straight out of a parody anime. They would ambush him together. His friend nodded in agreement. Faye followed Quinn up to the rooftop, but when he arrived, the rooftop appeared empty. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from above, asking if he was looking for someone. It was Quinn, who had gathered his entire aura energy. He appeared overwhelmingly powerful, his body radiating with dark energy. His nails had grown long like those of a beast. His eyes glowed a blood-red shade, and his scream carried a terrifying force. Faye was struck with fear. Outside, Faye's friend tapped his foot impatiently, muttering about Faye's genius timing and wondering why the signal was taking so long, feeling like an extra in a badly scripted heist movie. Unable to wait, he went up to the rooftop himself. When he arrived, he froze, stunned to see Faye sprawled on the ground, bleeding, with some mysterious figure hunched over him like a deranged dog at a barbecue. That figure was Quinn himself, twisted into a monstrous form that looked like a nightmare cosplay come to life. Enraged, Faye's friend lunged, only for Quinn to vanish like a speedster in an anime, dodging effortlessly and striking from behind with terrifying precision. Faye, startled by the speed and questioned how it was possible. He blocked desperately, realizing with horror the monstrous strength Quinn possessed. Struggling to fight back, he summoned every ounce of power, conjuring a bone weapon that shot out from his body like some over-the-top anime attack. With it, he managed to slice through Quinn's hand. He acknowledged how close the situation had become and admitted that without his defensive ability, he would not have been able to withstand such an attack. He prepared himself to strike back, declaring it his turn to attack, and warning Quinn to be mentally prepared. His jaw dropped as he stared in disbelief, watching Quinn's severed hand stitch itself back together like some overpowered Final Fantasy summon. Panic bubbled up as he realized the Academy wasn't just hiding secrets, it was basically training monsters disguised as students, and he'd wandered straight into a walking hentai-level cheat code. Quinn unleashed another strike with unstoppable force, and the bone sword shattered spectacularly, splintering like a cheap action figure prop in a Saturday morning anime. Bits of bone flew everywhere, leaving his opponent wide-eyed and wondering if he had accidentally stumbled into a live-action shonen episode. Faye's friend felt despair as he realized he could no longer block. The sound of metal clashing filled the air again and again. Finally, Quinn swung with such force that Faye's friend was sent hurtling across the rooftop like a poorly thrown pokeball, arms flailing and yelping. Quinn stood over the fallen boy, draining his blood until he was satisfied. The taste struck him as delicious, richer than he had expected. At that moment, little Vampy appeared, bringing with him a glowing system window that announced Quinn's achievement. The message displayed that the duo opponents had been defeated, and the random quest had been completed at 100%. The reward granted him 100 points of experience, a full recovery of his health, his blood storage replenished to maximum, and an increase of 1 point in both strength and agility. The window further revealed his name as Quinn Talon, his race as half-human, and his experience progress set at 20 out of 400. Even as the lingering taste of the boy's blood tempted him, Quinn's attention was drawn to two nurses approaching the rooftop while talking casually to each other. They spoke about Helen, who was supposed to be on duty that night, and wondered why one of them was here instead. The other explained that Helen's boyfriend had returned from the front lines and she had begged her to cover the shift so she could go on a date. The two nurses laughed over her kindness and reminded each other to finish storing all the supplies quickly. Their chit-chat came to a screeching halt when someone pointed out Faye and her buddy knocked out cold on the floor, looking like two Wi-Fi routers that had just lost signal. "Alarm," she cried out for the other to look. Realizing the students were still breathing, the nurses panicked and called for immediate help. They shouted an emergency call reporting that two students had been found unconscious on the rooftop, likely assaulted, and demanded urgent medics and security. Hearing this, Quinn quickly retreated behind a water tank, cursing under his breath. He clocked that if he tried sneaking down the stairs now, he'd get caught red-handed, but if he kept hiding, the incoming guards would box him in like chips stuck at the bottom of a Pringles can. Inflicted, he weighed his choices until suddenly someone approached from behind. It was Layla, who questioned why he was hiding there. Startled, Quinn grabbed her and covered her mouth, holding her tightly until she struggled for breath. Realizing she was suffocating, he quickly released her. He whispered her name in shock and apologized. Layla, gasping, said she thought she was about to die. She explained that she had seen him hiding from across the way and had come over to check. Quinn looked at her in surprise and asked if she had flown across, astonished at her ability. Layla chuckled lightly, admitting she had, and even teased about taking him up for a try. Before they could chat any further, the cops rolled up on the rooftop, snooping around like pigeons hunting for free fries. Seeing this, Quinn acted fast and pulled Layla with him, leaping from the rooftop so she could carry him away by flight. As they fell, Quinn noticed Layla was not lifting them into the air. Confused, he questioned why she was not flying, but Layla struggled and told him not to move around, insisting he wait. At last, she managed to regain control and carried him safely through the air. The two of them reached Quinn's hospital ward, entering through the window before collapsing together in exhaustion on his bed. Layla explained between breaths that flying with one person was manageable, but carrying two had pushed her to her limit. Quinn admitted he had not expected her ability to be used in such a way. Layla, catching her breath, asked him to finally explain what had happened. Quinn replied that it was a long story. After he revealed that the ones responsible had been the same group again, comparing them to flies that would not leave him alone. Layla asked what he intended to do next if those boys spread what had happened the previous night. Quinn dismissed her concern casually, saying that even if they had seen his face, they had no evidence against him. He reasoned that spreading the incident would only mean admitting they had been defeated, so they would never dare. He shifted the topic back to her and asked about her troubles with the Warden. Layla frowned, calling the man a lunatic. She warned Quinn to be careful, insisting there was definitely something very wrong with him. The next day, Quinn kept thinking about her words. He remembered her describing the strange moments when Rhee's personality suddenly shifted, or when he spoke to himself like another person was present. She had suspected it was a kind of mental illness, one that caused his actions to spiral out of control once triggered. Quinn wondered if Warden truly had a mental condition, and whether it was somehow linked to his ability. Just then, Faye's friend approached hesitantly and greeted him nervously. Quinn turned to see him and found his politeness unusual. The boy admitted he wanted to talk about yesterday. He said he was truly sorry, explaining that during training they had injured Quinn, and afterward he had reflected on it and realized how wrong it was. He felt he needed to formally apologize. Quinn reacted with surprise at how sudden the apology was. The boy went on to add something about last night, promising he would never spread anything about Quinn. Trembling, he begged for forgiveness. Quinn fixed him with a deadly glare, demanding to know what he meant about last night. The boy panicked and stammered, insisting it was nothing. He swore he had not seen anything, had never seen Quinn at all, and pleaded desperately to be given another chance. He promised never to bother Quinn again. Turning away, Quinn dismissed him coldly, saying he wanted nothing from him and ordering him to leave. The terrified boy agreed immediately, stumbling over his words and thanking him profusely for sparing him before running away in fear. Watching him go, Quinn thought of him as a spineless coward. At that moment, Layla came rushing toward him, calling out in urgency that she had finally found him. Quinn turned in surprise and asked what the matter was. Layla, out of breath, said the news was bad. She had heard that one of the boys Quinn had fought last night was dead. The revelation left Quinn shocked. Meanwhile, on the other side, a disturbing announcement spreads across the academy. It is reported that a first-year student named Faye, who is a level 2 ability user, has died. The news shocks many because deaths inside the academy are rare, and the details sound even more unsettling. According to the forensic report, the time of death was marked at 11 the previous night. The cause of death was stated as excessive blood loss. The doctor on duty explains that the body of the student carried multiple lacerations, as though he had been attacked by a beast. The commander listening to the report frowns and raises his concern. He questions how something like this could even happen. The academy is protected by layers of security, so the thought of an ordinary beast breaking inside feels impossible. A woman from the hoodie division steps forward and calmly asks the doctor if the student was still conscious when he was brought in. The doctor pauses before replying, then reveals that the situation is stranger than it first appeared. She explains that Faye was actually brought to the hospital twice yesterday. The first time was at around 9 o'clock in the evening when another student with gray hair named Wen carried him in. At that moment, both Faye and Wen had wounds around their necks, and both were in shock. Neither of them had seen what exactly had attacked them. When they later regained consciousness, the medical staff noticed that both of them had clear bite marks. After receiving treatment and some hours of rest, they were discharged. Everything seemed fine at that point. However, later that night, the hospital staff discovered Faye collapsed near the entrance of the hospital building. This time, his condition was extremely severe. His blood loss was massive, and his pupils were no longer responding to light. He was immediately rushed to the emergency ward, but by the time treatment could be given, it was already too late. The commander bends closer to the body and carefully inspects the wounds. He murmurs that the reports mention bite marks, but strangely, he cannot see any sign of them now. The doctor agrees, saying that when Faye was first brought in, there were indeed visible marks, something that looked similar to a snakebite, but the size was much larger and the injury was far more severe. What troubles her is that those wounds seem to heal on their own at an unnaturally fast pace, leaving no trace behind. She admits that she cannot explain how or why such a thing happened. The commander turns to the hoodie lady and asks for her opinion. She shakes her head, saying she also has no answer. Yet, for now, she decides to gather more information and question the people involved. The scene then shifts back to the academy's practical class, where the students begin whispering among themselves. The news about Faye's death spreads quickly from one person to another. Some students start suspecting Quinn and Layla, saying that the two of them always looked dangerous. Others argue against the rumor, saying that it makes no sense and that the accusations are baseless. The argument grows louder until Layla, clearly irritated, raises her voice and tells them to stop gossiping behind people's backs as though she and Quinn had committed a crime. Quinn, however, quietly sighs and tells her to ignore it, reminding her that people will always think whatever they want. Their discussion is interrupted when the instructor arrives. He calls out Quinn Talon by name and instructs him to follow the military officers waiting outside. They have questions to ask him. Layla immediately calls out in worry, while Quinn himself looks confused. He asks what this is about, but the instructor calmly replies that it is only routine questioning and that he should not be too concerned. Quinn reluctantly agrees. He starts removing his gauntlets while his thoughts race. Inwardly, he wonders if Faye might have revealed his secret, despite promising to keep silent. Layla also seems to sense what is going on, but before she can say anything, Quinn reassures her that everything is fine and promises to return soon. After Quinn leaves, the instructor resumes the class. He reminds the students to be careful during training and warns them not to risk fatal injuries. Still, whispers spread again. Many students start saying that the rumors must be true, pointing out that it is suspicious for the military to come looking for Quinn. Some call him a ruthless man who always holds grudges, saying that although he appears weak and useless on the surface, he is not someone who should be judged by looks. To them, he seems like a wolf hiding beneath a sheep's skin. The story then moves to the interrogation room. Quinn is told to sit down. The interrogator assures him that there is nothing to fear. He has not done anything wrong, so there is no need to be nervous. Quinn silently agrees with himself, thinking that since he really hasn't done anything, he should not worry. The hoodie lady begins the questioning. She tells him that a student named Faye died unexpectedly last night. According to both reports and witnesses, the murderer does not appear to be an ordinary student, or perhaps even a human at all. Still, Quinn was called here because of his conflict with Faye during combat practice yesterday. She then instructs Quinn to place his hand on hers. Quinn hesitates, but eventually complies. As soon as his hand touches hers, a system notification suddenly appears before his eyes. The woman activates an ability that forces truth, preventing the person in contact with her from lying. It is an overwhelming feeling. Quinn realizes that even the system's defenses cannot resist her power. His mind feels invaded and he starts to panic inside. The woman then asks directly if he was the one who killed Faye. Quinn immediately denies it, saying it was not him. She remains silent, already expecting such an answer. When she releases his hand, Quinn quickly returns to his senses, though he feels unsettled by the experience. She calmly declares that Quinn is telling the truth and ends the interrogation. The officer beside her confirms that Quinn is free to leave. Quinn looks surprised and asks if that is all. The woman nods and apologizes for wasting his time, thanking him for cooperating. As Quinn walks out, he thinks to himself how lucky he is that they only asked him about Faye and nothing regarding his secret abilities. Later, the officers discuss the matter among themselves. The woman says that their only suspect has been cleared, and with no other clues, the case will have to be closed as an accident. The officer agrees, pointing out that if they keep the case open, it will only cause unnecessary problems with the higher authorities. Meanwhile, Layla breathes a sigh of relief. She remarks that thankfully the woman did not ask Quinn too many questions. Quinn assures her that he is not the murderer, and that the interrogation only confirmed the obvious. Still, he silently admits to himself that while draining a little blood might weaken someone, it should never have been enough to kill. He begins to wonder who the real killer could be. Suddenly, Layla notices something unusual. She points in the distance and asks Quinn if that is not his roommate. They see a tall student with his arm around Peter's shoulder, whispering something to him. Peter laughs awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable. Quinn narrows his eyes at the scene and calls out to him. Quinn believed Peter must have been threatened by them and told Layla to wait for him. But Layla stopped him, holding his hand, and pointed out that another close friend of theirs had already gone over there. The warden strolled up to Peter asking if everything was cool or if any drama went down. One of the bullies snorted, like, "Trouble. Bro, what are you smoking?" "If Peter's chillin' with us, the only problem is we're too awesome." He turned to Peter, calling him brother. Startled, Peter nervously agreed. Warden tried to lock in some lunch plans with Peter, but Riley jumped in, all huffy. He acted like Warden was the clingy ex who couldn't take a hint, pointing out they'd already eaten and making it sound like Warden was treating Peter like his personal pet project. Peter remained silent. His new friends then declared that they were done eating anyway and others could take their seats. They sneered, calling them useless things for useless people, mocking the Warden by calling him helpful, and laughing as they turned away. Peter told the Warden that just as they had said, he was there of his own will. Then the group began leading Peter away. Among themselves, they said not to mind the Warden and decided to check the VR training pods later. They discussed the idea with excitement, admitting they hadn't tried it yet. Quinn came over to the Warden, who admitted he thought Peter was in trouble, but said Peter claimed he was fine. He didn't mind Peter making new friends, but he confessed those people did not seem kind. Quinn agreed with the thought and suggested asking Peter properly that night in the dorm. Layla teased the Warden, claiming he seemed to mind Peter making new friends. The Warden told her he knew there were misunderstandings between them and admitted he wanted to apologize. Layla turned away in annoyance, saying there was no need. She told him if he was truly sorry, then he should just keep his distance from her, as that was her only wish. Quinn told the Warden he understood he had his own difficulties. He reminded him that they were friends and could always talk when needed. Warden said he knew, confessing that he always wanted to explain to them, but had been afraid they wouldn't accept it. He suggested avoiding conflict for now. When Peter returned, the three of them could sit down and talk it through. Quinn agreed. Warden then left. Layla remarked mockingly about brotherhood, asking if Quinn would reveal his secret as well. Quinn laughed awkwardly, embarrassed, and decided it was best to take things one step at a time. Later, Quinn sat in his room, waiting through the night until dawn. Neither Peter nor the Warden returned. They did not pick up calls or reply to messages, making him suspect something had happened. As class was about to start, he decided that if they were still missing, he would report it to the military. An announcement was then made calling all first-year trainees to move toward the auditorium. Students whispered among themselves, wondering if it was some temporary event. Many had never heard of it before, and chatter filled the air. Some brushed it off, saying missing class was no big deal and that they should just go. Layla asked Quinn about the auditorium gathering. Quinn admitted he didn't know, but since Peter and the Warden had not returned last night, he worried it might be related. Layla told him not to overthink and suggested they just go and see. At the auditorium, a large crowd had gathered, talking noisily. Many speculated about what was going on. Some joked it might be a show or even a performance by upperclassmen or officers. Others dismissed the idea, saying this was a military academy and it was more likely a lecture. Layla noticed something strange. She pointed out that there were no teachers present. Quinn agreed that something was off, especially since the front rows were filled entirely by upperclassmen. Then Quinn spotted Riley among the second years and wondered why he was standing with them. Soon, one of the bullies stepped forward and welcomed everyone. He announced that he had prepared something special for them that day, something worth looking forward to. The crowd buzzed in excitement, guessing it might even be a celebrity. Others quickly shut the idea down, saying it was impossible in a military academy. The bully continued, explaining that the school had precious traditions that lasted because they served a purpose. Yet some freshmen considered themselves superior and even dared to challenge those traditions. He declared that he would show everyone what happened to those who refused to obey the rules. The crowd was shocked and terrified, whispering among themselves. Some questioned what the consequences could be. Others wondered if the instructors knew about this, and many reacted with disbelief and fear. Quinn and Layla were equally shocked. Their eyes widened as they saw the bully had beat Warden mercilessly. His bloody body was hanging before everyone, suspended by his face and limbs. The bully smirks and says that people shouldn't misunderstand him. For those who obey his words, he's actually willing to reward them. He gestures with his hand and a trembling boy pushes forward something that looks like a shopping cart filled with glowing monster crystal balls. The bully begins his little lecture, saying, "Everyone already knows that the war between Earthlings and the Dalki had two major turning points. One was the large-scale awakening of extraordinary humans, and the other was the technological breakthrough that allowed animal crystals to be merged into weapon manufacturing." He then holds up one of the glowing spheres and says that what he's holding is a primary beast crystal ball. It can be activated to unleash powerful energy. The higher the level of the beast crystal used to forge weapons, the stronger the result. He declares that today everyone will learn how to activate and use these crystals. Quinn grits his teeth in anger. In his mind, he wonders how this bully dares to pull off something like this in front of everyone, acting so confident as if no one would ever question him. Isn't he afraid the academy will find out and hold him responsible? Among the crowd, one nervous student raises his hand and politely asks which teacher even told him to teach them this. He says that first graders aren't supposed to learn these techniques, and he also asks about the student tied up near Brayley, the bully's right-hand man, turns around with an annoyed sigh. Without warning, he punches the student straight in the face, using his power to send him flying. He tells him to shut up and just learn what his senior is teaching. The other students instantly go silent. The bully leader then smiles coldly and asks if anyone else has questions. When no one answers, he continues the lesson. He activates the crystal, and a bright spiral of flame lights up inside it. He explains that everyone needs to focus their mind on the sphere, imagine it as part of their body, and infuse it with power. When the color changes, that means the activation is successful. Then, with an evil grin, he points the crystal toward Warden and says they just need to throw it out. Hit the target, and that's it. Pretty simple, right? He adds mockingly, among the students, a girl quietly whispers if the target he mentioned could really be Warden. The boy beside her nods and says that it must be. After all, this so-called red curriculum is basically pushing them to act like villains. Then, suddenly, the bully calls out the same girl and tells her to demonstrate first. She freezes, terrified. Brayley hands her a crystal orb, but she stammers that she can't do it. The bully sighs, pretending to be disappointed, and says there's only one chance. If she refuses, then he has no choice. Before anyone can react, he launches the same fiery orb straight at her. It hits her stomach with a loud impact, making her cough up blood before she collapses unconscious. Frustrated, the bully yells that these first graders are useless. He repeats that when he gives an order, they must follow it. No excuses. Then he calls another boy forward. The boy, trembling with fear, stands up and apologizes again and again. The bully smirks and tells him to show a good performance, since everyone's watching. The boy gathers courage, throws a windmill and orb at Warden, and shouts for... The attack hits Warden hard, leaving him badly injured. The bully laughs loudly and says, "See? That wasn't so hard." Who's next? Layla whispers to Quinn that these people have completely lost it. She says they should find a way to escape and contact a mentor. She suggests finding Leo first. He definitely won't stand by after seeing this. While Quinn stays quiet, the bully complains that no one's volunteering. He says if that's the case, he'll just pick someone randomly. Layla quietly calls Quinn an idiot when he suddenly steps forward. Quinn walks to the stage and calmly says he wants to try first. The bully raises an eyebrow, amused. Warden's roommate, huh? This is getting interesting, he says, and tells Rayleigh to hand Quinn a beast crystal core. As soon as Quinn takes it, his expression changes. His eyes gleam red with a dangerous light. The aura of his vampiric power starts to show. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Quinn stands quietly on the stage while whispers start spreading among the students like wildfire. Some murmur that he's Warden's friend, so why on earth is he going to hit him? Others guess that maybe he's scared of the second-year seniors. A few even sneer, saying he's just putting on a show. One guy says with disgust that Warden always treated him kindly, yet this is how he repays him. Pathetic, someone mutters. Soon, the whole crowd starts thinking that Quinn is not only weak, with just a level 1 ability, but also spineless. Meanwhile, the bully orders Quinn to hurry up and activate the crystal, telling him not to care about what others think. Holding the tightly, Quinn quietly thinks to himself that he has to deal with all of them quickly, but the most troublesome one here is that level 6 bully, even Rayleigh, a level 4 ability user, is dangerous. And besides them, there are 8 more second-year seniors standing ready. He glances at 2 who seem to be guarding Warden's side. Although the first years outnumber them, everyone looks too scared to move. Quinn realizes if anyone has to take the lead, it has to be him. In the crowd, his eyes catch Eileen. She's strong, confident, and maybe the only one worth trusting in this gamble. The bully's voice breaks his thoughts as he impatiently asks what Quinn is waiting for. Quinn awkwardly apologizes, saying he hasn't figured it out yet and will try again. A few students laugh and say that useless people like him are just a waste of space. If you can't even activate a weapon, bro, maybe start a tea stall or something. Suddenly, a system notification appears in front of Quinn, asking if he wants to activate the primary weapon, Beast Crystal Ball. Surprised, he wonders if the system itself can trigger it. The moment he agrees, a powerful red energy bursts out of the crystal, lighting up the whole stage. The bully's eyes widen. He can't believe what he's seeing. The glow indicates full activation, but how's that possible? Quinn's supposed to be abilityless and only level 1. Quinn steadies his stance and announces that he has something to say. He asks everyone why they even desire extraordinary power in the first place. Warden weakly tells him to stop, but Quinn continues, his voice strong. He asks, isn't it because they all want to protect the people they care about? Saying that, he suddenly throws the ball toward one of the seniors beside Warden, sending him flying across the ground. The bully immediately shouts for everyone to catch him, but Quinn starts running, yelling for people to move aside. Rayleigh appears in front, shouting that they never learn and can't escape him. Quinn quickly grabs another crystal ball and throws it toward Rayleigh, but he dodges easily, smirking and saying if Quinn really thought he'd hit him that way. Yet the ball ends up smashing into another senior instead. Quinn can't help but laugh and say that maybe it wasn't meant for him, but hey, it still worked. Rayleigh grits his teeth, calling the second graders useless. The bully then orders the first years to catch Quinn, but one of them, Layla, steps forward and refuses. She boldly says they have no reason to obey someone who bullies others. The bully smirks and orders his men to attack anyone who disobeys. One water ability user launches a hydroblast toward the first years, but before it can land, the water suddenly freezes midair. Everyone turns to see Eileen standing there calmly, saying she hadn't planned to interfere, but since they attacked her, they ask for it. The second years demand to know who she is. Eileen introduces herself and summons a majestic sword of ice, its blades shining with cold light. One of the bullies recognizes her. She's a level 5 ice user, and her attributes are far stronger than his. The two attack at once, water and earth combining, confident they can overpower her, but before the earth user can finish his move, an arrow flies past, interrupting his spell. It's Layla, standing with her bow raised. She smirks and says Eileen isn't alone. Together, the two girls stand side by side, ready for battle, their confidence sending chills down everyone's spine. On the other side of the chaos, Peter hides behind a broken wall, shivering in fear. His hands tremble, and his heart keeps whispering the same line. This is all his fault, all of it. He can barely breathe as guilt crushes him from inside. The scene suddenly rewinds to earlier that day. Peter nervously asks Billy why they're here in the auditorium when he clearly said they were going to the VR training cabin. Billy smirks in that annoying way of his and says there's someone following them. Then he looks back and reveals, "It's you, Warden!" A few seconds later, Warden steps out of the shadows, surrounded by other guys. Warden apologizes to Peter, saying it's his fault that Peter got dragged into this mess, and he should leave before things get worse. Before Peter can move, one of the second-year seniors steps forward and says no one's going anywhere. He accuses Warden of attacking their people before, saying it's time to take responsibility. Warden calmly replies that they have any problem, they should come at him and leave Peter out of it. The next moment, Peter's eyes go wide with horror as the second year start kicking Warden brutally. Warden keeps repeating that Peter should go to just run away. Billy watches the beating with a grin, saying that Peter should stay quiet if he doesn't want to end up the same way. Back in the present, Peter is still hiding, shivering uncontrollably. He blames himself for everything. It was him who ruined Warden's life. He whispers that he's a coward, not even brave enough to face those monsters. Just then, he hears Quinn's voice echoing through the hall. Curious and confused, he peeks out and freezes. Quinn is actually fighting those seniors, facing Rayleigh and the bullies head-on. Peter's eyes widen in disbelief. He wonders how someone like Quinn can stand up against them, while he himself can't even move. He questions if he'll always live like this, scared, hiding, and useless. Meanwhile, Quinn is panting heavily in the fight. This battle feels completely different from anything he's faced before. Rayleigh's ability might seem simple, but physically he's far stronger. The system shows his stats: level 4 ability user, full health at 25 points, blood type B positive, race human. Rayleigh specializes in close combat, and with every move he injures Quinn's shoulder while easily blocking his punches. It's like punching a wall made of steel. Rayleigh then takes out a small piece of paper, hardens it with his ability, and launches it like a weapon. The paper slices through Quinn's skin effortlessly, because apparently that's the difference between a level 4 and a level 1. Quinn feels the sting of pain and frustration. He silently complains that if only someone could tell him how to actually use his abilities, maybe he wouldn't be getting tossed around like a rag doll, and then everything changes. The world around him turns blood red, the floor melts into mist, and behind him stands a massive clock ticking loudly. Quinn blinks, completely lost. Suddenly, the system appears, asking if he wants to activate his combat course, showing that his unarmed combat level is at level 1. He mutters, "Seriously now? Out of all times?" Before he can think, a figure appears beside him. Quinn jumps, yelling, "Whoa, what the? Who are you?" The stranger doesn't answer directly. Instead, in a calm voice, it says that time in this space is disconnected from the outside world. Quinn squints, and then his heart nearly stops. It's a vampire. A real, pure-blooded vampire. He looks like one of those ancient ones straight out of horror movies, but the way he speaks feels oddly robotic, like an NPC. The vampire greets him with, "Welcome to the beginner's hand-to-hand combat course." Quinn stares blankly and mutters, "Great, I'm about to die, and now I'm stuck in a tutorial." The vampire continues, explaining that if Quinn can see him, it means he has already become one of them. Quinn wonders if it's real or just an illusion, but before he can ask, the vampire continues. He will teach Quinn 2 basic unarmed combat skills. The lesson begins with the first one, a defensive move called Instant Step. The scene cuts back to the real fight. Rayleigh is confused. Quinn's suddenly faster, dodging every hit with inhuman precision. It's like fighting a ghost. Rayleigh shouts in frustration, thinking if Quinn had been hiding his strength all along. Meanwhile, the vampire's voice echoes in Quinn's mind, explaining that Instant Step allows instant movement within a 5-meter range, making it almost impossible for the opponent to track him. The downside, though, is heavy energy consumption. In his current state, Quinn can only use it twice. Rayleigh smirks and taunts that Quinn's stamina won't last long. Quinn silently agrees in his head, thinking that the guy isn't wrong, but even one last strike might be enough. He gathers energy into his fist and launches it straight into Rayleigh's stomach. At first, Rayleigh laughs, saying Quinn never learns. But then his expression twists. The pain hits deep. The vampire's voice calmly explains that this attack is called Hammer Fist, a move that combines raw energy with physical impact, increasing its destructive power drastically. Rayleigh finally realizes he's in trouble, but it's too late. Quinn's blow sends him crashing to the ground, defeated. As Rayleigh collapses, Quinn breathes heavily, a faint smile appearing on his bruised face. He just managed to defeat his first real enemy. The battlefield falls silent as Rayleigh's body flies across the ground and crashes hard into the dirt. Dust rises everywhere. For a moment, everyone just stands there, completely frozen, their eyes widen in disbelief. No one can process what just happened. The great Rayleigh, a level 4 ability user, defeated by Quinn, the so-called useless rookie. Whispers begin spreading among the crowd. Some say it must be an illusion. Others think Quinn cheated somehow. No one can believe that the same boy they mocked moments ago could overpower Rayleigh. Even Quinn himself can hardly believe it. His system, however, seems to be the happiest in the room. A cheerful chime echoes in his head as the system proudly congratulates him for defeating Rayleigh, rewarding him with 80 experience points and an increase of 1 point in all attributes. The updated stats appear before his eyes. Level 3. Health 13 out of 20, Strength 13, Agility 13, Stamina 12, and a total of 200 experience points. Quinn is now halfway to reaching level 4. He smiles weakly, realizing how far he's come. But before he can even catch his breath, whack! A sharp pain cuts across his back. The single strike drains 7 of his health points instantly. Quinn staggers forward, barely managing to stay on his feet, his HP dropping to 6. Thankfully, his blood bank automatically kicks in, slowly restoring his health. Billy, standing nearby with that irritating smirk, admits that Quinn actually gave him some real trouble. He says he doesn't know how Quinn pulled it off, but now that he let him act tough, it's over. Quinn barely processes those words before a massive explosion erupts in front of him, sending him flying backward. The shockwave burns his skin and makes his ears ring. As Quinn crashes to the ground, he grits his teeth. That power, it's terrifying. He can't afford to take another direct hit. He quickly forms a crimson blade from his own blood and charges straight toward Billy, determined to. The blade slashes through the air, glowing with sharp energy, but Billy just stands there, smiling. When the attack lands, Quinn waits for a scream, but instead Billy vanishes. The next second, another whip lashes from the side, smashing into Quinn and making him spit blood. Every move Billy makes feels like he already knows Quinn's next step. It's like fighting someone who's reading his mind. Quinn's body is at its limit, and his muscles scream in pain. He knows he can use instant step only once more, and his blood bank is nearly empty. Desperation fills his mind. He wonders if this is it. Is he really going to die here today? Meanwhile, not far away, Layla is barely managing to hold her ground. She's dodging multiple attacks from the seniors, panting and bruised. One of the senior guys taunts her, asking why she doesn't keep shooting her arrows. Layla glares at him and mutters through gritted teeth that he shouldn't act so proud just because he can throw rocks like a caveman. Then she suddenly hears Warden's faint voice calling out to her. She turns around and sees him lying on the ground, half broken but still conscious. He tells her to come closer. As she rushes near, he says something that makes her stop. "Just touch my body, that's all." Layla's face instantly turns red. She yells at him, calling him a pervert, and says even in a battle he's thinking nonsense. Warden groans in frustration, shouting that it's not what she thinks. She just needs to touch him anywhere so he can help Quinn. Rolling her eyes, Layla sighs and mutters, "Fine, but this better not turn weird." She hesitantly touches his leg and asks if that's okay. The moment she does, Warden's ability activates, and suddenly, his entire body starts trembling violently. He begins arguing with himself in 2 different voices. One part of him shouts, "You useless fool, do something already!" And the other replies, "It's not my fault, this girl's ability is too weak." Watching him shake like a washing machine, Layla takes a step back, thinking that maybe Warden really does get too excited when girls touch him. Yup, she mutters, definitely a pervert. But then, everything changes. Warden suddenly stops shaking. The air grows tense. The senior bully laughs, assuming he's finally broken. Layla frowns, thinking maybe his split personality disorder has kicked in again. And then, with a thunderous roar, energy explodes out of Warden's body. Light bursts across the field, and everyone shields their eyes. Warden screams as his aura expands, shattering the restraints that were holding him back. When the smoke clears, he's no longer the weak, trembling guy from before. Engulfed in blazing energy, Warden floats in midair, grinning wildly. He cracks his knuckles and locks his eyes on Billy. With a confident smirk, he mutters, "Heh, guess who's back? Time for some Black Friday action. Sorry for my mistake in previous part. This guy name is Momo. Not the steamed Momo, but definitely full of attitude. Gives a smug little smirk. He looks pretty impressed that Warden actually managed to break free. Not bad for a human. Still, Momo thinks the guy should have learned his lesson by now. He wonders if Warden really doesn't remember what he taught him last time. Meanwhile, Warden's second personality steps forward, eyes glowing with a deadly glare. He clearly isn't in the mood to play around. To him, defeating weaklings isn't anything worth bragging about. He mutters inside his head that he and Warden are not on the same page anymore, and that he's not someone to mess with easily. Momo lets out a dramatic sigh, half annoyed and half confused. He has no idea what Warden is babbling about, but honestly, he's done listening. Without another word, he snaps his explosive whip straight toward Warden. The air crackles as the fiery whip shoots forward, but instead of dodging, Warden just stands there completely chill and grabs the burning whip with his bare hand like some kind of action hero. That move leaves Momo's jaw hanging. This guy's strength feels totally different now, like he just unlocked some hidden DLC upgrade. Warden calmly turns to Quinn, telling him to leave Momo to him and go help the others. Quinn, a little worried, warns him to stay alert, since Momo's abilities are pretty freaky. Momo, now absolutely fuming, yanks his whip free from Warden's grip. He scoffs and decides that since this guy never learns, he might as well teach him another painful lesson. But before he can even finish that thought, Warden channels Lila's ability and begins levitating two glowing crystal orbs around him. As Momo lashes out again, Warden counters by launching both orbs toward him. Being a level 6 ability user, Momo dodges them easily, almost mockingly, like it's no big deal. Then, using Lila's trick again, Warden redirects the whip mid-air, shattering the concrete floor nearby. Momo barely dodges it this time. Another second-year student tries to sneak up behind Warden, but he takes that guy out in one smooth motion, without even breaking a sweat. Now things start heating up. Warden summons 4 crystal orbs floating around him. Momo grins, clearly amused. He mocks the move in his head, thinking it's the same old boring trick. He wonders if Warden really plans to attack him again with those beast crystal cores. As all 4 purple cores shoot toward him at once, Momo dodges each of them, like he's in a routine. He laughs, thinking that none of this can touch him anyway. Watching from a distance, Quinn narrows his eyes. He notices something off Momo, seems to know exactly where the attacks will land before they even come. The realization hits him hard. It's not luck, it's foresight. Momo can literally predict movements. But just as Momo gets full of himself, Warden lifts his hand again, this time with a calm smile that screams, "Your overconfidence will be your downfall." Momo's smirk fades as his eyes dart around. Suddenly, he notices dozens of crystal orbs floating all around him like glowing mines. Warden's voice sounds firm in the tense air. Even if Momo figures it out now, it's already too late. That's when Momo realizes he's totally screwed. Warden activates the crystal ability, and in an instant, all those crystals shoot toward Momo from every direction like a glittery storm of destruction. Momo swings his whip furiously, blocking and deflecting the hits, thinking it's still not enough to take him down. He's confident he can hold out until 2 blue water crystals sneak up from behind and pierce straight through him. The impact makes him stumble forward, blood dripping down as he falls to his knees. After a long moment of silence, he lets out a short, bitter laugh. He admits to himself that he got too cocky. He didn't expect Warden to have a hidden trump card, or to realize, too late, that this guy can actually use 2 abilities at the same time. Quinn stares in disbelief. His mind reels as he finally connects the dots. That moment when Warden hit that water ability user earlier wasn't a coincidence. But even with that, he never imagined Warden could actually use 2 abilities at the same time. That realization alone is wild enough to make his brain lag for a second. Meanwhile, Warden doesn't waste any time. He starts preparing another water-based attack, his hands glowing with that faint blue aura. But then, out of nowhere, Momo bursts into laughter. It's not nervous laughter, it's the type that says, "Okay, now we're finally getting to the fun part." He flicks his fingers casually, a tiny spark of flame appearing at his fingertips. He smirks and mutters that Warden isn't the only one with a trump card. That spark suddenly expands into a blazing, red-hot whip much longer and fiercer than before. Both Layla and Quinn freeze for a second. Their eyes go wide in pure shock. Quinn has no idea what's going on, but Layla instantly recognizes it, a soul weapon. That means Momo has already gone through his second awakening. Quinn blurts out, wondering what soul weapon and second awakening even mean. Layla takes a quick breath and explains that she once heard about this. When someone truly powerful breaks through their mortal limits, they can awaken again. After this second awakening, a weapon completely unique to their soul forms within their body. That's what Momo is using right now. She continues, her tone serious. Unlike beast weapons made from beast crystals, soul weapons aren't something anyone can just pick up. They depend on raw talent, energy control, and pure compatibility. Basically, you've got to be a freak of nature to pull it off. Now the fight heats up again. Momo attacks with 2 whips at once, one fiery soul whip and the other a regular physical one. Warden barely keeps up. He blocks the soul whip by forming a solid water barrier and counters the physical one by increasing the gravity around it. But the pressure from both sides is insane, too much even for him. Quinn, panicking, yells out for Warden. He feels useless watching him struggle like that. But before he can rush in, Layla grabs his shoulder firmly and warns him not to be stupid. She reminds him that the level gap between them and those two monsters is way too huge. If they interfere, they'll just become collateral damage. Quinn checks his blood bank meter. It's completely empty. The earlier fights drained everything. His heart sinks as he realizes he doesn't even know what happens when his blood level hits 0, whether it just weakens him or kills him outright. Desperate, he turns to Layla, asking for her help to replenish it. Her cheeks instantly turn pink as she stammers, saying she'd love to help, but there are way too many people around. Her voice gets smaller as she awkwardly asks if times have to do it here. Quinn doesn't give her much time to think, he just grabs her hand and drags her off behind the building. Layla, caught completely off guard, can't even think straight. Her mind goes blank and a wild thought crosses her head. Maybe doing it out here in the open wouldn't be that bad after all. Back at the battlefield, things are getting out of hand. Warden struggles to dodge the fiery strikes, but Momo's dual whips are relentless. One wrong move and the soul whip around him like a deadly snake. For a moment it looks like it's over. Warden grits his teeth, pushing his injured body beyond its limit. He channels his water power, slicing through the whip's grip just in time, and barely dodges the lethal strike aimed at his chest. Warden, breathing heavily, curses his own body. If it hadn't been so badly damaged before, things would be different. Inside his mind, his darker self starts thinking, is this really his defeat? Maybe it's time to stop wasting energy and switch places again with the original Warden. The next second, Warden's expression changes as the dark personality vanishes, leaving the real him standing there, completely confused about what just happened. At that exact moment, an instructor appears, stepping into the scene like a boss entering the final act. Her voice booms as she orders everyone to surrender before she gets really angry. Behind her, Peter stands looking half bewildered, clearly having missed the entire show. Momo, on the other hand, is fuming. He looks like a kettle about to explode, unsatisfied and irritated that the battle ended before he could go all out. And that's where today's chaos wraps up. But hold on, what about Quinn? What exactly is he doing for so long with Layla behind the building? I'll let the viewers figure that out in the comments. Don't forget to drop your guesses, and of course hit that subscribe button before you go. The instructor is furious with Momo and warns him that he better be ready to answer every single question she asks about today's chaos. Hearing her stern tone, Momo simply raises his hands in surrender, as if saying he accepts everything because she is the final authority here. She is the sergeant in charge of their squad training, and everyone knows she has the last word. She then turns toward the students and gives strict instructions. The injured ones are told to head straight to the infirmary for treatment, while the rest must return to their dormitories. She repeats that no one is allowed to step outside without her permission. All the students silently follow her orders, knowing that arguing now would be like poking a sleeping tiger. Meanwhile, as Layla and Quinn slowly walk back, Quinn looks completely exhausted. Layla chuckles softly, saying it was about time someone from the military stepped in, and she asks about Quinn's injuries. Quinn quietly explains that it is nothing serious and is already healing. Layla comments that this is the perfect moment to slip away from all this drama, and she jokes that she will personally carry him to the infirmary if needed. At the same time, Peter rushes toward Warden and offers to take him to the hospital. Warden looks at Peter and immediately realizes that he must be the one who brought the sergeant here. Peter puts Warden's arm over his shoulder and clumsily helps him walk, all while crying like a kid who lost his lunch money. He keeps apologizing again and again, saying everything is his fault and he just wants to make it right. Warden tells him to stop whining and insists he doesn't want anything in return. But then, Peter suddenly glances back and freezes. At the same moment, Peter notices Momo glaring at him with a cold, annoyed expression that practically says, "Bro, seriously?" Peter immediately snaps his head forward like nothing happened. Warden asks what's wrong, but Peter brushes it off and says it's nothing, and the two leave. Later that evening, Momo sits on a massage chair, sighing non-stop about his terrible luck. So many students witness what he did, and he feels he might face serious disciplinary actions. He keeps thinking that his future is on life support mode now. A calm voice from the shadows tells him to relax, saying everything will be fine. The man assures him that as long as he is around, no one can touch Momo. This man, comfortably holding a cigar and a wine glass, is General Duke, the supervisor for second-year students. Momo nervously explains that he only followed the general's instructions exactly as told, but he worries about what will happen if the higher authorities find out. Duke suddenly crushes the glass in his hand and roars, asking if Momo is daring to question him. Momo immediately trembles and apologizes, saying he misspoke. Duke then turns toward him and praises him, saying Momo is smart and knows how to listen. He promises he won't let Momo suffer any injustice, but Duke also demands something in return. Placing a hand on Momo's shoulder, he tells him that nobody should ever know their secret. Momo agrees in a shaky voice. Duke then mentions that he has things to prepare and will personally handle the academy higher-ups. He adds that he heard a first-year kid inform the sergeant about the incident. Momo bows and assures him that he understands what needs to be done next. The scene shifts to the Academy's office room, where a meeting is being held. Instructor Leo, who supervises the first years, and Dr. Haley sit among several teachers and senior officers. They discuss the violent incident triggered by second-year students and how they should deal with it. Everyone has already read the report. One of the senior generals with a thick beard asks General Duke, since he is in charge of the second years, how he plans to take responsibility and what punishment he will give his students. Duke confidently replies that there is nothing to punish. He throws the report on the and states that they should read the cause properly. According to him, the first-year warden attacked the second years first, so naturally they retaliated. The female instructor grows silent out of pure anger at his shamelessness. Duke mockingly adds that, "Instructor, Leo's students should learn using their fists. After all, they are training for a battlefield, and the one with the stronger fist always wins." The blue-haired instructor Nathan studies the report carefully. When asked for his opinion, he says he doesn't mind second years teaching first years a lesson, since they are technically seniors. But casually ordering them around without any authority, he says being 1 year ahead doesn't give them the right to act so arrogant. He asks Duke if he agrees. Duke nods and says he will take responsibility for preventing further conflict with additional measures. After hearing everyone's opinions, the superiors move on to the next topic, the death of a first-year student. The atmosphere becomes heavy. The red-bearded general states that he cannot allow students to be harmed under their supervision, let alone die. His anger shows as he demands that they follow every clue, no matter how small. He orders that the culprit must be found, and if someone is behind this incident, the guilty party should be executed on the spot. In the next scene, the entire campus looks tense. The number of patrolling soldiers has suddenly increased, and security checks are happening at every corner. From his dorm window, Quinn quietly observes the situation and mentions that it clearly looks like the aftermath of whatever the second years caused. Warden, however, comments that no matter how many patrol teams appear, it is useless in the end. If someone truly wants safety, it always depends on whose fist hits the hardest. Quinn is surprised to see how fast Warden is recovering, his injuries healing at an unbelievable pace. Quinn remarks that at least they won't be targeted or dragged into trouble again, though he admits he isn't sure whether they have already been marked. He suggests that the two of them should stay low profile for a while. Warden responds calmly that they won't be beaten as long as they climb higher on the pyramid. According to him, their real problem is simple. They're not strong enough yet, and bullies always take advantage when they smell fear. Quinn agrees, saying that becoming stronger is the only real solution for these kinds of problems. As Quinn thinks more about it, he realizes that just learning new combat skills isn't enough. If he wants to improve, he needs actual experience. He wonders whether the special study mode he triggered earlier can activate again. Just then, Warden casually asks if Quinn wants to walk around the city. He suggests they could a few supplies and maybe stop by the VR training cabin. Quinn's eyes brighten instantly. That is exactly what he wanted, the chance to fight in a simulated real combat environment. Warden then asks Peter if he wants to join them. Peter stammers and looks nervous. Warden asks him again if he is okay and tells him that if he has nothing to do, he can come along. Peter forces a smile and says he will join. Quinn silently notes that Peter has been losing confidence lately because he is the weakest student in the academy. Quinn decides that he needs to find a way to help him rebuild that confidence. The three of them spend the day roaming through the city. They visit the mall, watch a movie, and play a few games with Quinn, joking that Warden plays arcade games like he's trying to punch a hole through the machine. By the time they finish, night has already fallen. While they walk back toward the academy, all three are chatting excitedly about the fun they had. Suddenly, someone calls Peter's name from behind. It is Earl, someone Peter knows from before. Earl looks overly excited, saying he didn't expect to see Peter here. He starts talking quickly and then asks Peter if he has some time. Peter hesitates for a moment because Earl isn't really a friend, just someone he knew in passing. Before Peter can answer, Warden steps in and calmly tells Earl that if he needs help with something, he can say so directly. Quinn reassures Peter by saying they're right here, so he doesn't need to be scared. Earl then says that some of his friends tend to speak harshly, implying trouble. Peter steps forward and quickly assures Quinn and Warden that they're misunderstanding. He says Earl is his friend, and there is nothing to worry about. Earl had been looking for him, but Peter had forgotten about it. He tells them both to enjoy themselves and that he will meet them at the dorm later. Warden agrees to return and Quinn walks with him. Earl remarks that Peter's friends seem a bit stiff and suggests they go somewhere else to talk. The scene shifts and we see several guys surrounding someone and beating him up. That someone is Peter. They shout that he deserves it. They blame him for informing the instructor, saying their punishments happened because of him. According to them, everything is his fault. Peter, badly beaten, says this should be the last time. He accepts this as punishment, but he doesn't want any connection with Earl's group anymore. He firmly states that no matter what happens, he will never betray Warden and Quinn. Earl leans close and asks what Peter is talking about. He laughs coldly and grabs Peter's finger, saying Peter still doesn't understand the situation. Nobody is giving him any choice. Then Earl snaps his finger. Peter screams in pain. Earl demands that he repeat his answer. Peter refuses, so Earl breaks another finger, then another, then another. He keeps breaking Peter's fingers one by one until none are left untouched. Peter screams continuously, and one of the second ears tells him to shut up. Another jokes that the screams sound like a girl's voice, and he's enjoying it. A sick, twisted joke that makes the scene even worse. Once all his fingers are broken, Earl finally stands up and calls Jerry over to heal Peter's hand. Jerry quickly restores his crushed fingers, the bones snapping back into place. Peter trembles, traumatized. Earl laughs and asks if he is awake now. He then cheerfully says they should go for another round, explaining that until Peter agrees to do what they demand, they will keep repeating this torture. The scene shifts to the receptionist at the VR training hall. She explains politely that using one VR training pod costs 10 points per hour. She then asks whether Quinn and Warden want separate pods. Quinn becomes shocked, thinking that 1 hour here basically eats his entire monthly living budget. Warden laughs it off and casually offers his own card, saying the one thing he never worries about is money. Quinn smiles awkwardly and mentions that he feels guilty for always depending on Warden's points, but Warden brushes it away, saying friends shouldn't act shy. The receptionist finishes their registration and tells them that pods 23 and 24 are assigned to them. Quinn becomes amazed by how futuristic the setup looks. Warden explains that the pods are connected directly to the military servers, and because of the Academy's system link, these pods can only simulate actual combat for registered cadets. If someone wants a completely independent training network, they would have to buy the whole external system themselves. Quinn swipes his access card and mutters that he probably won't be able to afford something like this even in 10 lifetimes. As soon as he steps into the pod room, a floating system screen appears, welcoming him in a robotic voice. Quinn looks around in wonder and thinks that this type of luxury is clearly designed for rich people. The visuals suddenly shift, and the empty room transforms into a mountain road. On top of a streetlight, a ninja-like figure sits dramatically. Quinn gets startled when he realizes it is actually Warden. Warden makes a cool pose and says he is Kakashi Hatake, asking Quinn if the outfit doesn't look awesome. He explains that players can buy costumes with points, and claims he has even purchased several new skins that Quinn can try. Warden taps a button, and Quinn suddenly finds himself dressed in a giant cactus costume. Completely stunned, Quinn yells that this is not a Halloween parade, so why on earth is he dressed like a pumpkin? Warden gets confused, wondering why Quinn is calling a cucumber a pumpkin, and says he will change it even though he thinks Quinn looks cute in it. The outfit switches again, this time to a Riderman 3 suit. Quinn asks if wearing costumes is actually necessary. Warden tells him that it is, especially if they want to stay anonymous from other players. After that, Quinn can check how many battles he has completed, and can even choose opponents to fight. The scene shifts to a massive battle arena as the model finishes loading. Quinn sees that players can practice combat skills with others and choose different battlefield environments. He thinks this place is perfect for improving actual fighting experience and hopes he can continue training here in the future. But there is one problem: money. He reluctantly thinks that he may have to depend on Warden financially for now, even though it makes him feel guilty. The story then moves back to Peter, who is still being bullied. His entire face is bruised, and the bullies have stuffed a cloth in his mouth. Earl grabs his hair roughly and tells him this is his last chance, asking for his answer. Peter tries to speak, but the stuffed cloth makes it impossible to understand. Earl removes it and mocks Peter, saying Peter is finally behaving like an obedient dog. Earl repeats the question, and one of the bullies holds Peter's finger, ready to snap it again depending on his response. Traumatized and panicking, Peter quickly says he understands. Earl confirms with him again, asking if they now have an agreement. Peter nods weakly. Earl places an arm around Peter's shoulder and laughs, saying things would have been much easier if Peter had behaved earlier. He claims they could have avoided all this extra work. They tap their wristwatch against Peter's, transferring 100 points, calling it Peter's reward for cooperating. They tell him to take care of the matter they assigned, and that they're waiting for good news. Laughing loudly, the bullies leave, and as soon as they disappear, Peter collapses in tears, shaking from fear and pain. Later that night, Warden and Quinn return to their dorm. Seeing the dark, quiet room, Warden wonders aloud if Peter still hasn't come back. Quinn says it looks like Peter might have already gone to sleep. Warden questions why he would sleep so early, and Quinn suggests that they should rest too since everyone is exhausted. Quinn takes a glance at Peter's bed and quietly wonders if everything is actually okay with him. The next day, Quinn returns to train in the VR pod again. He feels pumped, telling himself that today he will actually play like a serious warrior, and not like a full-on noob or a potato gamer, as he jokingly thinks. When the simulation loads, the scenery looks straight out of a Doctor Strange movie, full of giant clock and dancing buildings. Quinn has set his in-game ID as Blood Evolver, and he now spends a moment choosing a proper outfit. After scrolling through a bunch of weird options, he finally picks a red-haired character because, according to him, it makes him look at least 10% cooler. Once he finalizes everything, he starts the matchmaking process. Soon, the VR system finds a suitable opponent and both players are teleported to the competition arena. Quinn has no idea who he is about to face, but he is determined to make full use of the VR pod and test the new skill he unlocked. The system displays the opponent's ID as Dual Blade Warrior, a calm-looking boy with closed eyes and lightning sparks flickering around him. The boy politely speaks to Quinn, saying he shouldn't mind the fact that his senior is standing nearby to watch. Quinn doesn't mind at all, thinking that even he watched Warden's match yesterday, so it's fine. The opponent thanks him and points toward the senior, then prepares for the as. The countdown hits 3, both players take their stances. The moment the fight begins, the Dual Blade Warrior swings both blades and sends out a blue aura attack. Quinn quickly dodges and rushes forward with his own red attack. He jumps high and releases a blood-colored strike, which the boy tries to block with his blades, but the impact is too strong and sends him flying backward. Watching this, the senior raises an eyebrow, wondering what kind of strange element this red energy is. Without wasting a second, Quinn charges again and unleashes another red attack. When he lands near the opponent, the boy counters with another blue aura while using his cloak, something that looks straight out of Doctor Strange to shield his other side. Quinn is surprised by the sensation when his hand hits something solid under the cloak. It feels like metal, so he assumes it must be a kind of armor. Quinn still has no idea that real-world weapons and equipment can sync with the VR system, but even so, he believes he still has some advantages. After all, the sun in this virtual world isn't even real. Just as the boy's dagger is about to stab him, Quinn grabs it midair. But the boy only grins confidently, saying that blocking his attack won't be that easy, and confidently declares that the match is his. However, right before the blue aura blade reaches him, Quinn suddenly lets go, slips behind the boy, and apologetically says that he is actually the one who wins. With a clean, blood-piercing attack, Quinn ends the match. The system announces Blood Evolver as the winner. The senior mutters that this is interesting, while the boy respawns beside him and apologizes for losing, calling himself useless. The senior comforts him, saying it's simply because Quinn's agility is higher. Quinn then notices he has gained 25 experience points, which surprises him. He didn't expect that defeating an opponent in a gaming duel would count as a real battle and reward him with actual experience, making him very excited. A moment later, the senior jumps into the arena and politely asks Quinn if he would like to play another match with him. Quinn sees a match request pop up from a player named Hard Steel. He guesses that this is the senior, and he knows the fight will be difficult. He assumes Hard Steel might easily nullify all of his attacks, but he also thinks that fighting someone strong is rare, and a chance like this shouldn't be wasted, not when he has access to this VR pod. Quinn takes a deep breath, makes up his mind, and finally accepts the challenge. As the countdown begins, Quinn takes his stance, steadying his breathing and focusing his gaze forward. The moment the battle starts, he charges without hesitation. Without wasting even a second, he closes the distance and lands a clean punch directly on Hard Steel. However, Quinn freezes in shock. Despite the power behind the blow, Hard Steel does not move even a single step. Quinn is stunned. He knows he poured all of his strength into that punch, yet the senior stands completely unharmed. Realizing something is wrong, Quinn quickly steps back to create distance. A question flashes through his mind. Is this guy's defense really on such a high level? The senior mocks him, saying that the battle has only just begun, yet Quinn is already being overly cautious and retreating so far back. He wonders aloud if Quinn is trying to test his abilities. He analyzing him, is this some kind of body hardening technique? As Quinn observes more closely, he notices something strange, a silver substance spread across the senior's abdomen, right where his punch had landed. The senior grins. He declares that he now will show his true ability. As he speaks, the silver liquid begins to move on its own, shifting and reshaping. It hardens, transforming into a solid stick-like weapon in his hand. Without delay, the senior charges straight at Quinn. Quinn raises his arm and tries to block the attack, but just before the weapon makes contact, the senior grins again. The silver stick suddenly changes its shape mid-swing, slipping past Quinn's guard. The attack lands cleanly. Quinn is sent flying backward and crashes into the ground. Dust scatters as his body skids across the surface. He manages to regain his footing, but pain shoots through him. His left arm is injured. Hardsteel praises Quinn, saying that he truly is strong and that his ability is unique. However, he adds that it is a shame Quinn lacks enough real combat experience. Then, with a confident tone, he asks if Quinn wants to try again. Quinn answers immediately and excitedly, "Of course he does. This is exactly how training should be." Once again, Quinn charges forward. Using the same Shadow Claw attack, the senior praises him once more, noticing the determination burning in his eyes. This time, the silver material shifts again. It spreads outward and hardens into multiple steel plates, layering together to form a shield. Quinn grits his teeth as his attacks strike the barrier again and again, but none of them break through even at such close range. The senior states that his warm-up is over, now it's his turn. He reshapes the silver substance into spiked steel gloves, preparing to attack. At this distance, dodging seems almost impossible. The spikes extend further, lengthening into spear-like weapons aimed directly at Quinn. But before the strike can land, Quinn disappears. In the next instant, he reappears behind the senior. Hard Steel doesn't even have time to react. Quinn's fist is already less than a foot away from his face. The punch lands solid, heavy, and direct. The impact sends Hard Steel flying backward like a rocket. The junior watching the fight reacts in shock at what he has just witnessed. Quinn meanwhile struggles to catch his breath. His strength has been pushed almost to its limit. The senior lands and sits on the ground. Admitting that the attack nearly startled him, he reveals that he barely managed to protect his face at the last moment using his silver material. Even so, he praises Quinn's performance, saying that Quinn nearly smashed his head with that punch. With a serious expression, the senior admits that it seems he will now have to take this fight seriously. The new chapter continues with their intense fight. The junior stands completely frozen in shock as he watches the exchange. It has been a long time since he last witnessed such a battle, and this is the first time he has ever seen someone who can fight the senior on equal footing for this long. Quinn launches another punch. Once again, the senior counters it in the same manner as before. However, Quinn suddenly grins. He already anticipated this outcome. While the senior focuses on blocking the first strike, Quinn prepares his other hand and follows up with a second punch. This unexpected move catches the senior by surprise, but he reacts quickly, shaping the silver material into a sword to counter the attack. At the same moment, Quinn releases his blood blade hammer strike. The impact shakes the area. The senior barely manages to maintain his balance by bracing himself with the sword. Even so, he is forced down onto one knee. Despite this, he smiles, not in mockery, but in genuine satisfaction. He praises Quinn, stating that it is already impressive that Quinn managed to break through his defense. However, he calmly concludes that the outcome is acceptable. Quinn has lost. Quinn is stunned. He looks down and realizes that his shoulder has already been deeply cut. He never expected their sparring match to end in this way. The system announces that the virtual training session has ended. The senior tells Quinn that he is looking forward to seeing him again next time. Quinn returns to his pod and lets out a long sigh. He understands now that only by fighting powerful opponents can he truly gain something. As expected, he still needs many more battles. As Quinn checks his status window, he reflects on the fight. He realizes that his instant step and hammer strike consume too much stamina, which is a major weakness. If he doesn't find a way to overcome this, it will continue to limit him. The system then displays his rewards. He receives 50 experience points and a 1-point increase to his agility stat. Quinn is now level 4. Meanwhile, on the other side, the junior speaks up in excitement, saying that the blood evolver from their school is incredible. The senior shakes his head and disagrees. He says that if Quinn truly were from their school, then he must be a high-level student, and someone like that would definitely be remembered. Since he doesn't recognize him, he believes that isn't the case. The junior simply smiles, saying that this only means there is another interesting opponent out there. He adds that he is already looking forward to this year's military championship. The scene transitions to a hot afternoon. Quinn is completely covered from head to toe. He has applied excessive amounts of sunscreen and lotion, desperately trying to avoid dying under the scorching sun. Even so, he is already on the verge of fainting from the heat. He thinks to himself that direct sun exposure might actually be better than suffering like this. Layla conducts experiments on Quinn and quickly comes to a conclusion. The sunscreen is completely useless for him. However, clothing that blocks direct sunlight proves to be effective. This is good news, as the material used is lightweight and capable of fully blocking sunlight. If necessary, they can even look into special materials for better protection. Suddenly, Quinn remembers the man he fought earlier. That senior used some kind of special material in his armor. If Quinn could obtain that material, he might be able to create a suit perfectly suited for himself. But then a question arises, where could he possibly get something like that? The next scene shifts to the classroom. The lecturer announces that he has an important announcement to make. Preparations for sending them into outer space have been completed. It is now time to begin preparations related to the gates. For most of them, this will be their first time. Therefore, they are instructed to carefully read the instruction manual. Quinn and Warden read through it attentively. The instructor then explains that the color of light on each gate represents whether the portal has been cleared and whether it is safe. Green gates indicate worlds that have already been cleared and are human-built, habitable planets. Yellow gates represent star beads that have not yet been fully conquered. If they enter a yellow portal, they will find shelters, but the area remains dangerous due to alien creatures and beasts, many of them at very high levels. Lastly, there are red gates. As everyone knows, red means danger. These portals are strictly forbidden. Such worlds are extremely dangerous and filled with overwhelmingly powerful alien creatures. Humanity either failed to capture them or suffered too many losses and was forced to abandon them. That concludes the basic information they need to know. The instructor then instructs them to form teams of 5 and submit their team lists to him. They will be going on a portal expedition next week. Layla immediately walks up to Quinn and cheerfully declares that she is in his group and that there should be no objections. Quinn replies that he is fine with that, but reminds her that Warden will also be part of their team. He asks if that is okay with her. Warden gives Layla a cheerful smile. Layla becomes annoyed and says that it's none of her business. She can simply ignore him. Warden laughs mockingly and says that it looks like they will really get along. Layla responds that she would appreciate it if he kept his distance from both her and Quinn. At that moment, Eileen walks over to them and says that she would like to join their team as well. Quinn, Warden, and Layla are all stunned by Eileen's sudden statement. Eileen then points toward Warden and asks him directly. Warden calmly replies that he has already decided to team up with them, and if she has no objections, she is welcome to join as well. Eileen remains silent for a moment. She glances at Layla with a confused expression, clearly trying to recall something. Then she turns back toward Warden and asks who the others are. This question immediately annoys Layla. Growing frustrated, Layla asks whether Eileen is joking. She reminds her that they were together during the entrance exam. However, Eileen still can't recall anything. Layla presses further, saying that they even fought side by side in the auditorium. At last, Eileen seems to remember. She then turns to Warden and bluntly asks why he would want to stay with such weak and insignificant people. She suggests that they should instead find new members who are on a similar level to theirs. At this point, Layla can no longer hold back. She explodes in anger and demands to know whether Eileen is deliberately here to cause trouble. Before the situation can escalate further, Quinn grabs Layla and tells her to calm down. Warden simply laughs it off, saying that he doesn't care about test results or rankings. He explains that he only wants to study properly and enjoy his time with his friends. Eileen falls silent once again. After a brief pause, she finally accepts that these people will be part of the team. Her gaze then shifts toward Peter. Peter immediately freezes. A chill runs down his spine as she asks whether this team arrangement includes him as well. Warden places his arm around Peter's shoulder and confidently answers that, of course it does. He says that Peter is their indispensable partner. He belongs with them. Quinn agrees without hesitation, stating that Peter is an important part of the team. Hearing this, Peter's eyes fill with tears, possibly from happiness. Eileen nods and says, that's fine. She then remarks that the team configuration needs to be reconsidered and that their overall combat strategy must be improved, including the three of them. She adds that she will get back to them later and leaves. Warden laughs and tells her to hurry, saying that time waits for no one. After she leaves, Quinn comments that Eileen seems extremely cautious. He asks Layla whether this attitude is related to the results, whether this outer space trip and research mission will be recorded in their grades. Layla confirms that it will. She explains that they need to prepare thoroughly, as there are different landforms, different planets, and multiple destination worlds to choose from. They begin reading through the available planet options. Quinn reads the details about planet Karate, its habitat and biological environment. It is described as a desert-based world, home to dragons or winged creatures unique to that environment. Quinn thinks to himself that this planet looks perfect for obtaining beast armor materials. The scene then shifts to Peter. Peter is meeting Earl and his group. Earl immediately complains that Peter is late. Peter explains that he was held up because of a group discussion and couldn't leave early. He says he needs to be careful and apologizes. Before he can say anything more, Earl lands a blow on him, saying that this is his punishment for being late. Earl then adds that if Peter had made them wait for 2 more minutes, they would have broken one of his fingers. Peter apologizes again. Earl tells him to hurry up, warning that when he gets angry, everyone around him ends up suffering. Peter nervously asks who Earl is talking about. Earl replies that Peter will understand once he sees him. Soon after, Peter arrives and meets Professor Duke. Duke comments that it seems those people are really going too far. However, he reassures Peter not to worry, saying that now that he is here, there is nothing to be afraid of. Duke continues, stating that he knows about Peter's abilities and that Peter has only managed to learn one through academic ability books so far. He then hands Peter 2 ability books. These books contain Earth-type abilities. Duke explains that he knows Peter has been saving money to purchase them. If Peter wants to move beyond level 1, these abilities will be very helpful. The books include attack-type abilities that will allow Peter to counterattack and change his situation. However, Duke adds that there is a condition. In exchange, Peter must work for him only once. Peter responds anxiously, saying that it seems he has no other choice. He asks whether that isn't the case. Duke tells him not to look so unconvinced. He explains that this year's portal journey is about to begin. Obedient students like Peter can easily disappear on other planets, and incidents like this happen every year at least once. He calmly adds that luck is also part of one's strength. Then Duke says that this year, that unfortunate student could very well be Peter. These words terrify Peter, leaving him completely shaken. The scene shifts to after the meeting. Everyone settles on Eileen's instructions, which include every member of the team. As long as all of them are able to participate, they agree to follow her plan. With everything decided, Eileen concludes the discussion and leaves. After she is gone, Quinn lets out a deep breath of relief. The discussion for the day has finally come to an end, and he admits that Eileen is extremely assertive. Layla agrees with him. Although she does not like Eileen, she still has to admit that with her plan, the team can definitely secure a high score. Layla then decides to leave as well. She explains that she cannot eat together with them because, according to their foolproof plan, she needs to restock her arrows and refine her bow at the shop. Quinn bids her farewell, while Warden mockingly comments that she is finally willing to leave Quinn behind. After that, Warden suggests that the three of them go eat together and adds that he will treat them. When he mentions 3, Quinn suddenly realizes that Peter is missing. He wonders where Peter has gone and asks whether Peter was not studying there with them earlier. Warden replies that he does not know. Peter only said that he was going out for a bit and has not returned yet. At that moment, Quinn's smartwatch receives a message notification. It is from Peter. As soon as Quinn reads it, his expression darkens. Without wasting any time, he rushes toward the portal venue. He kicks the door open and shouts Peter's name. Inside the massive venue, he spots Peter lying unconscious on the ground in front of a red portal gate. Quinn and Warden rush over to him immediately. They ask what happened, and Warden carefully picks Peter up, telling him not to move because he looks badly bruised. In a weak voice, Peter says that they are here. Warden anxiously asks if it was done by those people from before and declares that he will tear them apart if that is the case. Quinn continues observing Peter closely and begins to feel that something is not right. Peter then explains that they saw him alone, took him away, and started beating him badly. He says that they could not do anything against them and that there are no surveillance cameras in this area. Because of that, those people carefully left him there. Even if they report the incident to a teacher, there would be no evidence. Warden responds angrily, saying that evidence does not matter and that they should just go and beat them up. While Warden is speaking, Quinn keeps thinking. Judging by Peter's appearance, he looks seriously injured to the point of losing consciousness, which should mean that his health bar is extremely low. As Warden asks Peter whether he can slowly walk so he can take him to the infirmary, Quinn secretly checks Peter's status. He notices that Peter's health points are completely full, showing 8 out of 8. Quinn immediately realizes that something is wrong. If Peter's health is full, then he should not be injured. He suddenly understands what is happening and shouts at Warden to let Peter go, warning him that it is a trap. Before Warden can react, Peter suddenly rushes forward and slams into Quinn, sending him straight into the red portal gate. Warden shouts Quinn's name as Quinn disappears inside the portal. Peter begins to tremble and apologizes repeatedly. Warden's anger explodes. He shouts at Peter and demands to know why he did this. He grabs Peter by the collar and asks if he realizes what he has just done. Peter keeps crying and repeating that he is sorry. He says that it was their order and that he had no choice. Warden throws him back and accuses him of making excuses. He asks whether Peter thinks he is the only one who has been threatened, bullied, and targeted. He questions whether Peter believes they did not do the same things to Quinn and him, even tying him to a pillar, beating him, and intimidating him. Warden continues, saying that it does not matter if he himself is hurt, bleeding, or beaten non-stop. As long as he is alive and breathing, he can fight back. But Peter directly sent Quinn to his death. He killed his best friend. Peter continues acting like a victim, saying that he tried to fight back but was too weak. Suddenly, another voice bursts out from Warden, telling Peter to shut up. The voice says that Warden's emotions are growing stronger and that he can no longer stop himself. It warns that they cannot let him lose control and tells him to hold on a little longer. Peter calls Warden's name in confusion. Warden suddenly stands up and starts walking toward the portal gate. Peter panics and tries to stop him, asking what he is doing. Before entering the portal, Warden turns back and tells Peter that this is for his own good. He warns Peter to hope that he does not come back alive, because if he does return, he will definitely kill him. Warden then steps into the portal. Peter remains frozen in front of the gate, finally realizing how grave a mistake he has made. So, As Quinn was literally falling through the portal, his head just started totally pounding from the sudden shock of it all, like a massive headache out of nowhere. He finally hits the dirt hard and ends up coughing up blood from the rough landing. Once he shakes it off and gets back on his feet, he looks around and realizes he's in this completely desolate wasteland. We're talking busted up buildings everywhere. And, get this, 2 moons up in the sky. Wild, right? Naturally, Quinn was pretty ticked off at what Peter just pulled, but honestly, his bigger problem right now was figuring out where the heck he actually was, and more importantly, how he was going to get his butt back home. Right then, he catches something out of the corner of his eye. Something was creeping closer to him. Now, if this were your typical movie, some idiot would have definitely wandered over to check it out, you know? But yeah, Quinn wasn't about to play that game. He ain't that stupidly curious. He already knew the deal with red portals. They basically lead straight to super dangerous planets crawling with monsters and exactly 0 other humans. So, yeah, he needed to bounce like yesterday. But out of nowhere, this massive, freaky rat-like monster just lunges at him from behind, swiping with these giant claws. It was a close call, but using his blood blade, he manages to block it just in time, completely slicing off the rat's arm in one clean hit. But of course, it couldn't be that easy. More of these giant rats swarm out of the shadows, basically dogpiling him and biting into his arm and leg. Fighting through the pain, he activates Bloodblade again, slashing his way out and breaking free from their grip. Panting, he looks around, hoping the whole welcome committee was finally done. Luckily, it looked like the coast was clear. Honestly, he really lucked out that it was nighttime on whatever planet this was, meaning he wasn't getting nerfed by his usual daytime restrictions. Just as he's catching his breath, the system window pops up in front of him. It tells him he just unlocked a brand new skill called Blood Mist. Now, Quinn was obviously pretty hyped about the upgrade, but let's be real, survival was still top priority, especially since he could feel his hunger really starting to kick in. He thought about grabbing a quick snack, but the system straight up warned him that the rat monster's blood was totally toxic to his body. If he drank it, he'd actually lose health instead of gaining it. Gross. Anyway, thank God his blood bank was still fully stocked. So, if he played it smart, he could hold out for a bit, but he really got to figure out an escape plan fast. Meanwhile, shifting gears back to the military base, Sergeant Faye is literally sprinting down the hallways. The other soldiers are just staring, kinda whispering, wondering if something had just hit the fan. Cut to the office where Nathan is just sitting there, trying to balance coins on top of each other. Classic, but then, BAM! Faye throws the door wide open, making Nathan jump and completely knocking over his little coin tower. She immediately tells him we've got a serious situation, while Nathan is over there practically mourning his lost stack of coins. She drops the bomb that 2 first-year students somehow snuck through the portals. At first, Nathan tries to brush it off, telling her to chill and that she's overreacting. Like, just send a squad to go grab them, no biggie, right? But then, Nathan totally freezes when Faye adds the kicker. They went through a red portal, yeah. Nathan is just stunned, wondering how in the world something like that even happens under their watch. He asks if there were any guards stationed at the gate, and Faye awkwardly admits that, nope, the area was empty because it was right in the middle of a shift change. Talk about terrible timing. Nathan angrily slams his fist on the table, kicking himself for not installing those security cameras at the portals like he originally wanted to, which got shot down over some stupid privacy concerns. Trying to do damage control, he asks Faye exactly which students went missing. She checks her report and tells him it was Quinn and Warden. Now, Faye had this gut feeling that this wasn't some accident, that it was totally intentional. Nathan agreed, saying, obviously it was a setup, but they just didn't have the hard proof to actually back it up yet. Faye then asks the tough question, do they notify the families? Nathan immediately shuts that down. He tells her to stall and delay it for as long as humanly possible. He'd already skimmed through the first-year files and remembered that Quinn was an orphan, so thankfully, no angry parents to deal with there. But Warden? Yeah, Warden was a completely different story and a massive headache waiting to happen. Realizing how bad this could get, Nathan tells her to immediately call an internal meeting. They were going to need some serious experts to handle this mess. So, with the emergency meeting now in full swing, Nathan officially drops the news on the rest of the staff. He tells them their two model students are officially missing in action, and he's trying to figure out how they're going to handle the fallout. Sergeant Faye speaks up right away, making it clear that this isn't just your standard missing persons case. Professor Dell, being his usual pessimistic self, just straight up says they might as well be dead already. I mean, considering they literally fell into a red portal. Nathan, showing zero empathy whatsoever, basically says he couldn't care less about the other kid, but Warden has to be brought back, no matter what, even if they just end up bringing back his body. He tells the room, dead serious, that there is no way he's facing Warden's family empty-handed. He then turns to Leo for the official intel. Leo pulls up the report and tells them that the boys ended up on a planet called Pytic. Now, the good news, if you can call it that, is that the planet was abandoned about a year ago, but the original pioneers actually built shelters there. So, technically, most parts of the planet shouldn't be too insanely dangerous. Another professor raises a hand, asking the obvious question. If it's safe, why was it abandoned? Leo explains that the shelters started getting hit by these way more powerful alien creatures. See, originally Pytic was mostly just swarming with these weak, kinda pathetic rat-like monsters called rat claws. They were annoying, sure, but not really a major threat to anyone. But then, about a year ago, the entire planet was suddenly plunged into this weird eternal night. Out of nowhere, the shelters started suffering from these massive, continuous attacks from completely unknown creatures, which eventually forced humanity to just pack up and completely evacuate the planet. The professor is super concerned hearing this, pointing out that if none of the original Pioneer experts could even figure out what these creatures were, what chance do two first-year students have? Professor Dell chimes in again, basically doubling down on his "they're already dead" theory, and asks if there's literally any point in risking an expedition team for two corpses. But Nathan is having none of it. He snaps at them to prep a rescue mission, telling them they have exactly half a day to get their gear together. Half a day! Dell starts arguing, saying that prepping for a red portal in 12 hours is completely insane, but Nathan's eyes go cold. He clarifies that it was an order, not a request. He lays it out for them. The absolute minimum they have to do is retrieve Warden's body, because if they don't, they can go ahead and face the wrath of the Blade family themselves. And yeah, everyone in that room knew damn well that the Blade family was way more terrifying than any red portal monster. That shut them up real quick. Meanwhile, back down in the classroom, the rumor mill is already working overtime. Students are whispering about how the regular portal outings got totally delayed because a couple of guys went missing. One of the students casually mentions that it was Quinn and Warden. Layla, who just happens to be walking past, completely stops in her tracks. She walks over and asks the guy how he could possibly know it was them. He shrugs and says he overheard Professor Dell and some of the other staff whispering about it in the halls, acting all sketchy. Hearing this, Layla immediately heads straight for Peter. I mean, he's their roommate, right? If anyone knows the details, it's gotta be him. She walks up to him, but man, Peter looks like he's seen a ghost. The second she mentions their names, he just starts full-on trembling, like violently shaking in front of her. Before she can even get another word out, he just bolts. He literally runs away, leaving Layla standing there super confused. She puts two and two together. He definitely knows something. A normal person doesn't just freak out like that for no reason. She decides she needs to catch him and squeeze the truth out of him. But by the time she chases him out of the building, she looks around and he's gone. He completely vanished. Just as she's looking around, she spots Aaron a little further away, aggressively questioning some guy about Warden and Quinn. The guy is just acting like a total jerk, telling Aaron he doesn't know anything and whining about why she can't just drop it. Layla is a bit confused as to why Aaron, of all people, is confronting this specific group, but she walks over anyway. She interrupts, asking Aaron if she happened to see Peter run past. The guy just smirks and makes this crappy joke about how, yeah, he did just run past them at top speed, like a little rat. That was all Layla needed to hear. She glares at the group and straight up accuses them, saying she knows for a fact that they ordered Peter to do whatever sketchy thing he just did. The guys just roll their eyes, totally feigning ignorance. They turn their backs and start walking away, tossing over their shoulders that they're too busy for this. But they didn't get far. Eren finally snaps. In a flash, she activates her ability. Boom. Suddenly, the whole group is yanked up into the air, struggling to breathe as Eren literally holds them up by their necks with solid blocks of ice, dead staring them down and ordering them to tell her exactly what happened. So, literally gasping for air and probably turning blue at this point, the guy manages to choke out a confession. He stammers that he only ordered Peter to push Warden into the portal. But Peter, being the absolute nervous wreck that he is, completely panicked at the last second and accidentally shoved Quinn in instead. Hearing this, Layla is just completely shell-shocked. Eren, on the other hand, she just looks even more furious, if that's even possible. But before Eren can do anything else, Layla totally freaks out and just sprints off, leaving Eren standing there looking super confused. Deciding she's gotten what she needed, Eren just casually turns around and walks away, tossing over her shoulder that the gang would naturally be free. You know, whenever the solid blocks of ice eventually decided to melt. So yeah, she just leaves them hanging there. Cut to the living quarters, Layla practically kicks her door shut and immediately locks it. She rushes over to her shelf, frantically digging around until she pulls out this hidden device. It's some kind of high-tech communicator. She quickly dials a number, pacing and looking incredibly stressed out. The guy who answers on the other end is actually pretty caught off guard seeing her in such a frantic state. He's like, "Whoa, is everything okay?" Layla doesn't even hesitate or mince words. She tells him that someone incredibly important to her is trapped on a planet called Pytic, and practically begs him to see if there are any agents nearby who can launch a rescue op. The guy pauses and asks if this is officially related to her mission. Layla doubles down, swearing it's extremely important. She even goes as far as to claim that this guy could literally make or break the entire success of their mission. Hearing that, the contact tells her to hold on a sec while he runs a system check, but the news isn't good. He comes back and tells her that there are absolutely 0 agents anywhere near Pytic. I mean, the planet is a whopping 4 light years away from anyone, so it's a total dead end. He asks if there's literally anything else they can do to help, but Layla just quietly says, "That's all," and abruptly cuts the feed. Left alone in her room, she's still just eaten up with anxiety, desperately hoping and praying that Quinn somehow manages to survive. Meanwhile, back on the nightmare planet of Pytic, Warden is not having a great time. His inner voices are absolutely losing it. They keep screaming inside his head, yelling that he's totally gonna get them all killed. Another voice cuts through the panic, snapping that they just need to focus on fighting, suddenly taking control of the body for a second to blast a wave of approaching rats with this crazy fire ability. Inside Warden's whole inner world mindscape thing, his different personalities are just relentlessly arguing with each other. One of them actually suggests that this chaotic, deadly environment is like the perfect playground for the little one to come out. But another personality instantly shuts that down, saying the kid definitely isn't ready for this kind of bloodbath yet. Look, they all know the deal. If they actually want to track down Quinn and figure out a way off this rock, they desperately need a rational personality steering the ship, and a gleefully chaotic playing child is definitely not the move right now. The main personality steps up, saying, "Alright, I'll handle the talking, and you, the aggressive one, can handle all the fighting." But the fighter personality immediately argues back like, "Dude, there is literally no one to talk to in this situation. Everything here just wants to eat us." But right as they're bickering, footsteps. Someone approaches Warden out of the shadows. Warden tenses up, ready to blast him, but the man throws his hands up. He tells Warden to just relax and take a breath, swearing he doesn't mean him any harm. He then casually introduces himself as Ian, an adventurer. So Ian starts explaining that he was basically just checking out the shelter to try his luck, but he honestly wasn't expecting to run into anyone else out here. I mean, he's totally surprised that Warden looks like a high school kid. He straight up asks him, "Dude, what are you even doing here?" "It's way too dangerous." Warden just shakes his head and says he ended up there completely by accident and is desperately trying to find a way back home. Changing the subject, Warden points out Ian's obvious injuries, and Ian admits that he's currently rocking some broken ribs. He explains that he actually came to this planet to hunt, but after getting banged up, he kind of strayed from his original path and has just been wandering around looking for any nearby portals. He figures there's safety in numbers, so he asks Warden if he wants to tag along. Warden, obviously not wanting to wander this nightmare planet alone, quickly agrees, and the two of them set off. As they're walking through the wasteland, Warden looks around at the absolute destruction and asks Ian about the constant creepy darkness and all the busted ruins. Ian kinda smirks and says Warden clearly doesn't get how this planet works yet. He points up at the sky, drawing his attention to the two moons. Warden was already pretty curious about them, especially since one was noticeably way bigger than the other, so he asks what the deal is. Ian explains that because the moons have totally different volumes, their rotation periods are completely out of whack, so the next time they'd actually see a sunrise? Yeah, that wouldn't be wait for it, 6 months. Warden is absolutely floored hearing this. Ian chuckles and admits that if it weren't for the crazy high bounties that the hunting companies were paying out, there is zero chance he would have ever set foot on this forsaken rock. Hearing about all that sweet bounty money, Warden's aggressive inner personality suddenly gets way too excited. It starts whispering in his head, telling him they should just finish this injured guy off right now and loot whatever he has on him. Super irritated, Warden accidentally snaps out loud, yelling, "Just shut up!" which understandably leaves Ian looking at him like he's completely lost his mind. Before things can get too awkward, the two of them stumble across a gruesome scene, a whole bunch of rat claw corpses. Ian kneels down and explains that these monsters aren't exactly heavy hitters, but they're a massive pain in the butt to deal with when they swarm you in a group. But he points out that the cuts are way too clean. The local wildlife on this planet doesn't leave clean slice marks like that, and the blood is still super fresh. He stands up, looking around, and wonders out loud if there's someone else out here with them. Warden immediately gets hyped. He realizes that it has to be Quinn. Ian asks, who's Quinn? So Warden quickly explains that it's his buddy and that they got stranded on this horrible planet together. Ian gives him a sympathetic look, saying that he really hopes this Quinn kid is lucky, because getting targeted by a whole pack of rat claws isn't something most people just walk away from. He suggests they climb up to some higher ground so they can get a better vantage point to spot him. Ian starts tracking the trail of rat corpses, muttering about how this guy must have really kicked the hornet's nest, but Warden starts getting this sinking feeling in his stomach. He starts doubting if it was actually Quinn who did this. I mean, Quinn is literally just a level 1. There is no way he could have slaughtered this many monsters all by himself, right? Seeing him stress out, Ian tries to reassure him, saying, hey, maybe your friend met up with some other survivors or something. But right then, Ian freezes. He throws a hand back, violently signaling for Warden to be dead silent. Just up ahead, there's a massive, mid-level monster prowling around. Warden peeks over and notices the monster is pacing right in front of this surprisingly new-looking building. He whispers to Ian, asking if that could be a portal station. Ian nods, saying, it's highly likely since it looks like an old military warehouse. He guesses that maybe Quinn slipped inside to hide, and the big monster outside is just drawn to all the noise and the smell of the dead rats. Ian says their best play is to just hunker down and wait for the ugly thing to lose interest and wander off. So, the two of them just sit there in agonizing silence, with Warden praying that Quinn is somehow okay. Meanwhile, cutting to inside the bunker, Quinn is literally leaning against the wall, panting. He is so incredibly relieved that he somehow managed to outrun that massive monster after it got distracted by the rat corpses he left behind. As he catches his breath and looks around, he notices the inside of the building is actually super well preserved. Walking further in, he hits a dead end at this heavy door with a heavy-duty password lock. He stares at it, wondering if the military set it up specifically to keep ordinary people out. Figuring he has nothing to lose, he activates his survey skill, just hoping to scan the area for some kind of clue or a sticky note or something. But then, bing! The system window just randomly pops up in his face, completely bypassing and decoding the lock, and just flat out shows Quinn the exact password. Quinn just stands there, totally shocked, like, well, okay then. Alright, so, punching in the password that he actually got from the system, Quinn carefully pops open the heavy bunker door. He was totally crossing his fingers, hoping the room inside was some kind of like secret beast armor or weapon stash, but Seeing as it was literally just crammed with bookshelves, he kinda sighed, realizing his luck wasn't that good. Walking in, he's looking around, wondering if it's, I don't know, some kind of reference room or an old archive. But as he takes a closer look at the shelves, he is just completely stunned. Because the items sitting on those bookshelves weren't just boring old documents, they were all ability books. Quinn literally couldn't believe his eyes. I mean, every single shelf in this massive room was completely stocked with them, and the crazy part? He could turn every single one of them into pure experience points. He doesn't even hesitate. He immediately sacrifices the book right in his hand, and boom, gains 20 EXP, just like that. A wicked grin slowly spreads across his face as he thinks about that ugly monster waiting outside because, yeah, next time they meet, once he's done grinding in here, he's definitely not going to be holding back. Meanwhile, cutting back outside to Warden and Ian, they're still just hunkered down, waiting for that monster to finally leave. But, yeah, it doesn't look like it's moving anytime soon. Ian leans over and whispers to Warden that the thing actually looks like it's starting to build a nest. Great. But as Ian turns back around, he hears this loud rumble. Warden's stomach is just absolutely growling with hunger. Realizing the kid obviously didn't pack a lunch for this little death trip, Ian tosses him some nutritional supplements. He explains that, look, it's not going to make your stomach feel full or anything, but it'll at least keep you from actually starving to death out here. Ian then suggests they should probably keep watching shifts, telling Warden to just go ahead and get some rest first. Warden doesn't even argue, quickly taking him up on the offer. Alright, back inside the bunker, Quinn has been busy. He's already hit level 8 just by continuously sacrificing these books. But there's a catch. The higher his level gets, the more EXP he actually needs to level up again. So now, those basic low-level skill books are basically just a drop in the ocean. While rummaging around, he spots this level 3 Earth skill book. For a second, he thinks about how it's exactly the kind of thing Peter could use. But man, the second that thought crosses his mind, all the memories of what just happened come rushing back. Remembering the betrayal just makes him super irritated. He shakes his head, deciding to just leave Peter to fend for himself. I mean, after pulling a stunt like that, Quinn literally has zero reason to help the guy. So, he just absorbs the level 3 book himself, which instantly drops a sweet 1000 EXP. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he notices the little system devil hovering over this one specific book. The system chimes in, letting him know that it's a shadow element book, and get this, it's actually compatible with his ability. It literally asks him if he wants to study it. Quinn is totally thrown off. I mean, he's shocked he can even learn another ability, let alone from a high-tier level 6 book. Normally, in this world, a person can strictly only learn one ability, right? So he's super curious as to why the system is suddenly bending the rules for him. But looking at the system devil's creepy little smile, it just reminds him of the sketchy way he leveled up the very first time. He realizes he needs to be way more careful with this stuff. So Quinn decides to play it safe and just hold on to the ability book for now. He figures he'll only actually learn it after he has time to really study what the heck it is and what it does. But right as he's making that plan, boom, this massive, loud bang shakes the room, completely startling him and making him wonder what the heck is going down outside. So right outside the bunker, Warden literally jolts awake from that massive bang. He instantly turns to Ian, completely panicked, like, dude, what the heck was that? Ian looks super grim and tells him it's the Seconda, or wait, Scornata? Whatever you call it, it's bad news. And suddenly it makes total sense why this giant monster was trying to build a nest here. It's freaking egg-laying season. Which means, yeah, they are in massive trouble. Warden's kind of confused and asks why that's such a big deal. Ian breaks it down for him. Once this monster lays its eggs, it's just gonna sit right there and wait for them to hatch. It is not gonna move an inch for like at least 2 weeks. This basically means they have to ditch this spot entirely and go look for a portal somewhere else. But Warden, he is not having it. He's totally not ready to just bail and abandon Quinn. Ian tries to be the voice of reason here, saying, look, even if Quinn is trapped inside there, there's absolutely nothing they can do about it. Even if Ian wasn't rocking broken ribs, the two of them combined still wouldn't be able to take down a high-level monster like that. Warden, getting desperate, asks, well, doesn't it have to leave to find food for its babies? He's hoping they could just sneak in while it's out hunting, basically. Ian admits that's a possibility, but totally unnecessary for this thing. There's already an all-you-can-eat buffet right here. He reminds Warden of all those rat monster corpses they tripped over earlier. He explains that the monster probably chose to build its nest in this exact spot because it's right on top of the rat claw's lair. And right on cue, the giant monster lets out this crazy cry which immediately draws the rats out. The rat claws actually try to swarm and attack it, but it's not even a fight. The big monster just absolutely shreds them to pieces in seconds. Seeing this absolute massacre, Ian tells Warden they need to get out of there right now before the monster spots them too. Warden is obviously still super hesitant, but Ian hits him with some tough love, telling him to look on the bright side. It's an old military bunker, so there should be plenty of food and water inside to keep his friends safe for a while. Their main priority has to be finding a portal. As long as they do that, they can get back home and send a legit rescue team for Quinn. So yeah, no time to hesitate. Warden finally gives in. He agrees with Ian, and the two of them take off running. As he's leaving, Warden is just silently begging Quinn to hang in there, promising he's going to come back to rescue him soon. Meanwhile, back inside the bunker, things are going from bad to worse. Quinn is currently fighting for his life against the rat claws that somehow managed to sneak inside. These things are just incredibly persistent, and they've already made him lose way too much health. His blood bank is running dangerously low, to the point where it can't even fully heal him anymore. He's practically gritting his teeth, thinking, man, I really wish I had some kind of skill that could just turn regular food into blood right now. But then, smash. The wall right behind him completely caves in, and the dead, bloody body of a rat claw comes crashing through the rubble. Quinn whips around, and he is suddenly face to face with the massive Sokanda. It's just glaring down at him with these terrifying, dead eyes. Before he can even process it, the monster whips its giant tail at him. Quinn barely jumps out of the way to dodge it, but he ends up leaping right into the path of its giant claws. He literally cannot believe how fast this thing is. I mean, even using his instant step skill, he's barely scraping by. With no time to think, he throws up his blood blade to block the claw, but the impact is insane, and maintaining the blade is burning through what little blood he has left. Quinn realizes real quick that if he keeps playing defense like this, it's only going to lead to his death. He's 100% dead meat, so he makes a split-second decision to just go all in. He drains the very last of his blood bank to patch up his health, grits his teeth, and charges up a massive blood blade, deciding to just rush the monster and attack it head on. So the blood blade actually manages to crack the monster's thick armor. Seeing that it actually worked, Quinn wastes zero time. He just starts absolutely spamming the attack, throwing everything he has at it, but out of nowhere, bam, he gets ambushed from behind by the Scornada's stinger. He barely, and I mean barely, manages to dodge out of the way, but the sharp end still manages to scratch his neck. It was way too close. Man, he was getting so annoyed by that monster's tail. It was whipping around, super flexible, almost like a giant spiked snake. At this point, Quinn has already lost way too much blood. He realizes pretty fast that he has to end this whole fight with his very next attack, or, well, he's basically done for. He really doesn't have a lot of options left. The Scornada just straight up charges at him, wildly swinging those massive claws. But Quinn is quick, he ducks and dodges, slipping right around and getting behind the monster. He knows he can't keep burning through his own blood to use Bloodblade anymore, it's just draining him too fast. So he figures out this crazy, risky plan he needs to actually provoke the monster into attacking him with its tail again. And the second the monster takes the bait and swings that tail, Quinn jumps high into the air to avoid it. While he's midair, he grits his teeth, charges up his absolute last Bloodblade, and just slams it into the monster from behind, literally blowing a massive hole clean through its body. The giant monster finally collapses, hitting the ground hard, and Quinn can finally catch his breath. Ding the System immediately rewards him with a massive 8,000 experience points for taking it down. Which, normally would make anyone super hyped, but honestly, EXP is the last thing he needs right now. The system alarm is just blaring in his head, constantly flashing warnings that his blood levels are critically low. Panting, he looks over and spots the Scornada's eggs sitting just outside the nest. Thinking fast, he immediately smashes them open, which hey, gives him even more experience points. But when he uses his scan skill on the broken eggs, his heart just completely sinks. They're totally inedible. Toxic, basically. Which means they are completely useless for restoring his health. Quinn's health drops into this critical, flashing red zone. He's stumbling, seriously wondering if this is really it, if this is how he goes out. He literally collapses onto the cold ground. He can't even move. He's just gasping for air, helplessly watching his health bar tick lower and lower. In those final quiet moments, his mind just drifts back to his parents. He's lying there just wondering, why? Why did they leave him all alone? And why did they leave that weird book behind for him, of all things? But no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't change anything now. His health bar finally hits a flat 0, and his entire vision just slowly fades to red. So, right as his health literally hits 0, the system just starts going absolutely crazy. A brand new warning pops up out of nowhere, basically flashing that a transformation is about to begin. Suddenly, Quinn's body just violently jolts back up from the ground, and he lets out this horrifying guttural scream of pure pain. The system starts spamming him with alerts, warning him that his mental state is completely unstable and his bloodlust has officially hit its absolute peak. And you guys, it gets wild here. His hands literally mutate into these freaky red claws. His entire skin turns completely blood red, his hair just falls out, and he basically transforms into this straight up demonic figure. The system then chimes in to let him know that he's officially become a crazed vampire. Now, all of his stats got totally doubled, which sounds great, right? But his max health points got cut right in half, and every single one of his blood-related skills got completely sealed away. That scream he let out, it was so insanely loud that it actually echoed all the way outside to Warden and Ian, totally startling them. Warden immediately recognizes the voice, completely freaking out, thinking Quinn is in serious danger and that he has to go save him right now. But Ian grabs his arm and tells him to hold up. He's like, dude, are you sure that was your friend? Because honestly, judging from the sound of it, it sounded way more like some kind of terrifying rabid monster. Still, the two of them rush back toward the bunker where the sound came from. But the second they step inside, they are completely floored to see that the massive, high-level Scornata is already dead. Right then, something catches Ian's eye. Out of the shadows, this crazed monster, which we know is actually Quinn, just lunges right at them. Ian violently shoves Warden out of the way just in time to block the attack, but man, he is completely shocked by the sheer impact of it. The physical power behind that hit was just insane. Before Ian can even recover, Quinn grabs his arm, sinks his teeth right into it, and literally starts sucking his blood. Ian is absolutely panicking at this point, just frantically hitting Quinn and screaming at him to let go. Thankfully, Warden sneaks up from behind and just smashes Quinn in the face with a chair, but not just a regular chair, he actually infused it with his flame ability. The blast of fire knocks Quinn back hard. Quinn shrieks in pain from the burn, but Ian doesn't waste a single second. He immediately activates his own ability telekinesis and uses it to hurl all this heavy debris and metal shipping containers right on top of Quinn, completely pinning him down. Panting, Ian thanks Warden for the save, saying that the heavy junk should hopefully hold the thing down, at least temporarily. Warden is just standing there, totally bewildered, asking what the heck they are even looking at. And Ian, he has zero clue. Like, the guy has been hunting and surviving on this crazy alien planet for a hot minute, and he admits he has never seen anything as bizarre or terrifying as this. But then, Ian notices something interesting. When he shines his high-beam flashlight over the wreckage, Quinn violently flinches away from the beam. Ian realizes right away that the creature has a major weakness to bright light. Figuring this makes the monster way easier to deal with, Ian presses the advantage and goes in for another attack. But, yeah, big mistake. That only makes Quinn even angrier. With this massive, terrifying burst of strength, he literally shatters right through the heavy metal restraints like they're nothing, completely shocking Ian. Without missing a beat, Quinn springs right back up to his feet and just furiously charges straight at Ian, ready to tear him apart.